All right, we're going to get started here with our City Council Committee of the Whole meeting for Sammamish, September 14th, 2015. First off, we have public comment. Do we have anything for public comment? As usual, yeah. Why don't you go ahead, Jan?
Jan Bird, 3310 221st Avenue, Southeast in Sammamish. And just make a comment regarding the tree ordinance. And I sent you earlier today a copy of an article entitled "Why Birds Need Native Trees." This is from the National Wildlife Federation's February issue and also online. And my concern is, Mr. Hoffman from the Master Builders Association, he often tells us a tree is a tree, and it's really not true for our native birds and other wildlife, as this article shows. The University of Delaware and the Smithsonian are in the process of, they're in the middle of a 3-year study, and they're using chickadees since that's a common bird, and they're trying to learn how non-native or exotic trees in cities and suburbs affect the availability of food that birds need during the breeding season. Preliminary results were indicating that chickadees are more likely to set up territories and nest in yards dominated by native plants. And he went on to say, if more than half your vegetation is native, there's an excellent chance you'll get chickadees. If you have a lot of trees that are not native to the birds, it's almost like there's no tree at all. And one of the researchers noticed there, if they saw a female chickadee pass by a dozen leafy ginkgo and crepe myrtle trees, this was in eastern U.S., there were just a couple, right near her nest. And she made a beeline to a willow oak on a busy street, half a city block away. So it was just like there was no tree at all, the ones that weren't native. Some other things they mentioned in the article, I'm going to quote, one of the biggest yet least recognized impacts humans are having on urban habitats is a change in vegetation from predominantly native to non-native species. Here in North America, about 80% of suburbia is landscaped with plants from Asia. He argues that when non-native plants replace natives, entire food webs are disrupted by the loss of specialized plant-eating insects, the most important food for animals, ranging from other insects and spiders to reptiles, amphibians, mammals, and birds. So contrary to what many people believe, birds do not reproduce on berries and seeds. 96% rear their young on insects. Because native insects did not evolve with non-native plants, most lack the ability to overcome the plant's chemical defenses, and the birds can't eat them. Thus, when we're considering tree replacement, I think we must not only be just encouraging, but actually requiring native trees. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment? Going once, going twice? Okay. Public comment is over. Okay, next we have work on the comprehensive plan, at least between now and 6, and who knows after that. There's our city manager checking in with us.
Sorry, I was dealing with one customer.
Well, that's always good. Jeff, you want to start us off in terms of what we have before us here?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. In your packet for this study session here this afternoon, there's a short memo which recaps direction that Council provided to staff on September 1st at the last study session you had regarding the comprehensive plan. What we've provided in the packet to you here this afternoon per your direction on September 1st are 2 different tables. One is a table that brings together the minor or wordsmithing amendments that council members had submitted during the month of August to staff. We've got 156 items on there. And then also then the second table, per your request, was bringing together the public comments received since July 21st into a second table, and those are also provided 54 items in that table. So as you discussed on September 1st, the ideal plan here for today is you would go through and discuss any of the items contained in these 2 tables that you wish to discuss. Staff did provide recommendations, a yes or no, and along the way there are some notes provided there as well. And if we're able to get through all that today, then I've worked with our consultant who has set time aside over the final 2 weeks here in September to produce a final clean draft copy of the comprehensive plan that we'd be able to get to you on or before October 1st to give you 2 weeks to review that document. And again, as you discussed on September 1st, having a special meeting on October 13th to get final consideration and to vote on the comprehensive plan update. So that's where we're at. I'd be happy to answer any questions on any of that information that was contained in the staff memo.
I think we're all clear on the what this is. What we were going to try to do, and I hope we can make this work as we go through it, is start on page 1 of the suggested comp plan amendments. These are the minor amendments as opposed to the hopefully more difficult ones we went through last time. And if we're okay with those, or if there's one or two, I particularly want to be reference the staff recommendations in particular, if there's a no. And perhaps some of you have talked to staff about those yeses or nos previously, and if you're willing to waive off that decision, please feel free to do that. So we'll start on page 1. Is there anyone here that needs to talk about any of those in particular?
I actually wanted to make a comment on number
Okay.
1.
All right.
This is really just a comment. I don't think we'll have to discuss this, but what this was, my name isn't on here. I'm assuming this was one of the ones that I submitted. And it was, after reading this several times, there are many, many of the policies that say we should follow up on this, or we're going to monitor something. There's a lot of follow-up work as a result of the policies. And what I would like to do is have that put on the work plan after the comprehensive plan. This might be something that gets on the parking lot list of our agenda items, or it might be something that goes into the retreat, but it's something that we need to get on the work plan for the
Future.
for the future. So that was that point.
Okay, good. Anything else on page 1?
Just a comment, Jeff, so we're going to repaginate volume 2, is it?
Yes, we're going to work with our consultant on that.
Good,
Yep.
thank you.
Anything else on page 1? Okay, let's move to page 2. I guess you need your whole desk to get this done, right? All right, we have our first no, couple of them. Well, I want to particularly discuss those, assuming that you may have already discussed it, or someone else may have discussed whatever no's are here with staff and understand why they don't recommend the action. It's okay for you to withdraw your request. Anything else on the yeses in particular first? Anybody got a problem with those? On that page 2? We've got 2 no's. Any, on item 21, you had a rationale for that, I believe?
Yeah, it was pretty simple. Under the idea that not all agencies may be government agencies, transit, for example, I know we have a private entity providing some form of transit that you've discussed. So it was, there wasn't any real deep thinking that went into it, other than there may be other agencies other than government agencies.
You okay with that, Tom? Just having agencies as opposed to government agencies? Could be nonprofit, could be a
Private.
number of other. In a clear explanation, yes. Okay, you're good. There's a second no down at the bottom. Councilmember Gerund, or let me get your rationale for that one first, Jeff.
I think, well, and again, I think we're open-minded on this one. Terms may change over time, but if there was, I don't think we're particularly stuck on having it or not having the change, so.
Don, you have a?
Okay, I would suggest that if you leave biofuels in, you should add tides and hydroelectric, since both of those are green energy sources.
Can you read us the original statement from which it was eliminated?
On page 69, it says encourage conversion of existing low-efficiency building stock to cost-effective, environmentally sensitive alternative technologies and energy sources.
Isn't that general enough for us? Covers, and if something falls out of favor, it'll,
Oh, I'm sorry, but then
Self-eliminate.
there's a definition of green energy.
okay.
Green energy refers to sources of energy that do not have the same harmful effects as fossil fuels. For instance, solar, wind, biofuel, and geothermal. And the point I'm making is tides and hydroelectric. Particularly in this state, we should have hydroelectric in there.
Yeah.
We have biofuels, you can leave that in, but add tides and hydroelectric.
Is that okay with everyone to add those in? Not that we have much,
I'm not sure we should try to cover the waterfront here with listing every possible technology. There may be technologies that come out in the future.
of course. But I think the main statement kind of covers that. It says,
I thought the statement that, as it read, covered that too.
And
Yeah.
I agree with Councilmember Barron, especially at this stage with all the water and wave technology,
Yeah,
to include biofuel in that wave, because wave is certainly something much more accessible.
of course, this is our comprehensive plan and not the state's.
Debate as to whether or not wave technology does not have harmful,
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Well, I think there's,
it's a turbine, and turbines chew up.
I wonder if we could just be general and say, we're looking for alternative sources of energy.
I think
that are
that'd be
not
easier.
harmful to the environment.
as we pointed out, in the policy, it just says energy sources.
Yeah.
It's in the green insert where the definition of green energy is. And I would maintain that if you look up the definition of green energy, it would include tides and hydroelectric.
Is everybody okay with adding those two to the note?
I'm fine.
Okay, good. Let's go on from that. So nothing else on page 2? Let's ask about page 3 then. We have
I have one.
only a couple of no's down at the bottom, but let's look at the yeses first. Councilmember Huckabee, you have one?
Yes, and I mentioned this to Jeff this morning, and I was talking about it with Councilmember Odell. You see in number 27, we refer to fish, and as I pointed out this morning, there are multiple places we talk about fish, and then one place we talk about salmonids. So my question was, shouldn't we be consistent between fish and salmonoids? So I thought I'd bring it up here, and we could talk about it and either decide one or the other, or that it should be different in different places.
And staff concurs with the deputy mayor on that. So to the point council would like to provide direction, we can, I recall a specific conversation we had at one of our study sessions here with the council where Councilmember Odell, I think, provided, and maybe perhaps Councilmember Jaron as well, provided some really good information to the council on why salmonids should be used in here. I'm not sure if Councilmember Odell maybe could recap some of that for us, but staff we're amenable to whatever, to use fish or salmonids or selectively a combination of both. We're open to making sure that we get it right to your satisfaction on this one, so.
If I can, the definition of salmonid refers to the following: trout, char, which includes Arctic char and brook trout. We don't have Arctic char, but we do have brook trout, and also all species of salmon. The focus in a lot of this discussion has been particularly aimed at protecting the habitat for the kokanee salmon, which has been a major effort around this locale in recent years. If we expand it to fish, we can do that, but that's an all-inclusive definition that could also include some less desirable species. For instance, do we really want northern pike protected in Lake Sammamish? We don't. Trust me, we don't, because they are tremendous predators. Also, the bass that are in Lake Sammamish are, I don't believe, native either. So if we...
These have been introduced into the lake over
They've been
time.
introduced by people for various reasons over time. I'm not sure, but it may also include things like the lamprey eel, which is also not something that most fishermen like, but is part of Native American culture.
Well, let's go to, what do we want to do with this line? Are we happy with fish, or do we want to have something else?
I think we need to go through it section by section and figure out what makes the most sense. And in some cases, it's like the whole thing and the logic approach we're taking to adding pollinators. Sometimes fish is a general classification, and you want to emphasize salmonoids, so you should say especially including, or in particular including salmonoids.
Case, I'm asking for a recommendation.
But what I'm saying is you need to go through it section by section and figure out what you really mean.
And I think generally that's the road the councils went down here through this review
kind
process.
of been down
There's
that
been
road.
some very specific discussions about very specific policies about
Right.
identifying the salmonids to be included there. So Evan did remind me, while Councilmember Odell was speaking, when we do refer to habitat in general, we do, under the Growth Management Act, they do frame fish and wildlife habitat. So that's something where, to Councilmember Witten's point, we may want to keep fish in a broad sense.
Okay,
but
the
then-
recommendation from staff is to keep it
Yeah, and then to make our surgical insertions of the salmonids, like we've been
at different
doing. Yeah.
places where
Yep.
necessary.
And at
Okay.
those times, if it's particularly crucial to those species of fish, we can say particularly
Yeah.
yada yada.
Any other, so we're okay with that? Any other
Yes.
yeses on this?
yes.
Councilmember, who's
Chair.
next? Whitten.
Okay, same type of comment on 27 and 30. It's
And 31.
confusing. Yeah, and 31. When you add, again, what makes sense? I mean, I think you lose the meaning in some place when you just stick in pollinator
Yeah.
and you don't make sense with it. Let me give you an example, would be A on 30. Protect the integrity of what? Of wildlife? Pollinator habitat and conservation sites? Is that really what you mean? Or do you mean wildlife habitat? Or wildlife habitat including that of the pollinator?
I think it's wildlife, comma, pollinator. And
Well, but do you mean wildlife is wildlife, or do you mean wildlife habitat?
Habitat.
So you should put in habitat.
There's fish habitat, too.
Well, yeah, I mean, but really, the best way to put this in would be wildlife, especially pollinator habitat.
Well,
I mean-
it talks about fish, wildlife, and pollinator.
I mean, that's inclusive, as
It's
far as I can tell.
A doesn't mention fish.
It does so.
It does.
Oh, she's in 30.
Oh, you're in 30.
Oh, you're in 30.
Number
That's
30.
where it's clearly confusing.
I also,
Wildlife, you lose the meaning when you don't, it should be, if you want it to, wildlife to modify habitat and not just be wildlife, then it would
It
be
should be wildlife and
pollinator.
pollinator. Yeah.
But it really should be wildlife, especially pollinator. But, I mean, do what you want.
well, I have an additional comment to what Nancy had mentioned, is we have wildlife corridors, and we've talked about the habitat. I have not seen any conservation sites for the pollinators. We've talked about corridors for the pollinators. So what is it referring to? I mean, that hasn't been mapped up or shown, so I don't think it's applicable here because you're mixing apples and oranges. Had we had pollinator corridors defined or pollinator conservation sites, that would be applicable. But I don't see how you can put them all together in this one. I mean, at least the fish have basins that we've protected and identified.
So,
Well, let's keep it, these are aspirational as well, so.
So
Jeff?
We
you
don't have anything to aspire. We don't have any sites or corridors. So what are we aspiring to is my question.
And in 30, the confusion should be eliminated. I mean, you need to make sure that when you stick in pollinator, even though it isn't rational, that it makes some kind of sense.
Yeah. Or push it out and say it in the one-day defined pollinator corridor.
Yeah, but I mean, here, wildlife and pollinator habitat and conservation sites.
Do you have a better phrase for this,
a
Jeff?
staff suggestion maybe to address a couple of the council member comments for 30A we're talking about. Perhaps we could amend this to read, protect the integrity of, and again, trying to stick with some consistency from other policies, fish, comma, wildlife, and pollinator habitat and/or conservation sites. I think that would address Councilmember Valderrama's concern about
That would be better.
we don't necessarily have
Everybody okay with that?
pollinators.
Yes.
Let's,
drop it, I don't want to repeat myself.
let's,
Let's go back to 27 now, because if you're going to take that approach, then what you need to do with 27 is add a comment after habitat, pollinator habitat.
Correct. To be consistent.
Fine.
I'm good with that, too.
Okay.
It's in line with what you just said, I think.
And/or
Okay,
31?
27, I still have a question.
you still have a question on 21 or 27?
7.
Yeah.
And the question I brought up before, I ask again, are there floodways of 100-year floodplains in our city? Generally, a floodway is associated with a river, and you have area behind a dike, for example, that can be flooded in cases of extreme pressure on the riverbanks. So do we have floodways in the city of Sammamish?
Well, Mayor, Council, of course, I'm Evan Max. I'm one of the planners for the city of Sammamish. The 100-year floodplain that we have
Is
identified,
your microphone on?
Yeah.
Okay,
is this better?
that's better.
I feel like I'm going to kiss the microphone here. The floodway that we have identified, of course, in Sammamish primarily is the FEMA floodplain along the lake edge itself. Floodway, to Councilmember Jaron's point, is typically a term we see referenced along stream corridors or other areas. So as far as the policy direction here goes, I don't think it hurts to include the terminology floodway in knowing that it includes the broader FEMA floodplain definition. Or we could modify it as needed.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, from my environmental activism and stuff, I'm very aware that a lot of the basin planning looked at wetlands management areas. And a lot of the class 1 wetlands flood, and they have typically supersaturated soil. They are considered floodplains. I don't know if they'd be considered FEMA floodplains, but my question is, I think we should clarify if this type of policy includes that kind of a floodplain. Because clearly we have wetlands that flood regularly. I mean, like Southeast 24th had to be raised because wetland 26 floods. The 212th had to be raised because I think it's wetland 17.
And Nancy, I'm not criticizing the use of floodplains. I'm criticizing the use of floodways, which is a technical term and it does not exist in this city.
Okay.
Don, I'm not sure that it doesn't. Having spent some time talking to a well-known resident down on the Parkway who happens to have one of the creeks in town running through his property, he had significant flooding on his property in the past. So I'd say at least in Ebright Creek, there's a floodway.
Well, if it's
down there.
100 year, yeah, that might be possible. You know.
Just as a comment, we just attended a fish educational program, and their
Friends of
comment was the
Issaquah,
100-year flood is actually going to be turning into a 30-year flood possibly. So
Yep.
I don't know that it's going to hurt to be in there. I understand the technical.
Well, why don't we just take out the floodways of and simply say 100-year floodplains?
That'd be
Would
fine.
that cover pretty
Yeah.
much everything we got?
think so. That addresses the bigger issue, so there is no floodways.
Okay. Anything on the yeses still on this page?
Yes.
Councilmember Jarrett, again?
Well, on 28, where we're talking to strive to minimize city's waste stream by reducing purchases, 26 says promote the disposal of all waste in a safe and responsible manner. It really seems to be saying the same thing. Strive to minimize the city's waste stream by reducing purchases, reusing recycling material, and promote programs to encourage reduction reuse of recycling.
Well, 26 refers to disposal only, whereas 28 refers, let's not create as much that we need to dispose later.
Yeah, more process as opposed to end result.
Okay. That's
And
okay.
26 was a new policy proposed by the deputy mayor, and that's why staff
Lower the
actually read
section and
those as
just
well,
made it
so.
Anything else on the yeses?
I have one.
Okay, Councilmember Witten?
32 is the typo. It should, on the second line, in ways that two, not negatively, it should be, the two should be do.
Do not negatively impact, yeah, that's right.
Thanks, Nancy.
Anything else on the yeses?
Well, I think 31, since we talked about 30 and corrected A there, doesn't 31 just go away?
Can you,
I think so.
Isn't item 31?
do we need 31, given what we've already
Well,
changed?
yeah, 31 melts into 30 at this point, so I
Okay.
think we've got that
Good,
documented.
all right, fine. Let's go down to the,
So-
well,
30,
Ben, you have something to? No. Okay. Let's go down to the no's. The first one is 38. Does staff have a rationale for that?
yeah, let's actually talk about 38, 39, and 40 on the next
Okay.
page altogether, because they're all regarding EC 1.8. And there's 3 different proposals, all for the same wordsmithing
And you
of
don't
the
like
same
any of them.
policy. You know, staff just felt the existing 1.8 read fine, but there's 3 different choices there for you, 38, 39, 40, or leave it the way it is.
So the original is actually on both, but you have 3 different changes to the original.
Yeah, I
Right.
think everybody was
We're all
trying to
doing the
make
same
it
thing.
stronger in some
So
fashion.
on number 38, the word uphold should be underlined as a new addition. So basically, 38 was striking maintain and inserting uphold. 39 was adding the word aggressive. And then 40 was striking the word maintain and adding the word enhance.
Which one does staff feel is the
Original?
original?
So the original would read, maintain enforcement of the city's environmental critical areas code requirements and its rules and regulations, evaluate effectiveness of compliance periodically. That language had already been amended by council once to get to that point. So you've had a prior conversation about this policy.
I'm not sure that we're just.
And we liked it, to be honest
Yeah,
with you.
I'm fine, I'll withdraw mine.
Can we agree on maintain?
I agree with that.
I don't.
I like uphold.
I don't think the enforcement's strong enough.
I agree.
I mean, we get hammered by our people all the time when they see something happen.
Agreed.
I think we need something in there. I don't know if any of these hit it, but just to maintain says, let's just keep on going like we've been going on, and that to me is not acceptable. Maybe putting the word effective enforcement, or, I think it needs to be stronger enforcement. I think that was a fairly common feeling.
How about we just have the original and add the word effective enforcement? Good.
Well, it's better, yeah.
Uphold is kind of,
Uphold of what you're doing now is not adequate.
no, we don't want to do
It's not.
that. And enhance is
question
kind
that.
of a vague term. So I think maintain effective. Is that okay?
Yeah, that could be stronger.
All right, let's continue then.
I still have a couple on this page.
Okay.
On 32, there's a typo.
We got the typo.
On 33, you have suggested provide improved public access for Sammamish residents. Well, the Emerald Necklace is more than a Sammamish facility, so I would say public access for, if you want to specify, Sammamish, Issaquah County, and maybe Redmond. So
I don't know
would
the
simply
I guess
either, I would just,
residents.
Remember, we're dealing with our own people
Can I-
here.
Don, can I
I would put a
intervene?
period after access.
Don, can I intervene?
Sure.
This refers to item E up in 30.
Yes.
So the way item E reads now, to facilitate completion and connections from the plateau to the necklace, which implies improving additional public access for our residents, but it doesn't imply that it's public access to exclude non-residents. So I think you need to look at E as the initial, and then the.
Well, wouldn't this replace the initial one, or?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I mean, so,
I think it does.
That's a good catch. This EC 121 was a little bit complex here with the different
Yeah.
components.
You can't
So
agree with
the deputy
both of them.
mayor is correct. You've got a an addition up there in item 30, but then you've got kind of a different proposal of that in item
Actually, some of the
33.
necklace is in the plateau, is still on the plateau, so I'm not sure
That's
that's
correct,
accurate
but it's
either.
not all in the city.
No.
And
Well,
so,
much of it isn't.
so in 30E, where you said, and connections from the plateau to the necklace, that's true. From our city to the necklace is important connections. It's also important to connect the necklace to other regional trails. And that's what the county's really enthused about, and Mountains of Sound Greenway.
But is that really part of our comp plan, or is it the county's comp plan?
Well, the county's a very strong participant in the Emerald Necklace.
Ours,
Yeah.
because ours are integrated with the county.
So I would suggest that just say, and connections to the necklace, not specifying where they're coming from.
So how about playing off Councilmember Jaron's suggestion, and then we add, to address the item in 33, add and improved public access, period.
Or just leave improved
So
public
we're
access,
just
period.
changing 30?
We're changing both of them.
We would melt-
30
There, one is, it's either or.
Connections and improved public access to the necklace.
Yeah, so why don't we just work on 30? Because that's the,
You just got it.
Yeah, you
just
did.
did.
I was just told that we would keep both of them.
Well, we're adding the word public access into 30,
Yeah.
and then cross off 33, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. We got all that? Okay, anything else on this page? Let's go down to the no's. We dealt with 38, I think, with effective. 39, oh, okay, 39 is the same one. Okay, let's
40 is
move
the
to the
same.
next page then. This would be page 4. And we've taken care of 40. There are several yeses and a few nos. First, let's check the yeses. Do we have any questions on those?
Yeah.
Councilmember Jarrett, are you? Nope.
Sure.
Councilmember or Deputy Mayor, or
Oh,
do you
I'm
have
sorry.
one?
Yeah.
Okay, you're number 1, so go.
Okay, on yeses first.
Yes.
On 48, where we say avoid wetland impacts, preserving and maintaining wetlands in their natural state. If this were our policies, simply to avoid them, we would have never built 244th across the wetlands. So I do like to leave the words to the maximum extent possible. So it gives us some flexibility, or we would have had 244th going east and north and west.
We also have to do a new bridge across Issaquah Falls City Road.
We do, and then the Emerald Necklace is going to cross some critical areas too, so.
So there'll be human bridges, bike bridges, whatever.
Good catch.
Are we okay with that?
Draw the change.
Okay, so we're good with that one. Did you have another one?
Yes, in 52, it's not good English.
No, I
Protect-
already talked to him about that this morning. Moving pollinator next to plant is where it should have gone.
Correct, good.
We okay with that then?
Wait a minute. So it's going to read plant, pollinator, and, oh, don't forget the comma, and animal species habitat.
Right.
Okay. All right. Any-
55, it doesn't quite make sense there. Preserve and connect and add pollinator. I think there's some typo in there.
There
Yes.
is a typo because when I sent it to him, I said, please add, and they typed that in too.
Oh,
So delete the words and add.
Okay.
I'm certain this was one of the ones I worked on at 1 a.m. in the morning. So
I'm sure.
like 2 in the morning.
We perfectly understand.
Okay,
and
so
then
we're good on that.
My last one is 57, where it says protect habitat corridors potentially used by wildlife and pollinators from the impacts of development. Well, all undeveloped land in the city is habitat. And it's actually not only potentially used by wildlife, it is used by wildlife. So to protect all habitat from the impacts of development, that's impossible. It just eliminates all undeveloped land in the city. All existing underdeveloped land can potentially be used by wildlife and pollinators, so it eliminates that.
It doesn't mean that it's an absolute protection. There are degrees of protection. What it does is focus on it and say, look, you've got a problem, you've got to take action.
Can we say, can we use the to the extent possible or practical or,
Something like that.
something like that?
Yeah, that makes sense.
God, we really overused that feasibility.
Well, but it's
Consistent, I like what Nancy suggested, where feasible might be a good word.
I'm okay with it. It's just, I get tired of it after a while.
I do too.
So on that one, excuse me, just, why don't we start the policy with where feasible in a comma? and
Right.
then- And then the rest
think
will
we're
read
good then.
off. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's, anyone else? Nancy, why don't you go ahead with yours?
Okay,
Okay, we're focusing on the yeses right now.
yeah, I know, but you took us out of order, so wait, I had, so, on 47,
Okay?
I want to add steep slopes.
Everybody okay with steep slopes in there? We have a definition of that, I believe, so.
On 50. I want to, I'm very concerned about wetland mitigation being in the subbasin rather than on-site. So I want to make a distinction between that in the second sentence. Wetland mitigation proposals may be approved if they would result in improved overall wetland functions on site.
And drop within the
If
subbasin?
feasible, or if not feasible, but then in the same.
Is everybody okay with that?
No,
I'm sorry, I'm
it's,
not
that's
quite sure what we're
I'm
going on.
trying to understand the,
it's adding obfuscation.
yeah. Let's make the point, because I like anything that's in the same subbasin.
The problem is that if you can avoid an impact to a wetland, you're supposed to.
Right.
So if you can mitigate, you want to mitigate first for the wetland you're negatively impacting. And only if it isn't feasible or there's some other good reason, do you want to send it outside to, off-site to mitigate. It's like when we did 212th, we're doing the thing, you know, we may have to mitigate off-site, but that's because we can't mitigate on-site. So you want on-site mitigation first.
If feasible, and then,
If feasible, and if
Right.
not feasible, then you can go off-site, but within the same
Within-
do you
subdivision.
understand what we're saying here? Can you make that change?
Yes.
You're good with that?
Okay.
Everybody okay with that?
I want to continue on that one.
Kathy, you have another one? You want to continue?
No, I wanted to stay on that one, and I wanted to, because I was comparing what Erica's suggestions were to these. Erica made one suggestion to this one, to change, to strike the word consider and put in designate. And I want.
What in place of consider?
Erica Tiliakos,
Yes.
in her suggestions, suggested striking the word consider and designate mitigation sites. And I wanted to understand why the staff had said no to that option.
Well, could we discuss that when we get there?
Well, no, because we're discussing this now, so why don't we just take it now?
And
The other ones that then.
and staff made a note on Erica's suggestion that the language could say, consider designating.
But why wouldn't we want to designate?
It was, when we looked at it, we felt that could be a directive that could be difficult to achieve, designating mitigation sites.
Right.
I mean, that could be a fairly substantial work program effort to be able to do that. So
All
I
over
think
the
we were
city.
trying to keep the language, I get the intent of what the suggestion was, and I
Yeah.
think we were trying to find maybe a middle-of-the-road solution.
Okay, because I'm looking at the last sentence, and it seems like the last sentence says locate mitigation sites strategically, so aren't we designating mitigation sites?
Well, strategically suggested we're making choices, however.
Well, I understand that.
Right, but when
I guess to
when you
me,
take, when you take all the language in that policy in totality, it would start with something effective, consider designating, and then when you get down to the last sentence, again, the way staff was reading it, that last sentence in that would, if you're going to end up, through your consideration designating them, then the last sentence reads locate mitigation sites strategically. So then, once you consider it, if you're going to do it, then that's how you're going to do it.
Then you
in a
pick and
sense.
choose among the most
Yeah.
effective opportunities?
That was our read on it, so.
Okay.
Yeah, to me, it didn't seem to be quite that way. Go
Ben?
ahead.
We need to be careful here what we say and what are the
Yes.
impacts of what we say is not possible to do the mitigation within that particular zone, within that particular basin. We partner with the water sewer district that support their wetland mitigation bank that they were in the process of establishing. Give you another example that's coming up. Southeast 4th Street that they were about to undertake to build that project. There's about, I think potentially a couple wetlands. They're not the Class A or Class B, but nonetheless the Class C wetlands. Now, to mitigate that in town center, you can just imagine how much money that's going to cost, but you can use that equivalent amount of money to make a bigger impact in Ebright Creek Basin. That has more sensitive issues to deal with. So try to be a little bit flexible here to give you the ultimate and best results in how to do the mitigations here. If you restrict that, impact has to be within that particular basin. I'm not quite sure we will get the best results for our taxpayers. Good point.
And that's not what I was discussing, because,
No, I wasn't referring to your comment.
oh,
I was
okay,
just
very
talking
good,
general
thank you.
comments, Kathy.
I was going to bring that up.
But you need the order of mitigation. I think it's state law requires it, doesn't it? It's supposed to be on-site, and if you can't do on-site, then it has to be in the same sub-basin. If you can't do that, then it can go a project, a significant project elsewhere.
Well, if it's covered under state law, why do we have to get more specific here?
Because if you're going to mention it at all, you need to be accurate. I mean, there's an order of priority that needs to be.
So do we have some consent? I like the idea of the strategic part at the end. I like the part of consider designating at the top. And that gets to the issue. I think then we've got something that's workable.
But the point he made is that there needs to be a third tier.
That's right.
So.
What is the third?
What I would recommend,
Outside the sub-basin.
outside the sub-basin, if it's not feasible, first on-site or in the sub-basin.
Can we add the third tier on that line?
Can I recommend that we give staff the latitude?
That's what I was just
to come up with
suggesting.
Language that we don't need to come back.
Yeah,
to.
I was just suggesting to staff that they do that. Okay.
So let me just ask one last question. So in my reading, when it says consider designating mitigation sites to replace or augment, we can choose not to designate anything and not do them at all. And that's the problem I have with that wording. That's,
And I think, as I previously mentioned, our read on it was a little bit different, that's
I think that
something.
we're just reading it differently, yeah. That's the problem that I have. It says, consider mitigation sites to replace. And so when you consider them, you can consider not to do it or to do it.
So would the word
I think that-
require?
Well, no, I think that was the purpose of Erica putting in
Just designate.
it's essential that we do this and that we
Then we at least know
designate.
what they are. Then we can go down the list of strategically choosing and then,
So then, a better word than consider could be to not give, I think what we want to do here is we want to go through the process to figure out the appropriateness, right? So how about the word evaluate? Evaluate mitigation sites to replace or augment
Perfect.
wetland
okay?
functions.
Thank you.
We okay with that?
Thanks for staying with that. That was good.
All right.
That was a good outcome.
Don, you have more?
Yeah, there's a no up, number 42.
We're doing yeses.
We're doing yeses still. Do you
Still on
have
yeses.
yeses?
I have a yes.
Okay.
Then Nancy,
57.
okay?
I can remember adding the word potentially used. It really should be, the concept I was trying to get is you want them not only to be existing corridors, but potentially corridors. So I would, after the word corridors, I would add the word used or potentially used.
It already says potentially used.
I know, that's what I'm just showing you how it would read. So I would add the two words used or.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
We got that? Okay.
Sorry. It would read, protect habitat and habitat corridors used for,
Used or,
potentially used by,
used or potentially used.
Okay.
used or that could be potentially used.
Right, could be, thank you.
Don't forget where feasible in the beginning.
Yeah, that's right.
I hate that.
No, we aren't putting in where feasible.
Yes, we are.
No, we're
We
not.
just agreed to that.
No, we didn't. We did?
Yes.
You did.
2 minutes ago.
We did.
We're appropriate.
Don, you've taken us back
Okay,
where we started.
let's start with the no's then. Item number 40, this is a Tom Odell. Do you have a rationale for your no on that one?
40 we already discussed in
Oh, that's right,
conjunction
we're
with
done with
38,
that one.
39.
Let's move down to 42 then.
Tell me.
42 and 43 are both regarding EC 2.1, and we just thought it read well the way it was, so this was another one that council's already discussed at a previous point.
I agree, I leave it alone.
Yeah, I would too.
Leave it
I'm good
alone.
with it. There's no need to add more qualifiers in there, just keep it simple.
40, 44, and 45, again, are both in regards to EC 2.2. So there was the deputy mayor's suggestion in 44. We thought that was a good read, so we were picking one or the,
Thank you.
Okay, we okay with
I think
that?
44 covers what I was trying to get to.
Okay, good. Let's move down to 53.
3 and 54 are both regarding EC 4.12, and
Which one did we had?
53 and
I'm
54.
sorry. Okay.
in this one, so this one actually, 4.12 was actually discussed by city council on September 1. And I think here we felt that Councilmember Odell's changes here, even though they look more substantial, were more in line with that. So
I concur. I think his is stronger than my wording.
and it was in line with your previous discussion as well. So
Okay,
that's
so
how
we're
we
good
ended
with
up with that.
54 then? And we skip 53.
And then 56, the final no on this page.
Okay.
You've already basically had this discussion with 57 over the course of several minutes.
58.
We're looking at 56 now.
Yeah, 56 and
And
58.
58.
Actually, I would leave 56 and 58 alone at this point because you've had a whole conversation about 57, and they're all about the same policy.
Okay,
Really, the comment on 56 was a clerical. This was, I think, one of the late night ones, because I had suggested it was there, and I said it's, and I think the is fine. But it was really just a clerical.
Yeah, you're right. Mhm.
okay.
Yep.
Let's move to page 5. Concentrate on the yeses first. Do we have any, okay. Your button is on, Councilmember Witten, are you?
Yes.
Page 5. Yeses first.
I think no, all mine are all on the
Knows.
nose.
Okay, you're okay then? Councilmember Jaron, do you have one or two here?
Well, yeah, on the first one, 58, again, it says protect habitat and their connectivity potentially used by wildlife, salmonids, and pollinators from the impacts of development. So I guess we should put where feasible ahead of that.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I mean, every undeveloped lot in the city is habitat.
Yeah.
And you're going to protect all those from the impacts of development? I don't think so.
The problem, I think we have 2 yeses, 57 and 58 are just discussing the same language.
Okay, we already put where
And
feasible.
we already did that. So we probably should strike 58. It's the same topic,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Here again.
other than the fact that we now need salmonoids in there.
Salmonids?
Salmonids, I'm sorry.
Delmonids, yeah.
Yeah.
Salmonids.
So we'll incorporate that change in 58 into what you've already approved for 57.
Okay, that's right, we did
Okay.
do 57.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Can I just make a comment, Tom?
Yeah,
We're backtracking here in many respects in a number of ways from where we were last week. The use of the term "were feasible" is a big bloody loophole that someone could drive a truck through at some point in the future. And the use of it as liberally as we are today, frankly, disturbs the heck out of me. And I think this council needs to take a look at the future implications of what that might do for the environment up here.
Well, conversely, not putting where feasible in leaves a big room for a big truck to go through every lot in the city.
Tom, or Don, I don't think that's really the case. There are a lot of lots here which are already wrecked from an environmental point of view.
Yes?
Those are wide open to development. What we have is a lot of lots that are still very pristine from the environmental point of view, which could be turned into what happened over across the street here.
That's true, but if you touch it for development, you're not protecting the habitat.
Problem is, those lots are zoned
Right.
typically, and much as I'd like to be able to save all of them, I think you're going to run into numerous lawsuits from homeowners or landowners. You know, I mean, I want to protect as much as I can, but, I mean, I think Don's point on this is,
What does the word protect mean? How much?
yeah.
What's the word where feasible mean too? I mean,
And I thought we got into this last week, and we dropped the words "were feasible," because
Yeah.
protecting is, it's aspirational. It doesn't mean that you have to protect every single blade of grass.
Well, it's an automatic appeal of every development in the city.
Donna,
They'll refer to the comp plan and say, look, your comp plan says protect the habitat from development. So
Donna,
you
we can
better
deal with-
cancel this.
I'll drop my pollinator arguments if you drop your if feasible.
No?
That would be a huge step. Please, Don, please.
No, I'm serious. This is,
All flock there.
this is a wild card for anybody that wants to delay development in the city.
and it's also, if we do it, a wild card for everyone who wants to build until there's nothing left to build on, to go right ahead and do it.
How so? We've got all the development regulations in this city, and by saying where feasible, protect habitat, I think that's a pretty generous statement. We already passed where feasible on 57.
On 57. Well, we already, that's right. I mean, we've already made that decision. So let's just
Don't
go
like
with
it.
that. Okay, let's go to the other, anyone have another yes on this page? Let's get by the 56, 57, 58, 89, and move to the rest of them.
Well, 59, again, is mine. It says protect priority species, and I asked the comment, are priority species threatened or endangered or what? What's the definition of priority species?
I had that same question.
If we don't have a definition.
They're bears, frankly.
It's the Pine Lake pussy.
And this is like the wildlife corridor question of which is the wildlife we're trying to protect. And they had rats and other things in there originally.
Well, is it in the
I think we're
glossary?
trying to protect the wildlife solely. I don't think that's the sole purpose. We have a situation in this community where wildlife are moving from one part of the community to another. And if they don't have corridors to move, they're still going to try to get through there.
Which is the ones that we're trying to save and which are the priority species? We've been asking for years this issue.
Well, you talked about wildlife corridors. I was responding to that.
Understand, but it's the same argument that keeps coming up, priority species, that we don't know who the priority
Evan,
species
you have a,
I agree. That's a different.
Evan, you have a comment?
Mayor and council, if I can remind you, we had a very lengthy conversation that we're maybe starting to retouch with our critical areas regulations and our update perhaps 2 or 3 years ago now. And as the council may recall, we looked at bears, we looked at deer, we looked at the list that was in the East Sammamish Basin and non-point action plan. And in the end, we came up with a priority species definition that I think actually Emily was going to obtain for the council's reference here. I think we avoided specifying specific species because we ran into some disagreement as to whether, for example, large predators were appropriate in the city of Sammamish. We tend to focus, when we're talking about priority species, on the threatened and endangered species that Councilmember Jarrett alluded to a moment ago. When we're talking about preserving our fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas, of course, there are benefits to non-listed species, right? For example, we are aware of the pileated woodpecker in our city.
Yes?
We look at pileated woodpecker protection plans when we're looking at a
Is that one
development
on or
proposal. I believe it's a candidate species at this point. It's not actually
Oh, yeah,
threatened
good,
or
sorry.
endangered. I'll remind the council, there's a priority species list, I believe that Fish and Wildlife maintains, that we evaluate when we're
I'm just
evaluating
saying we
the
should
question.
add that definition to our glossary.
And I think that's what Ms. Artesh is
Can you
perhaps
go ahead
handing
and
to us
add that to
momentarily.
the glossary?
Yeah, it would be my recommendation.
Yeah, and so I'll read the draft definition if I may. This is related to native wildlife, and it would include non-domesticated mammals, birds, amphibians, reptiles, fish, mollusks, annelids, arthropods, including pollinators that are indigenous to the coastal region of the Pacific Northwest. And then, of course, we can specify further that on any of those subcategories. I suspect this is going to be, when we get into specifying specific species amongst the mammals, we may agree or disagree around specific species type. If I could pull us back to the specific policy direction here, priority species and habitats, I think this is coming out of our Growth Management Act direction around fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas, and trying to nail down each individual species type could be a very lengthy conversation. If that's the council's will, we could certainly go there, but we're going to have a conversation around black bears and cougars and bobcats and coyotes and deer and things the council may recall discussing before.
So what do you mean by protect them? Because as you talked about pileated woodpecker, does that mean a person can't develop his lot if the pileated woodpeckers?
No, and pardon me for not chasing that a little further into the, I'll remind you, in the critical areas regulations, what we talk about is a wildlife habitat management plan. That doesn't mean that there's now a cottonwood in the middle of a development that's protected in perpetuity. What we are trying to do is make sure that there are still some habitat opportunities within a project that might have a priority species for their use. So there may not be a protection of a specific tree or in the case of a pileated woodpecker, but there might be provisions to include trees of that species type within the wetlands, within the bounds of that subdivision. And I'll remind the council, this is fairly clearly articulated in our critical areas ordinance, how it looks on the ground. What we're talking about, of course, here tonight is the policy basis for those
Okay,
regulations.
so we don't have to get in the weeds on this, and,
That would be my suggestion, though, of course, I'll follow the will of the council.
okay. That's one of the issues we have, I think, is wanting to create ordinances and regulations in a planning document.
Yeah,
And we need to avoid that. Councilmember Keller, you have a question?
Well, yeah, I want to go down because it relates to this at 64. I wonder, when I was saying bear, I'm not sure that I want to promote bear running up and down the streets of Sammamish. I think the
I've got
point,
3 in my neighborhood right now.
yeah, I think the point that I really wanted to make is we were listing all these species right here, and should we continue to list them out? But I liked Councilmember Odell's comment of animal. Maybe that was more generic and covered it, but then we run into the definition that we were just speaking to. So maybe that. Pardon? But it's related to the conversation is what it's kind of related to that conversation of getting that definition that Councilmember Gerund has been asking for a long time. What is the priority species?
Well, there is a list of priority species and habitats.
If you just go by the list.
By the state-defined list, is that what we're going by? Like,
I mean, that's fine, isn't it?
and all the others we don't have to
definition that
deal
you
with, right?
just-
Yeah.
You just came up with.
With the Sammamish.
Okay, are we okay then?
Well, then the question is on 61, Tom is suggesting adding all native plant, fish, and animal and pollinator priority species. If the list is already there, you don't have to specify what's
Exactly.
on the
Let's
list.
kill it.
I wasn't aware of the list when I wrote that.
I wasn't either.
So we're okay with the list as a background material. We can put it in our volume 2.
So 61
So what have we
disappears?
decided on between 60, 61, and 64? I'm confused as to what we're concluding.
How about just 60?
So Yeah, and that's what I was just sidebarring with Evan on. So if you, for EC 4.2, if you just wanted to take the deputy mayor's suggestion on number 60 straight up.
Doesn't mean, take it out, you mean eliminate it?
No. So the policy would stay, but then the word riparian would be,
That doesn't make sense. Why are you picking out riparian and excluding land?
They're not.
Riparian is land, but alongside
Yeah.
streams, but
So
But
Or-
this says protect, this limits the protection of habitats to riparian.
No, priority species and riparian. I guess you could read it two different ways.
Oh, yeah, because the ones behind it identify plant, fish, and animal.
let's have a recommendation from staff. Which of these readings do you think makes the most sense, given that we now understand there is a list of priority species and habitats?
Work on that.
let's stick with 4.2 the way it is, which is protect priority species and habitats. That's your simplest,
So we're leaving out
Go
riparian,
straightforward.
just
right.
Okay.
not getting into the
Priority species.
riparian weeds on that one.
into the arthropods.
For staff, priority species include vegetative species?
I would need to double check to know the answer to that for certain, Councilmember Odell. I can, so is it fair to infer that if it does not include plant species, we should add plant to be
Well,
specific?
I think the plants would be inherent in habitat.
I believe that's accurate. Here, we tend to focus on, of course, fish and wildlife more than flora. But we could expand the policy if that's the
But
council's
if we're
direction.
protecting habitat, we're protecting the correct plants, aren't we?
Well, hopefully we are, although going back to the public comment we had at the outset here, if we have what people think of habitat as really being stuff that doesn't belong here originally, then maybe we're not protecting habitat.
Well, I think we're talking about a Northwest habitat, our habitat. I think that's self-defining
We
to
need to be
me.
clear on that, Tom.
Well, in 4.4, we talk about protecting native plant communities.
Right.
Okay, yeah,
All right.
it's there. It's there in item 62. Okay, is there anything else on this page among the yeses? Nancy? Okay, I'm going to go down the nose in a minute, unless we've already covered them. Okay, then let's start with 66. Did we do this one?
That's a yes.
Do you have a
66 is a yes.
65, I'm sorry. No, let's go, 64, we already did. Bob, you're
Yeah, I think.
giving up on that one.
Yeah, I would say that Tom's, Councilmember Odell's variation is good.
Okay, and then we're going to 65.
That was already
Yeah,
talked
but
about, I thought.
Yeah, we talked about
We
that.
got that one?
Yeah.
69.
67,
Oh, I missed it, 67.
I withdraw.
Withdraw.
Oh, not so quick.
And
Nine.
in exchange, I expect Don to be very sparing in his comments on where he's.
We'll
replace it.
we'll keep him in order, so that's good. 69. This is Gerund.
Well, I still want.
70 are both related to 5.15.
So I'm okay with leaving out mine because Tom's crosses out rivers.
Okay.
So I would support Tom's there, 70. But can I briefly go back to 62 and ask
No, please.
clarification from staff?
No,
No, we passed it.
No. Staff?
No Kellers.
It
We're
says
going
protect
forward.
native plant communities through management and control of non-native invasive plants. When you say protect, does that mean we can have code enforcement and go into people's yards and say you have to remove the English ivy
Yes.
or holly?
Awful plants.
So,
Bamboo. I know a neighbor I want.
Neighbor's got some there.
I'm going to plant bamboo on my
Actually, our homeowners association is also, have been on the war path on
that's
English
good, but I
ivy.
mean, this is a huge policy decision for the city.
I think Councilmember Don Jaren is raising a good point. I'm taking notes here that as you pass this policy, I'm just putting the FTs on the tick marks right here.
It's okay.
But it's invasive.
We're talking about invasive plants.
Control.
That's right. I'm not saying we shouldn't, I'm saying this is a huge policy
Well, I
decision.
think this is an aspirational goal, too. There's a huge, we're way behind the eight ball on this one anyway. Holly, among
So
other
the
things.
question is, when a citizen says, hey, you say protect it, my neighbor has English ivy, make him get rid of it. Will he have to get rid of it?
Well, it's not a regulation to start with, so I think as the mayor has
a
already
policy
pointed
goal.
out. Yeah.
Until this goes down to the level of regulation.
And I would actually add to this, to 62 through education, management, and control. So it's not just,
Everybody okay with that thought?
Sure.
Education, yeah.
Management and control.
I will start the code enforcement action with Councilmember Whitman's lot first, then
Yeah, I'm sure there's some English ivy there somewhere.
Come to mind next.
Let's move to, I think we're done with the no's on this page, so let's, unless somebody objects, let's go to page 6. Looking at the yeses, there's only one no on the page anyway. One, looking at the yeses, is there anything there that we need to
Yeah.
look at? Councilmember Jaron?
Well, I see a typo on 80.
Fix the typo. Where is it?
Well, it says protect and enhance surface waters, including streams,
Lakes.
our lakes, and other lakes.
Let's just pick lakes.
Just put lakes.
Ponds and wetlands, whatever, and watershed and subbasin
And then my
basins.
other question is on 83, where it says support the management goals and incorporate the strategies of the 1994, et cetera. Where can a citizen obtain a copy of this updated plan? And should it perhaps be referenced in here? A website rather than a library?
Probably the website is best.
The East Lake Sammamish Basin Non-Point Action Plan is currently on the city website.
Okay.
okay, there we go.
Wonderful.
Any other yeses here to discuss? Councilmember Wood, you have one?
No, I have two no's. I want to just know.
Well, I'll get to the no's. Well, there's one no,
Oh,
but,
wait, yeah, yes, 81 and 82,
okay.
where staff has recommended yes, eliminate, I just wondered why.
This is 81 and 82.
So let me look this up for a second.
I think these were covered elsewhere, Nancy.
Maybe they were
Yeah.
No, they were,
redundancy, perhaps?
I think you've got to go
So-
back and look at this whole section, but there's a whole lot in there.
Item 82, Councilmember Odell pointed out in his comments back in August to staff, it's also duplicated in policy EC 5.25.
That's fine, I mean, if it's a duplication, I have no
Yep.
At number 77, it says 5.25 and delete 5.32.
Yep.
Okay, so if you look at 77, it kind of gives that.
Right, so there was, with that amendment, item 82 became
Redundant.
Relevant.
irrelevant. Thank you.
Any other yeses here?
77 needs to be clarified.
77?
Yeah, grammatically, we may be using apostrophe after district planning. Support lake management district
Oh, yeah, you're right.
and their plans and policies.
I think it's Lake Management District's plans, isn't it?
No, because they're not always the same. You want to support the districts, and then you want to support their plans and policies. They're different things. The management plans are really taxing districts.
At this point, we only have one Lake Management District, don't we?
Nancy, if you look at 5.32, it says support lake management plans and policies. So it was that policy that got moved up to 77.
And then, but he added the word district.
No, it says lake management district plans and policies.
Maybe the S in districts should be removed. So it'd be district plans and policies as opposed to districts.
Just eliminate districts,
Yeah,
lake management plans and policies.
good.
I'm happy with that,
I
too.
like that. Less is more.
It covers it.
Which is, again, more aspirational. Okay. Anything else on the yeses on this page?
I do want to go back.
back.
Yeah, I just have a question.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
It's a question about
Why don't you get your microphone there in front of you?
Okay, so Evan, on the, on 83, we're talking about the 1994 King County East Lake Sammamish Basin and Non-Point Action Plan. Has that been updated?
No. There have been sub-basin plans that the East Sammamish Basin Non-Point Action Plan called for. Thompson Basin, for example. So those have been specific subsets of that larger plan. But the overall document, I don't believe, has been updated since 1994.
Perhaps not necessary because it calls out a number of options.
Yeah, and it actually calls for individual subbasins to be further evaluated along the lines of the Inglewood Basin Plan or Sub-Basin Plan.
I
the
think this
Thompson.
is where the SO 180 and 190, I mean, I'm really taxing my history now. I think that's where these documents come from that.
They come from a couple of different best available sources. You're correct, Councilmember Keller. The Sammamish Basin Non-Point Action Plan is one of those best available science documents we referenced even in our last 2013 update. The East Sammamish Community Plan, which predated even the Basin and Non-Point Action Plan, made reference to the two overlays. If I may, I'm going to remind the council we've changed the names a little bit. So SO 180, of course, is the Wetland Management Area Overlay. SO 190 was the Erosion Hazard Near Sensitive Water Body Overlay. But yes, it is still the basic background supporting science document for those overlays.
Okay, I want to,
Not going to update this document.
And not last I heard, no.
I'm going to move up to 74, which is a no, but that's really, if we like 73, then no, the 74 would be moot. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay, let's move on to 7. We've got page 7. We have several yeses here, and do we have any, your button is pushed, Councilmember Witten, you got something there?
I voted correct.
Okay,
90. Proposal is to add in developing, and you need, if you're going to add that, and you need to add the word and.
Nancy, where are you reading?
90,
90, thank you.
developing and updating.
Yep.
Correct.
Yep. Okay, page 8.
Thank you, Nancy.
we're good with that. Any other, Don, you have something?
Yeah, on 85, we talk about and redevelopment in the watershed. Do we have a definition for redevelopment? At what point does it become redevelopment? Versus just,
When you tear down the old?
yeah, do you have to tear it down to the ground or add a accessory dwelling unit or what?
That's
Not-
the rule for regulations.
Well, we need a definition in our policy.
Do we need a definition in our policy, or do we understand what this means? Evan?
I think, so I'll leave the question of whether or not you want the definition, but let me answer the underlying question, I think, which is in the regulation that implements this policy now in the 2 lake management areas, you have effectively a redevelopment threshold for requiring the review that this policy is getting at. Whether or not you want to define redevelopment here in the comp plan, I, personally would tend to recommend against it because redevelopment then becomes kind of an awkward word in other contexts. You've already set a regulation in your critical areas code that implements this policy and effectively
don't need to do
defines
that here.
redevelopment.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay, you have another one?
Yes, again, in 88, it talks about the Surface Water Design Manual and the Stormwater Pollution Control Manual. We should tell people where you can find those also.
Okay.
Fine.
Can you do that?
Okay.
Anything else on this page? Let's move to page 8. Well, this gets us to 100 if we do this one. We'll blow by 100 here. Given the, I guess we have all yeses on this page, so let's just go with any questions on those. Councilmember Jarrett?
Why don't we work down the page? on 93, it says, assess all air quality impacts of proposed land use action. Yes. I'm afraid all is overkill. For example, the color of bicycle lanes affect the thermal properties which might affect the air circulation patterns in the vicinity. So I really am opposed to putting all in there.
You know, maybe we should think about bike lane colors. You know.
That's the old butterfly effect, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Pollinator effect.
If it raises the average
2
temperature,
years from now, that color of that bike lane is going to,
So what would you propose instead?
I would
all.
just assess air quality
Exactly.
impacts.
Yep, I'm supportive.
Yeah, it makes
Er-
sense.
Everybody okay with that?
Okay.
no.
So we're not going to add all air quality? Because we're not, you know,
Then 95, we talk about considering a multi-pronged approach to climate change mitigation, including support for energy efficiency, vehicle trip reduction, reforestation, environmental protection, and then we added, and flood control. And I'm trying to figure out how flood control mitigates climate change.
Good point.
we might have some floods if we have climate change. But,
Because this word says including support for. This is support for all of these things, including flood control. If you read
Right,
back to
right, to consider multi-pronged approach to climate change mitigation. It doesn't, I don't see it as connected to climate change mitigation.
Well, that's one of the big things of climate change is flooding.
Flooding the coastlines, we were not on the coastline.
Flooding everywhere because you get more extreme storm events. And it affects your creeks.
You mean like
and
this
your
summer?
It affects the temperature of the creeks and stuff with the fish in it.
well, this winter, we actually could have, according to, we could have a very wet winter, and
Yeah.
Well, you're stretching it.
No,
But-
we're
I
not.
don't think we are.
I think it's perfectly, and
staff, you're okay with this? Okay. Anything else, Don?
Yes, 96, again, the definition of green energy. Not sure how gray water system is applied. To see, encourage projects that utilize green energy strategies such as smart meters, gray water system. I don't
The
see,
water system is certainly a green energy thing because you're reusing water.
which has to do with energy,
Yes,
in what sense?
because you're using, since you're reusing the water, you don't have to go out and produce or bring in the water from the wells and other sources.
Well, I can see it as environmentally a good thing. But, yeah,
It's still a green energy strategy, so. I mean, if you don't want it in there, let's put it someplace else.
hopefully it is someplace else, as I saw it.
Evan, and Jeff, in our building code, do we address gray water?
It might, you know, what if we moved the gray water out of EC 9.2 and actually into EC 9.3, the item right below it? Because then I think you're getting more towards,
Yes.
we're
I
having
think
flexibility in
that's-
our regulatory amendments.
That would
We
go-
could stick gray water in there easily
That
enough.
would be a
Yeah.
very good place for it.
Good call.
Okay.
So we're shifting that down to 9.3. Okay. Is there anything else on this page?
Yeah, 98, we preserve and enhance the city's urban forest, use trees and other vegetation native to the Sammamish area in all restoration. And I'd say there's a strong argument for encouraging biodiversity, and our climate change, as we talked about, is going to change what trees that are amenable to a changed climate. So not to mention some trees, native trees are subjected to diseases as the climate changes. So, for example, I brought up in the past sequoia or western redwood to be a tree which is very amenable to our climate and probably more amenable in the future if we get warmer, and yet it's not native. So I would say encourage use of trees and other vegetation native to Sammamish area.
I have one follow-up down on this. When I was talking with Evan a week ago,
Can you use your microphone? It's way over there.
when I was talking with Evan a week or week and a half ago, he mentioned, for example, in connection with the tree ordinance,
that he wasn't aware of any deciduous native tree that's appropriate for streetscapes, where they'll be effective and long-lived and stuff, and healthy. Is that a correct restatement, Evan? But,
Yes.
so, I mean, we aren't the planning commission, we didn't have all the detailed studies. I think there is a place for non-native that we haven't recognized yet. And I recognize there are strong reasons for native and for emphasizing that. But for all the reasons Don mentioned, the climate change, you know, you've got to be prepared. Some communities are using oak as a forerunner of a changing climate, so that in 50 years, as you grow out, you will have that kind of mixture that will allow wildlife to survive. In the oceans, they're having peace soup, you know, where it's all mixed up. They're talking about that species right now where the water temperature changes. So I think we need to be flexible and recognize that in appropriate circumstances, non-native, non-invasive non-native is a good thing and needs to be part of our codes.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially, I mean, think about it. We don't use coniferous trees in our rights-of-way because they block our visions. So you want a tree that grows up where you can see around it, and that's a deciduous tree. And if it's a deciduous tree, our staff is telling us, you know, you need non-native. So I think we need to have staff, I don't think we want to wordsmith it here tonight, but we need some
Flexibility?
flexibility and policy that says, look at non-native where it makes sense.
Thank you.
Can I, last week I asked for a list of trees that were
It's not just
native to
trees,
the
it's
area,
native vegetation.
that are somewhere on the city building code, our landscaping code. Did that list materialize over the last week? Ben, you remember that?
So I can, although I wasn't here last week, I can speak to that in general terms. We have actually, at the staff level, compiled both native and non-native species lists. So if I might, again, keeping at the appropriate altitude here in this policy, what if we went, sorry, I'm just trying to find it here again. So item 98. Rather than have Councilmember Odell's proposed amendment of use trees and other vegetation native to Sammamish area and all restoration, why don't we instead replace that with a sentence that would say, develop appropriate native and non-native tree species lists for use within the city or something to that effect.
It should be also other plants and shrubs. I mean,
Yeah, 'cause
I
it
mean,
says
it's
other
more than
Well, it
just
says
this
other
reference.
vegetation, so.
I mean, when you go through and you have the consultant do the final editing
Yeah.
and you do it, you need to include non-native in a similar reference for landscaping and things like that.
This applies to 99 also.
It would apply to 99 as well.
It
That's
applies
correct.
to all three of them. So my feeling here, the rationale behind it, for clarity, is I want to keep Sammamish looking as much like Sammamish does today in the future. Yeah, we're going to have a lot more rooftops, but I would certainly love to keep the Doug firs, the hemlocks, the red
Cedars.
cedar, alder, big leaf maple, birch. Yes, we have birch here.
Don't say cottonwood.
Birch aren't native.
To, as much as possible, as the focus of any kind of tree thing. What I don't want is people planting palm trees in the middle of their yards, just because.
But
they
I
found
think
a
we would put
species of
together a
grower.
list of appropriate,
Yeah.
when the native species isn't.
And vegetation as well.
I think if we go back to, while I strongly support the native, when we were at the Urban Forestry Conference, Seattle specifically spoke about the fact that they are anticipating drought and Pineapple Express. And coupling those two, when they were making their tree list, they also include
big-leafed oak trees. That species is not native to this area, but that is one of the trees that they're promoting. So I would like to see this say that there's a preference for native, but that we need to make up a tree and vegetation list of appropriate native and non-native species.
Not including palm trees.
Not including palm trees.
Although they do exist in our city already.
Yeah. well,
Our neighbor has one that lights
I think
up.
Our neighbor has one that is above the second story.
Oh,
So it's been there a while. The truth of it is that climate has changed over the years. Trees have migrated up and down the continent, just like the ice shelf
Yeah.
has.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that's what this recognizes.
So I'm okay with getting a list, but what I don't want is just, a radical change in the appearance of the city over a period of time.
I think we're good with that.
Yeah.
so Ben, how many more FTEs?
So far, I'm at the 3.5.
Oh, no, we don't need any for this.
And,
So how about, to close this one out, how about the following language then? So again, replacing the second sentence, we'll replace it to say the following: use trees and other vegetation, comma, both native and non-native as appropriate in restoration.
Good.
I like that.
You okay with that? But you're making a list of what's appropriate.
That's already an effort
On both lists.
administratively
That's
that
something
we're
you're
working
working on now.
on. Yep.
Okay.
I'd like to see some stronger emphasis on native vegetation.
Can I
It doesn't even say native, it just says
recommend that we
enhance the
also give
city's
staff, when they're finalizing the edits, authorization to include that kind of language elsewhere where we've just used the word native?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that okay?
I think that's appropriate for 99.
But I mean, can we just give staff that general authorization and clean
Ben?
it up?
Yeah.
I do appreciate your confidence in staff, and we'll do our best. But to the extent that we can address the issues tonight, what I don't want to see is happening that we come back with something and then you later say that this is not acceptable to us, then we have to go back to another 2-3 weeks of the process here,
Oh,
so.
we wouldn't do that.
So are we okay with this approach? Staff will craft that language. Okay, anything else on this page?
Yes.
You have more on this page?
103, which ensure new development and redevelopment is sensitive to the context of existing and planned neighborhood character. We've seen some redevelopment of areas that are zoned R4 or R6, but have existing homes in like 1 per acre. Well, if you take a lot or a parcel and plot it out as R6, it's not going to be in character with the existing. So,
They said sensitive.
well, okay, so what do we mean by sensitive? Maybe appropriate buffers between the new development and the existing neighborhoods?
Could be. I mean, that's part of, I think, setting the policy, and then as we've previously discussed, going through and looking at our codes and implementing these policies. So the implementation, some of that means code changes, some of that means, projects on the ground, and some of that means other programs and services.
Okay,
All right, anything else?
nope.
Okay, Nancy, you had one?
I have 4. But they're simple. 104,
Yeah?
I'd like to add preferences, needs, comma, preferences.
No.
Of the community and growth of the community.
I support that.
Do we know what the preferences are?
No, but, I don't want it just to be market-driven by a need for affordable housing. I mean, preferences, it says, well, most people want a house that's a little larger than what you get in Bellevue or Issaquah.
Actually, we talked to David Hoffman from Master Builders, and he said the biggest preference now that they're responding to are homes that have 5 to 7 bedrooms and 2 kitchens.
Okay.
But I think this policy in terms of a policy, preferences are probably as important as needs.
I think, I agree, yeah.
Are we okay with that?
Sure.
All right, okay, let's move on,
105,
okay?
I would take out on the third line the word and after intensity put and character.
Oh, on the third line, design.
And what else? Say that again?
I think that's good.
Character.
Oh, character's fine, yeah, okay.
Always.
Where,
Oh,
where are you-
the
where are
third
we?
line.
Where would you put
She wants
character?
to take out
105?
Yeah, but where,
intensity and change that to
Okay, I'd take
character.
out the and before the word intensity, and then put a comma after intensity,
And
and add
character.
the words and character.
So you're leaving it like it is, except adding and character.
Correct.
You don't think quality and design cover that?
No. It's the character of the, no, I don't think it does.
Okay, fine.
I'm,
I'll accept that.
Vague and aspirational enough that we can probably make it work.
I'm really sorry for doing this, but sometimes, we get past something. I want to go back to 103 for just a second. I think Councilmember Jaron, he was suggesting that this ensure is a little strong for me. I'm not sure, ensure, what does that mean if they don't do that, or what are we going to do? But supporting is, yes, we're encouraging that it happen, but ensure tells me that there's an action required.
Well, Bob, how do we encourage? Do we just say, rah, rah, go for it, or is there
Well, I mean, we
some
put
financial
in-
incentive, or what?
This is not a regulation, let's keep in mind. Just,
It sounds like one when you start tying that down. That's what, I guess, is my point, is it's just starting to sound like one.
This probably would have been appropriate if you had your design guidelines established and for citywide that you have some standards. So I hear what Councilmember Keller is raising it here too, so.
I think the intent is right. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like I really argue with the intent. I think we all are agreeing on the intent. I'm a little worried with, I mean, as long as we're not creating an enforcement here, you know what I mean? It's similar to some of the other conversations we had, then I'll be fine with it if everybody else is, but.
well, like I
Sure.
said, it's not a regulation. Are we okay with this change to going back to
Character? I
I'm
like
fine
character.
where it is.
support as opposed to ensure?
No, I think it
I'm
needs
not
to be
okay.
stronger than
No,
support.
Yeah, I want it stronger too.
Okay, I'm okay with it, Bob. I don't, it's not a regulation, it's not an ordinance.
Can I finish now?
Yes,
Okay, on 107,
yeah?
after the words public safety, I want to add protection of the environment.
You're putting it right after public safety?
You can put it anywhere you want, but
Just asking what you
I
suggested.
put it there so we wouldn't have to repeat the and.
Is there a problem with that at all, adding in protection of the environment after public safety there on that line? Although we have a whole environment section.
Yeah.
No, I'm comfortable with it. Because I think when you minimize, sometimes it's better to be more explicit about what you are balancing, because we're talking here about minimizing the costs and what we're going to balance against that.
Okay.
I'm fine with the change.
I think it's an important one.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut anyone off there. It's under goal 2, which is housing supply and variety. So, I mean, it's, to Councilmember Witten's point, we're integrating this with, all the other elements, and I think it's fine, the
Okay.
language.
Let's go into, anything else on that page?
One. I have one on 106. I don't understand why we have it either with individual or with lots. To me, it says follow the law.
So this was Councilmember Odell. So the current policy, H 2.7, reads, permit manufactured homes, plural, on individual lots, plural, in residential zones in accordance with provisions of state and federal law. Councilmember Odell's question that he posed in August during his comments was something to the effect of, is this going to permit manufacturer mobile home parks within the city? I think the idea here, this language, the strikeouts or in the additions in this policy were not from Councilmember Odell, it was from staff trying to address Councilmember Odell's question that he
Of not
posed.
promoting
Yeah,
something we don't want necessarily.
right.
Okay.
Either one, I guess, as I keep reading, whether singular or plural, we're going to be doing in accordance to the state and federal laws anyways. And so I guess I keep looking at this and saying, whether in the old one or the new one,
Well, and what is the definition of a manufactured home? Because I'm seeing, at least in, when you look in, whether it's the newspaper or you look in even magazines, such manufactured homes can be an inexpensive way of producing some pretty attractive homes. So are we,
So we do have the definition in our code.
Okay.
I don't have it at my fingertips at the moment, but that's something I'd be happy to follow up and
okay.
provide.
as we're not
And that's-
talking about
That's
what-
out of our code, we'd be
Well,
providing that.
As long as we're not talking what Councilmember Odell was concerned about, which would
Would be
be
a mobile home park.
mobile home parks and
Right.
that kind of thing.
Manufactured homes now are up to quality standard of a lot of state.
Well, if we would just take the people doing that.
Anybody with right mind would not build the mobile homes in Sammamish at $15,000 transportation impact fee, $3,000
That would be hard
parks
to do.
impact fee, $200,000 per lot. That just will not happen. No buyers are going to come.
Yeah, and that's a good point. If you wanted to streamline this, we could amend 2.7 to simply read, permit manufactured homes in accordance with the provisions of state and federal law.
I'm
I
okay
like
with
that
that.
better. Yeah.
How's that?
Good.
So we'll make that change.
Anything else on this page? Let's move to page 9.
Got several.
Nancy?
Okay, 2.9, 108, why are you striking it? In response to a concern, what was that concern?
Why don't you go on to your next one? Let me look up my notes here. I'll
Okay,
just be a second.
114, okay, I would eliminate 111 because we should see 116. They're basically duplicates. And
Which, would you concentrate on one, Nancy?
111 and 116 are both basically the same thing.
That's right.
So I would eliminate 111.
Well, actually, what it says in 111, it's combining 3.8 and 3.9 and eliminating 3.9.
It says the same thing in 116.
Right.
Okay.
If you read
I
the
see.
language,
Thank
it's
you.
almost
Sorry.
identical.
Really, which one do you like best?
Yeah.
And then there's a question I have.
So 111 was meant to be deleted, sorry.
Okay.
So if you just consider 116 and agree with it,
Okay.
I have a question
that
there.
resolves that.
That's right, because they're both Councilmember Odell.
Right.
There's something not complete here. When you use the words rental and ownership, do you mean opportunities?
Housing,
mean?
housing.
Okay, well then put housing in there.
It's in the beginning, support affordable housing.
But it doesn't make sense when you're listing it. You've got to list the subject of the phrase.
No, I looked at that earlier, and I didn't have time to go back and look, because it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, so we just get rid of the words rental and
So you
ownership.
could say support
Well, then say-
affordable rental and ownership
Exactly.
housing.
Oh, it belongs up
Yeah.
there, right.
Yeah,
Okay, can you move that to the top? It got,
yeah.
I was looking at that.
that doesn't make sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've done 111 and 116. Are you okay with 108 again? Just look at that again. Did you pick your notes on that?
Yep. So 108 was, it was actually a comment from Councilmember Gerund back in August. Let me, if Councilmember Gerund doesn't mind, I'll just read verbatim what he submitted to staff. Page 76, policy H 2.9 regarding context-sensitive infill, comment, colon, if a neighborhood is mostly built out at 1 or 2 houses per acre but is now zoned R4, how can this policy be, quote, consistent with the existing neighborhood development, unquote, be achieved? So, Staff's suggestion to that was, it's a good question, and we might be better off by striking the policy as opposed to trying to justify that in policy.
Okay.
Okay.
Didn't we have another policy that was similar that we were
We
asking
have
for
2 or
context?
3 more on
Yeah.
infill.
This kind of goes back to the one that,
Context
no,
sensitive.
103 about the insurer,
Mm-hmm.
that they be
Oh.
compatible. I was thinking of I'm sorry, I'm skipping back again, but I'm thinking of an example. We had somebody that was very persuasive saying that R1 was not compatible with R4, and that they didn't want the city to allow R4 housing to go next to their R1
Right.
because it wasn't suitable. And so if we ran into that, we have to insure.
Yeah, at the edges of all the R1 zoning, you're gonna find some R4 somewhere.
Well, you
So-
can moderate that.
I'm just saying that,
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
going back,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
So my next point?
Yeah.
Tough, but we're up to it.
113 and 114 need to be considered together.
Mm-hmm.
I would remove 113 and 114.
Well, I didn't understand 114 where it says renumber to 4.2.
Councilmember Odell's suggestion from August 25th was to, I believe, if I'm speaking for him correctly, was to reprioritize these two policies. They're currently 4.3 and 4.4 under goal number 4. And I took his suggestion to make them 4.1, 4.2 in some sort of reprioritization, but perhaps he has another thought on that.
Okay, so what do we do with number 112, which is 4.2?
Well, 4.2, item 112 was inserting employment opportunities. If you accept that
Right.
change, that's fine. And if you accept the renumbering of 4.3 and 4.4, 4.2 will just bump down to become probably the new 4.4.
I see.
Oh, okay, so you're renumbering all of them.
Right.
But you gotta still eliminate the duplication.
No, I understand that, but 4.2, number 112, which is 4.2, it has to be renumbered in accordance with what's happening in 113 and 114. I'm not sure why we're doing that, but,
I think you have 4.4 written wrong there.
I think you do, yeah.
See, it's supposed to say support a range of housing types for seniors. And you say
Yes, we
support
do.
ways.
Yes.
There's a difference between housing types and encouraging universal design.
You just copied 4.3 over again in 4.4.
So right, so I apologize for that. So policy 4.4 currently reads, I'll read the language here so everyone has it right. It actually reads, support a range of housing types for seniors. For example, adult family homes, skilled nursing facilities, assisted living, and independent living communities.
Okay, so that should stay.
The proposal was to just renumber that one to be the
Okay.
new 4.2.
So you just copied this accidentally?
Yep.
Okay. Anything else?
Not for me, thank you.
I have on 119.
Okay.
119, that's 3.7E, letter A. Ensure that stormwater facilities enhance neighborhood character. I neither know how we will ensure that, nor have I seen a stormwater facility that enhances the neighborhood's character.
Windsor Green,
Good.
Windsor Green with a fountain.
Well, what I was going to say to your effect is maybe that it fits or attempts to conform, as on East Lake Sammamish Trail, some of our recommendations for how the stormwater facility, we were looking at changing.
you know, that's not the proposed change. That's something that we had agreed to before. So the proposed change.
It doesn't make any sense.
I'm
So-
suggesting that this was in place and we've not challenged it before, so you're bringing up a new change, which is fine. But I would strongly disagree with you. I think the fountain at Windsor Green, the fountain down at, by Costco, and stormwater facilities that I looked at in Bellevue, which are just gorgeous, beautifully understoried, planted, and they actually enhance the neighborhood character rather than some of what we have in terms of stormwater.
Actually, I think our
facilities.
little stormwater facility at the Commons, the Lower Commons, is
Yes.
not bad either.
No,
Like rain gardens really are attractive.
Yeah.
Then,
Should we say something like whenever possible?
Yeah,
No.
that would make more
Where
sense.
feasible.
No, whenever possible.
Another example too, kind of going in the opposite direction with these stormwater facilities, the Lake Vista plat, that's a vault, and they actually put a mini turf soccer field on top of it.
Okay.
So
Okay,
That's neighborhood character.
it's
all right.
to run, I mean, it's,
I like that.
Tom's suggestion was what?
Whenever
Whenever
possible.
possible, I'd support that.
That makes more sense.
You okay with that? Let's just go with that.
Be where practicable.
All right, let's move on to 10. Let's move on to 10.
Just a minute, I still had one on 110.
Okay, 110.
110, Tom is suggesting adding on a regional basis, but the region-wide one is addressed in 3.1.
Strike it.
We need to also address local Sammamish needs, so I liked it the way it was.
You okay with that, Tom Odell? Ben says it's yes.
He just wants to move forward.
No, it really, what you're saying is.
Yeah, region-wide is in 3.1.
Just eliminate the whole policy.
Why don't we just knock off 110?
I would suggest that.
Okay, we're eliminating 110 now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's move on to page 10. Okay, we got several no's on this page, but let's concentrate on the yeses first. Anything here? Councilmember Jaron?
126, aren't C and the proposed E almost the same? One says, have nearby pedestrian access to public transit services, and E says, are close to public transportation.
Yeah, I would think so.
So, Tom,
110?
number 126,
Where are you?
Oh, okay.
Number E?
yeah, C and E.
Oh, thank you.
C includes E. Access to public transit, and he
Yeah,
says are
take-
close to
would
public
drop E.
transit.
Okay.
Drop E, okay. Got that?
Yep.
I think C is good. Let's just,
Okay.
anything else there, Don?
No.
Anybody else got something on this page on the yeses?
Yes is yes.
Which one do you have?
125?
Okay,
When you say passive recreation, I think you should say active also, passive and active, because you use the best example yet, which is the vault with the. Soccer field. And trails, are trails considered passive?
yeah, trails I think would be considered
But I
passive.
think active too, if,
Just take off passive, just say recreation.
right, excellent, thank you.
You okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, take off passive, we're just talking recreation.
Passive and active.
Anything else for yes?
That's fine.
Oh, yes, I've got one.
Which is that?
127?
Okay,
After the word "and" on the third line, you need to be balanced grammatically, so you need to add back in such non-residential uses between "and" should. Otherwise, the sentence doesn't make sense.
can you look at the grammar on that one and give us a balanced sentence?
That's what I did.
Okay, well, that's what I'm asking them to do. I'm following up on your suggestion.
Excuse me. How do we make,
So my suggestion was add such non-residential uses between "and" should.
how do we make a school or religious facility compatible size-wise?
Because if they're over the minimum.
I understand if they're large. I remember that when Evergreen Church came in, we all
Yeah.
understood that that was a 600-seat church was going to be too large in the residential area. But compatible size-wise?
Well, it's compatible with the neighborhood to the extent you can under the law. Remember, you've got very strict limitations. But once you
Do
get
we?
to a certain size, you can regulate.
I know our staff said yes to this, but there is a specific protection for the religious facilities. I think we're getting ourselves into a little bit trouble here when we use the word ensure. It's a very strong word there.
it also is limited by to the extent maximum under the law. So, I mean, I don't care if you change insure, but it's captured in there, and the limitations under the law are recognized in this.
There's a limitations under the law. I mean, I go to Good Samaritan on 244th, which is a fairly large facility next door to the maintenance area, but both of them are located in a residential area. So how are they compatible size-wise with the surrounding residences?
I don't think we can get into that size issue in the neighborhoods with religious facilities.
But
Beyond what the zoning limitation that we have.
Yeah, but remember, we talked about it, and we have detailed stuff on how we can do things. And we can regulate parking and other things. There's a lot of things we can't regulate. That's why the language of this policy says, to the extent possible under the law. It recognizes that all those limitations must be recognized, but that we should do something for our citizens to protect them from things like the Evergreen Church, or a 49 parking lot for a mosque, or whatever it is.
I agree, but I'm looking to Jeff to say, is it size-wise the right language, or?
So in staff's original review and ultimate recommendation on this policy change,
Where's
we did go
council?
back and recall a conversation that legal had with both staff and the council when this subject, non-residential uses in residential zones, came up a few months ago. And to Councilmember Witten's point, legal reminded all of us that we cannot prohibit these uses in these types of zones, but we can regulate and look at the impacts of those. So, if we wanted to play this one maybe safe, if we strike size-wise from this but leave the rest of the language, I think it's a good read on the policy, and that will set us up for when that subject does come back to council, after it gets reviewed by the planning commission. I think we'll be okay with this, and then we can look at from the code perspective, we'll be able to come back around to that and talk about what some of those things are, some of those tools for doing that.
I'd support that.
Would too.
Strike size-wise.
All right,
And then we also captured the previous change from Councilmember Witten then after the and, so.
okay.
Yep.
All right, let's go up to the first no. Do you have a rationale for saying no on that one?
We just didn't think it read
122.
very well. Actually, we're on item 122. We already talked about promoting the variety of housing. Housing's already mentioned there a few words earlier, so I think it was just more of a,
Oh, okay, so
way
you
it
don't need
read.
that second housing? Okay.
That's you.
How about the 123?
I think that's rather substantial. From periodically reviewing to maintain.
To maintain the current, yeah.
Yeah, you too, too restricted.
Agreed. Tom?
Agree.
Well, this would imply that we cannot put in cottage housing,
Right.
Yeah, you can go down as well as go up. I mean,
but it says maintain
Policy
current.
goes against your affordable housing goals also.
Well, not only that, I mean, I want a small condo or a nice cottage. I'm not talking about affordable housing, I'm just talking about smaller. And it says maintain current housing densities.
okay, do we have consensus on that? We're agreeing with the
I
no?
think you have a 6-1, but okay.
Okay. Let's go to 124.
in 124, staff actually, in the recommendation column, provided alternate language the council can consider. The staff felt the word establish was a pretty strong mandate that could have some serious financial implications associated with it.
Are we
So-
okay with the staff's change?
Yes.
Yes, with one addition. Where it says acquisition of development rights, I would say, or easements, because sometimes we may not want to acquire development rights, but easements across the property.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Especially if it's an emerald easement.
Where is it?
Yeah. Fourth line,
Yeah,
acquire easements as well as development rights, you see.
Conservation easement is an example, yeah.
okay. Let's go down, well, that's it for the no's. Let's move to page 11.
We're almost done.
We concentrate, we can get through this in 35 minutes, I hope.
It'd be nice that if you do it before dinner time, so we
Yeah.
start the rest after dinner.
Yeah. Anybody got any problems with the yeses? Deputy Mayor Huckey, your lights?
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
I've got one.
Yes.
Councilmember Gerand?
There's a typo in 130. It should be other agencies.
Yes.
Okay, we're good with that.
Okay. And then I have a question on 133 for staff where it says includes native plantings. Is that one of those places where we're going to soften it a little bit?
Where are you, Don?
133.
Yes, it is.
And then
We
the other
should.
question is it true that coniferous trees won't work in the streetscape?
I don't believe so.
Well, they leave pine cones everywhere.
Well, instead
Number
of
one.
leaves, we get pine cones,
Yeah,
unless you don't use
those are
pines.
projectiles, I think.
So yes, we will work that language in item 133 as we previously discussed a number of pages ago. And did you want to comment on?
Actually, too, on the streetscape thing, it depends on a number of things. One, if it's in the middle of the street in the planter, yeah, you do want to keep it trimmed for visibility reasons. That, and the right species can handle that. If it's in a sidewalk area, I have to tell you that there are a lot of deciduous trees that have bigger root problems than do the coniferous trees.
We have some coniferous trees in the middle of a roundabout.
Evan?
If I could suggest, council, the planning commission is currently considering the public works standards that you sent to them a few months ago now. They have been looking at a suggested street tree list, which is primarily deciduous, and the main concern there tends to be actually the root pattern.
The what
of
pattern?
The root shape, the root pattern of coniferous trees. They often have more spreading roots, especially the native trees around here.
Particularly the hemlocks and stuff.
And they often need more space within the street for their roots to adequately grow and not choke out the tree than your deciduous trees do.
Well, the reason I bring it up is, of course, coniferous helps us in the rainy season,
It does, yeah.
where the deciduous is kind of worthless.
Yes.
Yep.
And in Bellevue, I still go back to that beautiful giant sequoia. I assume it's still on 148th where I saw it right next to the sidewalk.
It was there. a
Maybe
month
the
ago.
sidewalk's raised up by now, I don't know.
I have to admit, I don't know either.
Did you
No,
check the
it's
sidewalk?
now a bench. It used to be a sidewalk.
So if they're considering it,
I think actually with those public works standards, you will see a draft street tree list for your evaluation at
Okay,
that point.
good.
okay.
So we can go on from that. Another one for you? Nancy, you have something on this page?
Yes, 132, there's a typo. After the word such, use the word as, such as fountains and ponds.
Okay.
And then on 136, add strategies such as infiltration, so add infiltration.
Okay.
On 137, I want to insert after floodplains the words small sensitive lakes. And on 138, I want, oh, well, that's a no. Do you want me to get, since I'm
We'll
ready?
come to that in a minute.
Okay, and then on 142, see 141. One of them needs to be struck.
Okay, we'll get to that too.
I mean, there's a yes and a no there. so.
Right.
Yeah, 141 is a no.
So we'll come to that in a second. Is that it for you then on the yeses, besides that one? Let's look at item number 138. Staff, you had a rationale for rejecting the change?
So, yeah, and I think that actually probably should have read within and between neighborhoods.
That was
Okay.
my correction.
All right. We're good with that then?
But it's a no.
But you're saying no.
No. So why are we
Okay, all right.
wordsmithing it?
Okay, so it's not a grammar
So it's
change,
just
it's,
No.
between neighborhoods.
It should be and, it should be both.
But is it still no is the point?
Yeah,
Yeah, within and between neighborhoods, I think would probably be fine, so.
Make it a yes then?
make that a
So we
yes.
can do that a yes by adding the word and.
Okay, good. And then down on the 141, 142, you say no to one and yes to the other?
Yeah, and item 142, we felt it read fine, and then strike the last three words.
so what are you doing?
Striking the last three words.
Making it general.
General.
Are we adopting 142 or 141?
142.
Sounds like 142.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to page 12. On the yeses, there are only a few of them on this page. Does anyone have something on this? Councilmember Whitten?
On 145, encourage cultural what?
Activities.
Thank you.
Okay, make that change.
Activities in parks, schools?
No, encourage cultural activities, comma, parks.
Huh?
Oh, no, wait,
That
encourage.
doesn't sound
No,
right.
no, no, wait a minute, because it just doesn't read right. Because we're talking about public and semi-public buildings. So we're talking about schools, churches.
Well, we do have,
I'm not sure, I'd have to go back and look at
We read-
I don't think I,
To the deputy mayor's point, staff read that as cultural buildings, parks, schools, churches.
okay.
So maybe, actually, maybe we should, a better order of that, if you'd like to leave it, would be encourage parks, comma, cultural, schools, churches, and other public, semi-public buildings.
I think encourage parks, schools, churches, cultural centers.
Oh, that's good, cultural centers.
So maybe the word centers rather than buildings.
okay, you got that? Everybody okay with that? Okay. What else? Nancy, you have another one?
That's all for me.
That's all for you. Anybody else? Councilmember Jarrett?
Typo in 144. You shouldn't have a comma after including in the first line.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else for you?
Nope.
Let's go to the noes. 146, is there a rationale for rejecting that?
It's a state law. State law has a very specific requirements for the concurrency requirements. So, I mean, I know the aspiration is great, the point is great, but we do indirectly encourage that the use of the car ride sharing, metro, buses, all those things are the tools that we constantly encourage it. But what affects is that what directs the concurrence requirements is the state law, and we have to comply with that.
Okay. Then let's go to, what is 147?
The 147 is, we're getting into the weeds, folks. I mean, we got the highway capacity manual, engineers are using it, we're really getting into the very details, what the definition of the VC over ratio, and I'm not quite sure this belongs here. It doesn't need to be here.
But it is there.
Yeah.
It's in our draft comp plan.
So we take it out.
And it reads okay to me in the draft comp plan.
I think we should take it out.
I don't think it belongs to comp plan. Take it out of the comp plan. That we have a transportation chapters, and we have other place that it's belong there.
Is that okay?
Everybody okay with that? Staff is fine with
I'm
that?
okay with taking it out. However, I go back to my original comment. It's on here. It said this thing needs a relook.
That can be a mission for the transportation.
That's fine if I'm still on it next year.
Okay, let's go. to the next one?
The section that we need to take it out gets to the V/C ratio. First part is applicable, that how we develop our level of service capacity. And council, we did that intentionally in our transportation plan. We wanted to give a credit for the bike lanes and non-motorized transportation emphasis. So we want to keep that portion of it, but the V/C ratio and capacity and all that stuff, that needs to be out of there. So let us work on that one with staff.
Ben, I agree with how it's there. Like I said, I think we need another discussion on this whole issue.
I think you guys can discuss that as part, when are we updating our transportation plan? Is that the time that you want to just have some discussions on that?
Makes sense.
Or slightly in advance of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's opportunity to do that one. It's just the comp plan isn't the place to do it that
Okay,
time.
let's then move to 148.
So we will come back to you on this 147 with some revised version of it, take some of the V/C ratios, but keep the bulk of it that we need in terms of the policy direction.
Can we add it to the parking lot on the council agenda list?
Sure, I can put it right now on my notes.
Okay. 148.
Staff was comfortable with the way it read. Some of the uses we felt were getting a little bit detailed there for the policy statement, but
I think the focus is, for this, is more on walking. We're improving local connectivity for walking, and what was the original? And transit use?
right, so the original policy read, improve local connectivity for walking and transit use to enhance community and physical
Completely
activity.
changes what that
I didn't-
intended to be.
Didn't make a whole lot of sense to me to improve local connectivity for walking and transit use.
Well, because you have to walk to the bus station.
No, you don't.
Well, not unless you have a park and ride, you have to walk.
No, we're confusing, we're improving local connectivity for walking and transit use to enhance community and physical activity. How does transit use and community and physical activity fit together?
Not too well.
I didn't think so either.
Kathy, I'm looking at my original notes on this back. I'm not sure why this didn't get in. But what I had suggested was this: improve local connectivity for walking, bicycling, all non-motorized modes of transportation, and all non-motorized modes of transportation to enhance community and physical activity.
Well, some are going to be motorized, scooters, for example.
Yeah, and some bikes are motorized.
Some bikes are motorized. Some wheelchairs are motorized.
I mean, I think the concept that I see that's the important one is to improve local connectivity for walking and, when you say non-motorized, are not automobiles.
Right.
So I think that's.
Well, but that's still confusing because some of these things do have motors in them.
How about multimodal?
Just,
How
Could I
about
suggest-
just strike non-motorized and put in modes of transportation, including bicycling, skateboarding,
I mean, what enhances community and physical activity? That seems to be what the focus is here. So improving local connectivity for walking and other modes of and
But it's kind of
bicycling,
like an-
skateboarding, scooters, wheelchairs to enhance community and physical activity. Well, it's,
I'm okay with that, I guess, but
For some reason, I read that as walking, when you use transit, that you'll be able to walk to transit because it's connectivity that it's,
how does that
Speaking to, and
enhance the
so-
community and
well,
what's physical?
if you're able to walk to transit and get around the community, I mean,
I think we're confusing two different things. This is the
Yeah.
transportation section. So we're interested in getting people to transit, and we can,
Then we should drop community and physical activity.
well, I mean,
How about we strike the
If you-
policy altogether? Because when we go to 2.12,
that made sense.
it embodies everything that you're talking about right now.
which one?
Policy T.212, and I can read it if you like.
Go ahead.
Please.
It currently reads, design, construct, operate, and maintain transportation facilities to serve all users safely and conveniently, including motorists, pedestrians, bicyclists, and transit users. Pedestrian crossings should be consistent with the citizens' desire to develop and maintain a pedestrian-friendly, walkable community.
Okay.
That's great, I think.
So we don't need this one.
We don't need-
Let's just strike it.
It's already a no, so, and now the next no is 149.
Well, no, that's more than a no. We're getting rid of 2.13
Yeah.
completely.
Yeah, yes. And then 149 is, you have a note here.
Staff just felt they were two different things, and that it wasn't maybe a good combination, so we would prefer to just leave them
Well,
distinct and
I'm not
separate.
going to be hung up on that, so that's fine.
Okay, let's move to then 150.
Should be safety improvements, if nothing.
Prioritize safety improvements to existing transportation system and to protect mobility. Well, actually, we could probably go either way on that one. So if you like the proposed change, I think we could.
I think that
work with
works.
that.
I mean, I don't think there's any problem with that. We can
Thank
keep
you.
that with it.
So we're okay on that one?
Does that mean above essential maintenance and preservation? I mean,
Well, they might need to be improved.
see, I mean, it said before, essential maintenance, preservations, and safety improvements.
What about the
Yeah.
last line there where it has to protect mobility? That
Well,
doesn't
it
fit
doesn't
at
say,
all.
make it number one priority. It says the prioritize safety improvements.
I'm
So
sure we have
I
lots of
think it's
places
fine.
in the city where we could prioritize
Yeah.
Yeah.
some of this.
I think the point, the last part, and avoid more costly replacement projects. I think the point of this is saying, improve your transportation system and implement one that doesn't cost as much money in the long run.
They're really two different things. One is improving safety. We've got a lot of things mismatched.
You know, what we did with our 3 to 4 million a year is prioritize essential maintenance preservation to avoid more costly replacement projects.
Right.
And I like that.
That's what I think it's trying to say.
And that should be
I
a
like it
different
the way it was.
concept than safety improvements to protect mobility.
That's
Those
true.
are two different concepts.
Different policies
Right.
here. One is for safety,
Divide
the other
those
one
up.
is preservation.
One is maintaining, and the other one is improving safety.
Let me ask, though, if what we're talking about in 150 is really covered in 151. Read the next one.
That pretty well covers the safety point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the other one is simpler.
Well, except that it's only focuses on the arterials and connector streets. Doesn't get into the local streets unless we put the local streets there as a word.
Say, call it streets then.
Streets.
Well, because I think that's what it says above. Prioritize safety improvements to the existing transportation system to protect mobility.
I think if we break the 150 in two, one is safety, the other one is preservation, we're in a good shape, guys.
Right.
Let's go with that.
Do you feel that's not too much of a burden on staff?
No, we can handle that.
Are we up to 4?
So we're basically leaving 150 the way it was
No,
originally.
we're taking it to two.
No, but we're leaving it the way it was originally, because safety
Yeah.
improves to the existing transportation system
Right.
is going to come out.
Right.
Okay, let's move on to page 13.
Mayor, before you move, if I may,
No, that'll sound,
while you're working on the other items, I was just focusing on 147. I tried to get one sentence out, the other sentence. They're all interconnected here. What I suggest, though, we keep it the way it is, and then you come back later, talk about it. Because your transportation policy generates the transportation project list. Transportation project list generates the cost. Cost generates the impact fees. They're all interconnected. I think staff is right that keep it the way it is, and then you come back with the
Okay.
adjustment later.
But also not put it in the comp plan.
Well, no, I think that the comp plan gives that authority, the transportation plan.
Yeah.
So we're okay with that one. More and more I looked at it here, we should keep it the way it is right
In the
here.
comp plan?
Yes.
Okay, we good with that?
Yeah.
All right.
Talk to them because they, all of our capacities and the VOC ratios are connected here with
Right.
the impact fees and the
I
concurrence.
think we're in the home stretch here. Page 13, anybody have any problems with those 4 yeses?
Yeah, 154. I'm concerned how it reads. Maybe people don't see it the same way I do, but it says, support coordination with service providers to minimize cost, and I'm thinking minimize service. And service, let's minimize service.
And community disruption.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
It's a
Well,
goal.
we want to minimize community disruption, but it sounds like we're minimizing service, just the way it's
Yeah, it
worded.
does.
Mac,
Not clear.
to minimize,
Back in there, right?
That was intentional, so I'm going to subtract 1 FTE from the FTE
Right,
list
yes.
here.
Let me suggest a wordsmithing on this then. Support coordination with service providers to reduce cost
maximize service.
and,
Improve service, improve
uh,
service.
and minimize service and community disruption.
I'll disagree with you very strongly.
Or,
You don't want to minimize service.
And nor do you
I'm
necessarily.
not minimizing service. Okay, minimize service disruption is what I'm talking about.
Well, you should say that.
Well, that's what it says as it's written.
It says
Minimize cost
community
and service
disruption.
disruption.
It doesn't, well, it looks like minimize cost and service.
No,
And,
no, as originally written, Nancy.
right.
oh,
Says,
Cost and service disruption to the community then.
And the reason I will disagree with you on minimize or reducing costs is that we may have to increase our costs and pay more to get some of the additional services we're asking for in other places. So if we want green energy, that may cost us more money to transfer from current energy, which is 20% coal-based, to green energy.
So if we
It may
just,
cost us more to have the water district put in meters. It may cost us more to do gray water.
okay, I get that, Kathy. So,
minimize the cost.
but would you like having simply the word cost removed from that?
Well, I don't know what we're getting here. You know.
Yeah,
the
I think we're veering off subject here a little bit. The goal and then the 2 corresponding policies in the utility element are really talking about people having your power service interrupted, having your water service interrupted. So the original goal, support coordination with service providers to minimize costs and service disruption, was to simply say, if we're doing utility construction, I mean, work with them to make sure that any impact to our citizens and residents will be minimized.
Is this
Minimize the disruption.
and community is really
yes, the
extra
and
words that aren't that necessary here?
I don't.
Yeah,
I say we just leave it the way it
Just
originally
leave it
was.
alone then.
with the original, yeah. Okay, anything else on this page? Okay. Let's move on to attachment B, public comment. Some of these may have been covered. What?
I have one on 155. 155, we have promote water conservation and a variety of technologies and methods, as in 156 and as in our prior discussions. We did talk about doing this in partnership with the water districts or other relevant agencies.
Do you like to amend this, Romero?
Just use the same as the one below it to say, in partnership with the water districts and other agencies.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, good.
Could we take a break?
we're almost
Well,
done.
we're 10 minutes away from dinner. You're going to have a big break, half an hour. Let's see if we can, item number 1, recommend, says next to the pro plan. Are we okay with that?
Kind of wanted to include it now. I do too. I mean,
We have-
equestrian trails are going to disappear. So I don't want to wait for another change to the pro plan. I'd like to have a policy that says preserve these. They're unique to our city and.
Where do we have them?
All over. It's
East side
Soaring
primarily.
Eagle, all through the systems, the
Ever maintained them?
So I had a conversation with our Parks Director about this.
I'm not saying I'm against maintaining them. I'm just wondering, what is our current practice?
I don't believe we do at this point, and I believe it stems from a conversation during the last Pro Plan update, where the council had this conversation, and
There are trails in Beaver Lake Park.
Right?
Yeah.
there were,
And if we improve Beaver Lake Road, it would be nice to have a horse connection between Section 36 and Beaver Lake Park.
You know,
Well, the trails at Beaver Lake Park are being maintained in any case because they're being used by hikers as much as they are anyone else.
Historically talked about a connection from Beaver Lake Park over to the wetland and Anna's Trail, Soaring Eagle. It would be nice to have a pedestrian trail as part of that.
Well, this,
Because they allow, horses are a big use in Soaring Eagle, for example.
But not Hazel Wolf.
not a wolf at all.
No, but.
I actually
but they-
think, I
they're going on the side there.
I was going to say, I actually think there may be some equestrian easements that have been abandoned, that are actually easements in the city for equestrian use.
So I think we should have a policy recognizing the existing trails and where possible, connecting them and preserving them.
Well, that's 2 FTEs, isn't it?
But they'll be on horseback. No, I couldn't agree more because, Rock Meadow had horse trails. So much of this is disappearing, and this is the character of our community.
Can we work with the Parks Director to find out where a policy like this could go in?
Nervous about,
her recommendation was the staff note essentially, which was to be reconsidered, as she recounted it had been previously considered by council in the last Pro Plan update. So, but staff can certainly reconvene with that effort to
By
find a home
2018,
for
they'll be
this at
gone.
council direction. I think we'll probably keep it out of the Pro Plan at this point, and we can at least,
But I think a policy in the comp plan is important.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it can be
Right, so-
real week one, work on it, recognize that there are horse trails, and
so we,
work on, consider a plan to preserve them, improve them.
Oh,
look who's here.
look who's
Yeah,
here.
it could go in land use.
Do you want to speak to this?
We're disagreeing with you, Jesse.
Sharon's thing, let's add the word, equestrian pedestrian trails.
Sure.
Put on your cowboy boots.
Sorry, I was listening upstairs and I heard Parks Director and came down.
Sorry, Jesse.
We went our horse trails.
That's okay. When we did the Pro Plan update, we had quite a lot of dialogue about how to handle equestrian uses. And the challenges that we have is for a meaningful equestrian experience, it goes beyond a single park. So it's from Beaver Lake into Soaring Eagle and beyond. And we were pretty limited in our goals, and we have to say, in our park master plans right now, we don't include any allowances for equestrian facilities. Evans Creek Preserve, in that master plan specifically, we said, if Evans Creek Preserves makes a connection to another facility, like in the Emerald Necklace, then we will make a connection through Evans Creek Preserve. But the preserve itself wasn't built to be an equestrian facility. Does that make sense? So we're kind of, it's not our highest priority because we just don't have the facilities. In the future, we may be able to make connections that would make a more meaningful equestrian experience.
I think the issue is not so much building more or new equestrian trails, that council's interest is what we have to be maintained. That's what they're asking for.
And maybe enhanced.
So the only the only equestrian connection we're maintaining right now is from Beaver Lake Preserve into Soaring Eagle in our park system. That's it.
a lot of it is on private property.
Well, the
so-
equestrians are allowed in Beaver Lake Park, aren't they, on those trails?
And they have trails.
Okay, that's true, I'm sorry. We call it the Freeway Trail, and Beaver Lake Park is maintained
You know, great.
more or less to support equestrian use.
Jesse, if you were to just add a policy in general statement, that's what the intent is here, saying is to maintain the trails, equestrian trails,
The ones
to
we have
the
control.
extent possible, or something in that effect. And, yeah,
Or give
Extent-
consideration to preserving and maintaining.
We have those trails. Some of these trails, I believe, are on private property and
yeah, we
private
can't
easements.
touch the
We
private
can't-
property. We
can't
talk
do
about the
those.
public property, so.
Maintain what we have is great. I think anything beyond, like, trying to grow our system is
No.
very challenging.
Okay, can we add that then as a,
Yeah, this is the maintenance of the existing equestrian trails.
let's move on to item 2.
Can I ask a question? Is there a simple way, some of these we've gone over a number of them.
Yeah.
Actually, Erica's.
So-
This one in Erica's, if you go back to 1.14, it's already done.
Yeah, items 2 and 4 on this page, you've already discussed today.
Right.
But we've also in past meetings discussed in one of them at length some of Erica's proposals.
I spent this morning comparing what Erica said with what there was, and in most cases, and that's why I brought up the one where she had designate, because it was the one that was different. All the others seemed to fit.
Yeah. And 3, I'm okay with 3.
I have a problem. I think we've already dealt with this exact thing in an earlier policy. I don't think we need it. Remember where we went back and forth on the TDRs being going out of the city but not into the city? Exactly. So we've dealt with that.
Well, policy,
We've got, 9, 10, 11 pages of this, some of which is stuff we've seen already a few times. Later
let's see,
ones.
this is in the policy 1.20. Does say that already. She simply added the words erosion hazard
Oh, okay.
near sensitive water bodies and wetland management areas.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah, so I was comfortable with that.
And
Staff, do you have a recommendation for how we deal with the, and we've got several here that are from Erica, and then we've got about 6 or 7 pages or more.
I'm in agreement with all of staff's recommendations on page 2 and 3.
So we're done with page 1, I believe, because items 2 and 4, council already discussed earlier today, the exact same changes. So I think you can go to page 2 at this point.
Okay.
And we do start to pick up discussion by city council on a number of these.
Right.
Can we say, accept staff's recommendations on the no's because we've already discussed and amended?
Let's go.
And to add the yeses where appropriate. I think we're good with those on this one. Going to page 3, these are all no's, but apparently because we've already discussed.
Yep.
So let's go to page 4. Again, previously discussed, there's one yes there, which looks fine. Another yes at the bottom, which has a small change to an existing.
I'm okay with both of those.
The next page, we have a fairly long, it just eliminates one phrase.
Well,
Which one? You're
number
saying
20.
which-
22.
22, we, says, what about 88? We already corrected, so I have to look at 88.
What's that?
It says 5.5, what am I doing, 22?
We're on page 5,
Yeah.
item 22.
Well, we addressed
So,
it at
yep.
number 88.
22's already been handled.
Okay,
Yep.
fine. 23, you're okay with that in terms of adding the small changes? Let's go on to the next page. Erica's at the top, we have yes. Okay, we've got quite a few.
Well,
Yeah, number
20
24, the one we have.
24
we
was
had the-
done.
Yeah, and we have
yeah.
tribes in addition
Which
to it.
includes tribes.
Yes.
Right, right.
Right.
Now, getting into 25 is actually several no's and one yes, I believe. Now, the no at the bottom is meant to go to the next page as well?
Yep.
Okay.
Second no, where he suggests putting in the term, "The city also enjoys a unique core of urban lifestyles and conveniences."
We don't.
That's a vision. It's a vision statement.
If it's an aspirational,
Yeah, yeah.
And we don't need it.
We
I
don't need a
think we
unique
have,
core.
we have much of that already in our vision statement in other places.
If we're going to open that up, then I want to change bedroom community.
Yeah, I mean, let's not go back to the vision statement. There is a yes there, meet housing affordability through balanced sustainable housing. You know, there's
That's good.
nothing wrong with that.
that's good.
The no's on the next several,
Applies to everything.
pretty much everything.
I was concurring with staff.
And then there's one yes on page 8. Most of the rest of it is,
I'd like to ask about 28.
28?
On page 9. Achieve and maintain balanced, sustainable housing. I think that's a good, under sustainability and health.
What does it mean?
And what is sustainable housing? I mean,
It's sustainable housing.
Affordable. If you have affordable housing, you want to sustain it, you know.
sustain everything.
I thought sustainable was a zero energy and such.
Let's just eliminate it. Let's go with.
That's considered sustainable
Well, that
housing?
is true. That's
So-
true also.
Okay.
But the definition of sustainability implies
It applies a lot of things, yeah.
future generations will.
Well, a lot of those affordable housing, we've already got code that has a progression of sustaining that or maintaining it. In other words, someone lives there, then they sell it, it goes to another, it transfers to another person needing, affordable housing. They can't just sell it for a profit and walk away and it becomes something else.
Some of them, the nonprofits own the land.
Yeah, well, in that case, of course, but yeah.
But I mean, not the housing itself, but the land under it, so that's a cost control.
We're
Back to 8. Where
8?
there's a yes at the top of the page, and what does yes?
8?
No,
Yeah, page 8.
Page 8.
What number?
Well,
Just
it's-
the
Top of the
first
page.
sentence,
I guess it's
if you look to the right of the
25.
first sentence, it says yes. What does that mean? What are you saying yes to?
Our formatting got a little mixed up here in this Word document. So the
No, I know exactly what you mean.
page 8, the yes and the 3 no's.
I'm sorry, what?
If you go to page 8,
Uh-huh. What do you mean, page 8?
Of these comments.
But I don't have page 8.
you can borrow mine.
I have
So-
9 and 10, and my numbers go from 20.
won't last
Oh,
long.
okay,
It'll
okay,
just
never
go
mind.
there.
so if you look at the yes and then the first 3 no's, those I think were supposed to be on page 7, the previous page, so when you roll backwards. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So best available science should be a,
It's glossary term.
So what does yes, where should yes?
reference.
So the page 11,
11, we're on 8.
no.
He's talking about the comment.
Right,
It
right.
says P11 glossary.
P11, right. So I think the intent
It's on
here,
page 7 at the top.
the intent here was to have,
And that's where you want the yes next to P11?
right, but I've just changed my mind on that one, so.
Okay.
Now,
No, so the no's were intended to not add any of the comments on page 7.
Okay.
Okay.
But the formatting got mixed up, apologize for that. So you see,
This is all no.
you see some compression there at the top of page 8.
Oh, here's this.
okay, let's move on to page, we've
what
got,
was the yes for then?
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. I still don't know.
Staff said, I think we had originally put in for the P11, that was a yes.
Okay, so that's no.
And you've
there's
changed
no-
it to
You've
no.
changed
Your conversation has
got
just
it.
talked staff out of it,
Oh, right.
so.
Good.
Let's move to page 8 and then 9. We've got a lot of no's here. Are we okay with those?
I have a question on 29.
I have a question on 26.
On 29, if you go to the table that we have on page 12 of our plan, it says LU.11, establish a community that maintains and enhances the quality of family life within Sammamish. And his suggestion is to remove family, the quality of life for everyone living and working within Sammamish. And I think that includes the people that come in and work here. Establish a community that maintains and enhances the quality of life. So I would support his change there.
Anybody else got a problem with that?
No,
Small turtle?
my comment was that's a worthy goal.
I don't want to support people working here necessarily more than I do for the residents.
Well, but
I mean, I don't think for a policy, that's a good policy.
I don't either.
saying do it for them and not for the residents. Here it says support the quality of family life.
I think that's what we need to support. That's what Sammamish is all. Well, but it's the one you want to
So-
emphasize in the policy. I'm sure there elsewhere in the policies, there's quality of life mentioned everywhere.
That's not in our goals. It doesn't mention, these are sustainability goals and policies.
But it's
And
too
quite
broad.
frankly, as we get older, family may not be the major emphasis here.
No, it probably won't, but
I still think we should leave it alone. I think this is,
bring in working people.
Do we have a consensus to accept the staff's
Which
recommendation?
number are we on again?
We're on number 29.
Do we have a consensus to change
no.
Yes.
the staff's recommendation?
Wait
Seeing a
a
no here.
minute. I'd like to just a minute to actually just catch up.
Yeah.
You just, you're about ready to lose 10 minutes of your half an hour for dinner, so.
No
why don't
way,
we,
dude.
Everybody will just have to wait to make sure we have a good comp plan.
Okay.
LU 1.1 is what this is in reference to?
Yes,
It-
1.1. So where is it? What does it say?
Which one's he on?
Not
Actually,
even
is-
close.
Actually, the table LU.11,
So Mr. Stickney's comment references LU 1.1, which obviously appears in the land use element, but it also appears in the introduction table because council had directed staff months ago now to compile the sustainability goals and policies into the introduction in one place. So it specifically cites the LU 11 in the introduction, but it is in the land use element. That policy currently reads, establish a community that maintains and enhances the quality of family life within Sammamish. That's what it currently reads. The proposal is to change that to establish a community that maintains and enhances the quality of life for everyone living and working within Sammamish.
makes a lot of sense.
But I think the uniqueness of Sammamish is the family life. And I mean,
But
that's the focus.
that wouldn't be, this would be inclusive, though.
Right.
I don't think so.
We're not leaving out the family life. We're
Well, but we
making it
can't-
for everybody.
It's like putting in pollinators. You want to emphasize pollinators. I agree, pollinators are important.
Pollinator families?
How are we going to improve the family life of people who are working here?
No, we're just talking
We're not
about people
approving
who
the
are,
family
while
life.
they're working
We're
here.
taking family out of there.
So how are you going to
We-
improve their?
To enhance the quality of life for everybody living and working. You can enhance the quality of life for people
Might as well have a good
working here
quality of
very
life while
easily.
you're working here, too,
By
right?
paying them more money.
Well, there's that,
Well,
but,
yeah. Ben has a comment.
Ben?
Well, actually, more I read it, that you might want to consider this. For example, for people working in our communities are our teachers. I'll give you an example.
Sure.
You know, if we can have buses, transit services, those kind of stuff would improve the quality of life for them. But at the same time, it actually improves the quality of life for our
Yeah. I think it's inclusive language. I don't have any problems with it.
Good.
So what's the vote?
Well, I'm looking for consensus to accept that one change,
Okay, I see at least 4 nods.
okay?
Yep.
I thought I saw a nod down at the other end, I'm not sure. Okay. Let's move on to page,
I got one on this page before we go to eat.
which one is that?
26, I'd like to understand why staff said no to promote, or the word encourage, housing affordability for all living or working in Sammamish.
Where are you?
Number 26, page 9.
26, page
So that's what I
9.
was wondering, was it just too overreaching, or what?
Totally overreaching, but
Well, again, it gets back to promote housing affordability for all living or working in Sammamish. It's,
You can't do
I
it.
bet if
It
you
does-
did a
yeah,
survey of
it
people
doesn't-
in the community, they'd tell you they're paying too much in taxes and you need to reduce their taxes so it's more affordable to live here.
it doesn't read, and then, it doesn't read exceptionally well, but then when you go to housing, let me just flip to it for a second, the policy as it is now. Policy.
Or at least ideally, I would think, going back to the earlier points, we were talking about the teachers and the people who work here, that you'd like them living in the community.
But we have that covered elsewhere when we talk about affordable housing in more than one
This
place.
is on page 11, it's not in housing. It's on page 11. For sustainability and health.
So our question on the people working in Sammamish but not necessarily living here, how do we impact their housing affordability?
I don't think, this is a different piece.
Leave it alone.
I think it's very general, and it doesn't really get us anywhere. We have,
I don't think so.
we have lots of stuff on affordable housing elsewhere.
Well, if people are living in a mansion and they choose to live in a mansion and they can afford to live in a
Well,
mansion,
that's,
how do we improve their housing affordability?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. How do we do that? So
I agree.
I'm agreeing with staff that we should
End of the scale.
not include that one.
We've already done it.
Okay, is it, if it's covered elsewhere, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Covered elsewhere.
Well, affordable housing is
Yeah.
the key thing. We've still got more no's on page 10 and 11.
On page 10, staff is recommending possibly alternative language could be a statement of how the amendment complies with regional and/or county goals and policies.
Number 30, but on page 10, the top of the page.
And then come back to it.
You want to go have our dinner and then come back and finish these last 4 pages?
Just have to recess.
Let's do that.
I'd like to make sure we give it the time.
Okay, we'll be back in,
That is 6:45.
so we'll be back in half an hour. That we were going to join the King County Cities Climate Collaboration, K4C. We did that earlier this year, I think, Jeff, was it about February or January, somewhere in there?
Yep.
And I'd been coming to their meetings. I think I've also had, I believe, Deputy Mayor Huckabee joining me and Councilmember Keller for some of the meetings. And so here we are. So we've been in the meetings for a couple of years or more. And now we're in the group. And so now we're going to hear from Matt to talk about next steps, as well as whatever else he's got today.
Great.
Thank you.
Check.
He's got it.
Should I start, Kathy? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and if I may, just before we get rolling, I also wanted to, all of you know Kathy, obviously, but I did want to point out Kathy is our K4C staff point of contact. And we asked Matt to come this evening as a precursor to a resolution you're going to be considering tomorrow night on your agenda to support some climate change initiatives that I think Matt will probably get into a little bit here this evening in his presentation. But we thought it would be good, given that we just became a member city here in 2015, that we have Matt come and talk a little bit about K4C and all the great work they do. And I'm going to ask Kathy, actually, do you have anything else you want to add to that?
No, but good evening, and it's nice to see you. And we really appreciate Matt's generosity in coming to give you some background information on what the K4C group has been doing, what their goals are moving forward. He also plans to introduce to you a joint letter of commitment. As Jeff said, that'll be something that will bring to you along with a resolution for your consideration tomorrow evening. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt. There will be time after his presentation for some questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
So my name is Matt Kuhurk. I work for King County, specifically on climate change issues. I've been working there for over 8 years now, ever since moving out here about 12 years ago to go to graduate school at UW, focusing in on climate change science issues. My background is as a geologist and studying long-term climate change. But since grad school, I've really gotten more involved in climate solutions, both on the reducing greenhouse gas emission side and also on the planning and preparing for climate change impacts. So thank you for inviting me to come and give some background about the K4C. And if you have any questions as I talk, please just stop me and ask. So the K4C got started several years ago when a different student did a study of what cities in King County are doing related to climate change specifically and sustainability in general, and saw that there's a lot going on, but a lot of it wasn't necessarily coordinated, and the cities weren't necessarily talking between each other nor with the county. And so this voluntary but eventually formal partnership between the county and the cities got started. And we're partnering on climate change outreach, solutions, funding, resources, and the issues that are covered are broad, since climate change touches so many different issues, from green building codes to renewable energy projects to messaging to transportation issues. And some of the things that the K4C has been focused on in just the last couple of years that you may or may not know about are the Sustainable Cities Roundtable, which is a monthly forum that rotates between a different King County city each month, rotates between green building and climate change topics. Sammamish graciously hosted one of the roundtables at the beginning of this year. So this is a staff and peer-to-peer learning opportunity and information sharing opportunity. I won't go through all the accomplishments, but a lot of it's been information sharing, trainings. This past year in 2014, the K4C supported climate policy work through the Growth Management Planning Council that led to eventual unanimous adoption of shared near and long-term climate change targets. And so where we're at with the K4C now, K4C partners, there are 13 cities that are formally part of this.
13, ugh, unlucky.
Unlucky 13, we need another one.
You should drop out.
Yeah. 13 plus the county, so 14 partners.
All right.
That represent about 3/4 of the population of the county. And we have a pretty good geographic distribution. You know, we haven't been super actively trying to get more cities involved. We've kind of come together, and now we're trying to work together. We're always, encouraging more cities to join, but we feel like we have a really strong cohort to move forward with, while at the same time encouraging other cities to join in. The most recent new cities are Sammamish, Burien, and Normandy Park. So as 2014 began, the cities and staff of the K4C were focused on, what can we work on together? There are certainly things that cities are pursuing related to climate and sustainability on their own independently, but what makes sense to work on in that collaborative shared space between city peers and between the cities and the county? As I mentioned, there's significant work at the policy level around, what's our vision moving forward? What does the science say we need to do our part to avoid the worst impacts of climate change? So that was work through the GMPC. Then another component of the K4C is not only dedicating part of a staff member to work on these issues, but we also pool a small amount of funding that ranges from a couple $100s for a very small city to a couple $1,000s for some of the bigger cities. And the county also contributes. And so the K4C decided to use some of this pooled funding to hire Climate Solutions New Energy Cities program to help do the quantitative math of, we have these visionary targets for doing our part to address climate change, but what's it going to take on the ground to achieve them? And so that's what I want to walk through really briefly, is just what's it going to take to meet the targets that have now been formally adopted through the GMPC. So this just sets the stage. The graph depicts the reductions necessary to achieve a 50% reduction in countywide greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. The top line is a growth scenario based on a 1% population growth. And then the bottom line is where we would need to go to get on track towards our long-term targets. And this looks pretty daunting. There's a pretty big gap between a business's usual scenario and where we say we want to go. So the first thing that this technical analysis did was look at what are existing federal and state actions and policies that are on the books that can help. And there's some good news there. So things like federal vehicle fuel efficiency standards. Our cars are getting more efficient. That's going to help reduce fuel use and related greenhouse gas emissions. There's Washington State Renewable Portfolio Standard that's on the books that say utilities have to source an increasing amount of their energy from renewable sources. There's Washington State Energy Code for construction that becomes increasingly, reduces our energy usage in our building stock. So if you just look at these big picture important things, they help, stabilize or do a little bit better than stabilize where we think we need to go. Now, certainly there are other things that are going on outside of these. The rapidly decreasing cost of solar. You may have heard there's new federal clean power plans that are coming out. So there are other things that might contribute, but these are big things that there's quite a bit of certainty that they could help.
There's a federal tax credit for electric vehicles.
That would be another thing that isn't captured in this, but would help. Mm-hmm. So then the analysis said, okay, here's the remaining reductions, and what are some things that we can influence at the local and state level. And so this is some of the work that was done both at the staff level and then in the elected official summits. There were 3 summits in the last year and a half where elected officials came together to also work on these issues, and several of you participated in those. So the first example, this next wedge in green, is cleaner vehicles. So So this could be achieved partially through a statewide clean fuel standard, and additionally through work that cities could do on electric vehicle infrastructure, supported by state and federal incentives. A next example would be vehicle miles traveled reduction. So what can cities and the state do, the county, around transit, around growth management, things like this. And so I don't have time to go through all the details, but we charted out both based on the technical analysis of what's feasible, but also discussions of what's realistic. Because you could say, we're going to get 100% of our energy and facilities from renewable sources and not do much about, our cars. But there's a balance between these different sources of emissions. And so this suite of pathways is just one scenario, but it was deemed ambitious but possible to achieve these suite of pathways to get ourselves on track. So the summary of the technical analysis is a really high level, is that existing laws are important, but they alone probably aren't going to get us to our targets. State, regional, and local levers of change are all essential and available to meet the 2030 goal. Going into this, people may have, just seen these long-term targets of reducing our emissions by half by 2030 or by 80% by 2050, and not thought that that was possible. But looking at the technical and otherwise feasibility analysis showed that we could come up with a suite of actions and pathways to get us towards these long-term goals. So, and here's just a photo of some of the elected official working summits where cities came together to discuss these issues. So this technical analysis led partially to the development of these joint county-city climate commitments. And I'm not sure if they have, do they have copies of the commitments, or could we hand them out? Maybe. So, thank you, Kathy. So, the summit's really focused on reviewing and refining these commitments. So they're the next step down, saying, hey, we have a big picture goal to, for example, increase renewable energy, but what are we going to do to contribute towards achieving that goal? And I think a key part of that is, what are we going to do in that shared city-county space? There's lots of things that cities can do on their own, or that will happen at state or federal levels, but what makes sense to collaborate on related to these pathways that we think make sense? So the joint county-city climate commitments that you have before you, and that I'll speak about for the rest of my time here, they build on best practices and technical analysis. They're things that really do result in significant greenhouse gas emissions reductions. Many of them are near-term opportunities. They're collaborative in nature. They build on existing programs and efforts by the cities and the county. And they're not a laundry list of everything that can be done or should be done. And then importantly, every city would not actively pursue every action. So it's not a blanket, hey, you know, we agree to do 100% of these things on this list, but rather the cities that have signed on to these support the overall package and then engage where there's the most impact and influence or interest.
So it's a voluntary program for each city that then customizes how they want?
Well, kind of. Basically, the joint county-city climate commitments set the overall policy framework for the K4C work group. And then there, for example, this year there are 5 different subcommittees working on not all of the issues, but some of them that have the best near-term opportunities. And then it wouldn't be expected that every city would participate in every one of those work groups, for example. But the joint commitments set the policy framework for what the K4C is working on, and then cities engage where they feel they have the most leverage or interest. Does that help answer? So the commitments fall in these different focus areas, and I'll walk through and provide some examples for each of them. So the first one is actually done. So it's good to recognize that we're making progress. So the first set of commitments were on setting shared goals. And so this is the one that I referenced about working through the Growth Management Planning Council and in partnership with the Sound Cities Association and others to set these targets for countywide greenhouse gas emission reductions, and also for how we measure progress towards those targets. The second set of issues is around climate policy. And so this is recognizing that even with all these local steps that can be taken, really to make big picture progress, we need things that don't just happen at a state or county level. So this is around this idea of setting science-based limits and a market-based price on carbon pollution.
When we're advocating the state, the federals on that last slide.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not advocating for a city level or county level.
Exactly.
Doesn't make, in many people's opinion, it doesn't make sense to do that kind of thing at a narrow geographic scale. Okay, so moving on to the third section of the joint county city climate commitments, transportation and land use. So transportation is the region's largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. So the transportation and land use theme is the one with the most commitments. And all of these commitments are focused on reducing the need to drive single occupancy vehicles and on decreasing the footprint of the fuel we use. They focus on 3 key issues. 1, sustaining and expanding transit, as well as alternatives, including carpooling and van pooling. 2, a proposed statewide low carbon fuel standard. And 3, transit-oriented development that would help reduce the need to drive. Yes?
If you have a community where they've cut out all your local midday service, does TOD make sense?
Probably not. I mean, you need enough transit service to make that
justify it.
sense, yeah.
But you're flexible. We don't have to adhere to each one of these, as I understand it. It's a general commitment.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the overall idea is, you are committing your support to the overall agenda, but not signing up to do every single thing in the list.
And there may be some low-hanging fruit, there may be some things that we can start now, and there may be some aspirational things, so it's a whole range.
Definitely. And we see, as I mentioned, this year there's 5 different subcommittees, and I'll talk to those at the end. And some of the bigger cities like Bellevue or Seattle or the county are participating in most of those, and other cities are just participating in just 1 or 2 of those work groups. And so there's definitely a range of staff capacity and elected official engagement across the 13 different cities. We want everybody to be really gung-ho, but this is a voluntary effort so far, for sure. All right. So thanks for the questions, and please continue to stop me and ask them. So the energy supply commitment area, the energy supply theme focuses on phasing out fossil fuel-based electricity and increasing the amounts of renewable energy produced. Importantly, it builds on strong federal and state commitments, including the EPA's newly proposed Clean Power Plan and the Washington State Renewable Portfolio Standard. And so the commitments outlined for this theme focus on how cities can partner with utilities to accelerate the phase out of fossil fuels through energy efficiency and renewable energy work. Yes?
On the other hand, we just read that closing the coal plant that supplies 20% of PSE's power is going to be a real challenge, and it's the dirtiest coal plant in the country.
Yes.
So is there any movement by our legislators to try to shift from that to something else?
Yes. So thank you for asking. This is one of the big focus areas for the K4C this year, and it's in part because there's been lots of false starts and partial starts and partial stops to this work. For example, last year at the state level, there was proposed legislation to shut down and decommission Colstrip, which is the big coal-fired power plant in Montana where PSC is a significant owner. And so actually, this comes later, but I'll say it now, we just set the date for the next K4C elected official event, and it's going to be in a month on October 15th. And instead of covering all different issues, it's going to be focused on clean energy issues. And we'll get into a lot of detail about what's going on with partnership with PSC, what's going on at the state level, what are the options moving forward. And then there's one other thing that I'll bring up now since it seems opportune, and that's that several of the cities are really interested and engaged on this issue of where's the future of our energy going to come from? Are we going to continue to source a significant amount of energy from coal, or what are the alternatives? And so the K4C has helped, but it's really been led by the county, and Mercer Island Mayor Bruce Bassett are drafting a comment letter to the Washington State Utilities and Transportation Commission on this issue. So the UTC is examining what are the cost implications for decommissioning Colstrip. And so this letter is been developed, and some of the cities are signing on to this letter jointly with County Executive Constantine and Mercer Island Mayor Bassett, saying, yes, we support you, taking a broader look at at Colstrip and what are the costs and ratepayer implications to shutting down Colstrip, but it's also the letter's also asking, what's the replacement plan? Do we just go to another fossil fuel-based source like natural gas, or can we phase in increasing amounts of renewables and efficiency and that kind of thing? So energy supply is a really big focus for this year for the K4C, and there is a lot of action going on. We're also going to likely see legislation next year at the state level on this issue. So a couple more examples from the joint commitments. So the green building and energy efficiency commitments are focused on reducing the footprint of the building sector. And they build on existing strong city-county collaboration through a group called the Regional Code Collaboration. And the commitments recognize that energy efficiency retrofits can be a great win-win-win. They can reduce emissions, create good jobs, and help pay for themselves by reducing energy and resource costs. The consumption and materials management commitments. And so the background here is waste prevention and recycling has significant life cycle greenhouse gas benefits by reducing the need to mine new resources or cut down new trees, and the life cycle of production of new products. And so our region is a leader across the country in this and has made great progress in recent years. And so across all King County, we now recycle or compost more than half of all waste, helping reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by the equivalent of removing more than 200,000 cars from the road. And that doesn't even include the benefits of Seattle-based recycling. So the commitments in this focus area build on existing commitments made through the Metropolitan Solid Waste Management Advisory Committee and the King County Comprehensive Solid Waste Management Plan. And so getting down to the last goal areas. And so another focus is on forests and farming. And forests and trees in King County are among the most productive in the world at storing and absorbing carbon pollution. And the strategies highlighted in this theme are focused on both protecting and restoring forests and farms and focusing development within urban areas. And so reducing development on rural lands has the dual climate benefit of helping us sequester greenhouse gas emissions and also helping to reduce sprawl and transportation-related greenhouse gas emissions. Government operations, the commitments are all about walking the talk to make sure our governments are also doing their part to reach countywide greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. So the commitments are focused on green building and energy efficiency practices for government facilities. And then the final focus area is on collaboration. And the paraphrase of that is participate in or join the K4C, which you guys have already done. So today, the commitments have been signed by Executive Constantine and mayors of 10 of the 13 K4C cities, which are about 70% of the population of the county. And then just briefly, the focus areas for the K4C for this year are electric vehicles, group purchasing, so exploring what can the cities in the county buy in terms of vehicles and fuels in a collaborative joint way to kind of leverage purchasing power. And then on energy supply, so commercial energy building benchmarking, city solar, clean energy, which refers to a lot of the issues I just talked about. And then the regional code collaboration, which is a standalone group, but coordinates a lot of its work with K4C. And then a final focus area is on coordinating how all of our cities in the county are reporting on sustainability and greenhouse gas emissions in a consistent way. So
Matt, what do you mean by Scope 5 under measurement and reporting?
Yeah, so Scope 5 is a software and reporting system that Bellevue has used the last couple of years and have pitched and gotten successfully a few other cities in the county to also jump on board with that Scope 5. Scope 5 is a brand
So who created Scope 5? Who's the owner of that tool and methodology?
It's a business,
Yeah, which
locally based business. I think they're called Scope 5. And so you can, if you're interested, check out Bellevue's website. One of the powers of it is it's a really public-facing interface, so people can go online and tinker with, how's our, and there's both the city operations and then the city community scale kind of reporting system as part of it. So how's the city doing at energy usage in its facilities, or how is the community doing at number of electric vehicles that people have, or that kind of thing. So the K4C, and this is a good example, I think 4 or 5 of the cities that are part of the K4C are going to pilot Scope 5 for their cities in the county over the next year. It's not every city doing it, but a few of the cities are going to pursue that in a joint way. And also coordinate it with all the cities who aren't doing it to see if in the future they would be interested.
Well, nearly 30% of our council drive electric vehicles, and there's one that drives electric bikes.
That's above average.
He also drives a gasoline-powered car.
He also has a couple of an SUV.
All right.
Okay.
So a few of the near-term opportunities, and I've alluded to a few of them. So, and this sounds like this is up for discussion both tonight and at your next meeting. So join the other 10 additional cities who have signed on the joint county-city climate commitments. The mayor's sign-on letter, I understand that issue hasn't come to this council yet. It's a kind of thorny issue, but it is really important. Where's the future of our energy come from? But as your city probably is, the county and the other cities who are joining in the sign-on are also great partners with Puget Sound Energy. So it's a complicated but important issue. I'm happy to share a copy of the letter if you'd like, but it's going to be sent to the UTC this week, so you may not have time to consider it fully right now, but at least so you know what the issue is, and this issue isn't going to go away. So
It's in our packet for
oh,
tomorrow.
it is. Okay, great. Thank you for cutting me off. And then the next K4C elected official event, the date has just recently been set, and we're working on the location. And it will be more focused on.
It's always Mercer Island.
No, it's not. It's not going to be Mercer Island.
Okay.
Although that is a convenient spot for
Yeah.
a lot of the cities. So. And then the monthly Sustainable Cities Roundtables. If you're interested in not receiving invitations to those, you might not be interested in every month, but your elected officials are always welcome to come and participate in those. So that was
Okay.
my presentation, and I'm happy
Thank
to
you.
answer
Any
questions.
questions?
Yeah.
All right.
Just one comment. I mean, that's really good stuff. I think the letter, Nancy's confused. The letter we're to sign tomorrow night is the letter that you already showed 10 mayors have signed.
Oh, yeah, that's not what I'm,
I thought there was 12 on that.
But if we do we have the other letter?
So,
You probably don't.
Councilmember Jaron's correct. The item in your packet for tomorrow evening, the resolution, is the first bullet on this slide, the joint city-county climate
Right.
commitments.
Right.
The second bullet, I did not realize it was coming up so quickly. We were trying to get you through the first bullet first before bringing something else for you to sign on to, but
When is that planned to be sent, you mentioned?
this week, as
This
early,
week.
yeah. And so the other cities that are newer to the K4C and haven't already signed on to the joint county-city climate commitments weren't especially ready to consider the next, this other sign-on letter. But since I was talking to you, I wanted to provide.
Well, we should have copies of it,
Yeah,
just in case we
and I have
have a
copies of
movement
it.
tomorrow
And I
to,
can
Oh, good.
pass it around.
we could,
Great.
Ben, you have a question?
I do, and maybe comment for council's consideration. Matt, if I understand this correctly, this second bullet point, we're simply asking the Utilities and Transportation Commission to tell us the implications of closing this power plant. Not making commitment that we're going to close it or we're going to pay for the cost, and we just simply want to understand the implications. Is that what it is?
Very close. So the UTC is already asking PSE, Puget Sound Energy, to provide information about the costs and implications of shutting down or phasing out Colstrip. And so that process is already planned to be happening this fall.
Now, Colstrip is the mine.
Colstrip is both a mine and the power plant. Yeah, and Puget Sound Energy is half owner and half of the plant, the older part of the plant, and PSC is also partial owner in the rest of the Colstrip power plant.
Let me ask my question differently.
Yeah.
Nobody who signed on this letter already making commitments saying that regardless of the cost, we're going to do this thing.
Oh, yes, definitely not.
That's all I wanted to know.
And
I think this is a good piece of information for us to have. If our council is okay with that, I would encourage our mayor to sign that letter too.
Yeah, could we include that tomorrow, and we can make that decision and get...
Right now.
You've got it now, right? Because we can send an electronic signature over to them easily enough.
And so what the letter says is many of our cities have strong climate and energy commitments, and so that it makes that point consistent with what's in the joint county city climate commitments, for example. It then supports what the UTC is doing. So it supports the investigation that the UTC is planning to do. But then it also goes a little bit further than, just supporting what's already happening to say, what's the alternative to Colstrip, and what are the costs and implications of not just shutting down Colstrip, but using renewable energy as an alternative. So it does ask for a little bit more than what is already planned. So as you read it, it's a little bit more than.
Could you give me an idea of what's our deadline for getting a signature in if we do make a decision?
If you tell me that you're considering it, then
You'll hold it for us?
I can hold it, yeah.
Probably Wednesday at the latest?
Yes,
Okay.
we can have it.
And we can have the electronic signature sent
Yep. That's fine.
Wednesday morning if we should go that direction.
Certainly. And the one other context, and since I'm kind of making the pitch, is that this is a complex issue in relationship to Puget Sound Energy, and the county has shared a draft of the letter with Puget Sound Energy leadership, and based on their feedback, there have been a few changes to the letter, so it won't be coming as a surprise to them, and they've had the opportunity to provide some feedback. They're not, 100% thrilled that this joint letter is coming, but they recognize, where the cities want to go on these energy issues. So.
Good.
Okay. Any other questions? Or Tom?
There was I think it was this morning, Seattle Times had a very extensive article about the Colstrip situation. So if you hadn't seen it, go look for it. There's a lot of useful background information in it.
It was in the Sunday.
Was it Sunday? Okay.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And we'll be in touch.
Yep.
Okay. Let's get back to the comp plan. We were, at least according to what I'm looking at, we were basically on pages 12 and 13. Let me find those. Do we have any issues with the, or staff, you have a couple of yeses on here. One is previously discussed and amended, one says needs minor wordsmithing. Have any problems with those, staff?
I think we're actually on page 10.
We're on 10.
Yeah.
I'm ahead of myself.
Sorry to,
Oh, I think 12 is right.
we were on item 30 on page 10, and it was the proposed amendment you started to talk about when we broke for dinner was the inserting the language of how the amendment complied with PSRC, goals and planning policies and King County CPPs and such. In the right-hand column under the staff recommendation, I think we put forward maybe a broader statement that could say a statement of how the amendment complies with regional and/or county goals and policies, trying to not get too specific. Things do change over time potentially, so we could support some general language like that.
Okay, everybody else okay with that? How about 31?
So 31, actually, the next, let's see, page 11, page 12, so the bottom of page 10, page 11, and most of page 12 are all proposed amendments to the housing element. And our concern here is that there's some proposed amendments that really, I think, change the work that the city and the Planning Commission and the council have done to date. So we do have, starting at the bottom of page 11, we do have a handful of the language changes that I think we can generally support, but substantially speaking, we were concerned about kind of the domino effect of some of these changes would essentially go back and require a substantial rewrite of the element. And the same can be said starting at the bottom of page 12 for land use as well. And we can get to that in a few minutes.
Earlier, where Councilmember Witten suggested that we insert the word preferences.
Yeah, and that was actually with the goal, that corresponding goal. So this, actually, that is one there that when we looked at that proposal from the council-initiated amendments, that's one we think that would match up with that corresponding goal. So we were actually supporting that change.
Okay, so let's move to 12. At least 38 and 39. We previously discussed 38 and amended. 39.
39, we didn't offer alternative language at the hour we were working on this, but with some minor wordsmithing, we think that language can change can work as well. So if you're so inclined, we'll do that. And
any of these others? And then, of course, is it 41 goes on to the next page, I guess?
Right. So then 41. 41 actually, I think, through the end of the document, through page 16, are all in relation to land use. So it's the same general concern that I just outlined. So, but then if you get to page 15, and then one on page 16, again, we did pick up some language there that we think would supplement the current framework and concept that we have in our land use element that you've been working on now for a number of months.
Didn't we just include that in the last one?
That one here is the town center.
Yeah, that's different.
But I remember I objected and others went with the one that, for all people living and working in Sammamish. We just, quality of life. We already did that one.
No, we did housing. We rejected the housing for people working here.
Where are you looking, Nancy?
The 54.
54.
I thought that we're on page 15.
We're not there yet.
We're at the,
We're looking at page 15. There's a couple here.
I'm sorry.
and I think 49, we've already done that, promote a variety of housing types
Yeah,
to meet all
we've done
housing
that
needs.
too. And what is 50 now? What is your take on that?
So hang on one sec, just slow down just for a moment. So item 49, I believe there was a one-word insertion there, all.
It's the all.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not so sure that, yeah, okay.
And then,
Well, that would include, Tom was concerned about
The mobile vehicles.
mobile housing.
Don't want to pay the impact
So
fees.
learned concern about, committing ourselves to meet the housing needs of the bottom 20% of the county population or something like that.
Well,
I'm
and
not sure that works up here.
And I'm very much in favor of senior housing, but the communities around us are providing a lot of that already.
Providence Point.
ISCWA's
etc.
providing a lot of apartment housing around in the Highlands area,
So we're going to have to move out?
No, I have to go visit
You
you
and
all
I?
out there? Increase my carbon footprint?
Just bring your dog.
Yeah. I support meeting all housing needs. It says promote a variety of housing types. It doesn't say blanket.
Big
meet 'em all.
guarantee, yeah, okay.
No, it's a promotion.
Well,
variety of
staff,
housing.
staff is fine with that all, so
Haven't we covered this elsewhere, though, frankly, from the standpoint of working on the regional solution aspect to this whole problem?
true, in the housing element, and that's one of the other themes you'll see here in the proposed changes to the land use element is that these changes are focused on introducing housing concepts into some of the land use policies. So that, I think, would also coincide with my previous comments about some of the concerns we had here, so.
okay.
Item 50, the mayor, I believe, asked
So
for
what
me
are
to-
we doing with 49?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Put all in.
I'm okay with it.
Well, are we?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's aspirational, it's not, doesn't guarantee anything. Well, I think that's what it is, it's,
That's what it says now without the all.
okay, yeah, okay, let's go to 50 then.
So 50 is definitely a policy that the council has discussed not only earlier today, but also at previous work sessions over the last number of months. The amendments here certainly expand on some of the ideals that are in the current version of the draft. You can see them there and underlined. I think the one thing, although we said yes to this in the staff recommendation, the one thing that we would offer if you're inclined to move this language forward would be to, in item B, probably put a period after needs in the 1, 2, 3, fourth line. So as identified in the housing analysis would be stricken because we don't have that. Yeah. Yeah.
So strike as identified in the housing needs analysis?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Are we okay with that, striking that one phrase?
Currently, our LU 4.1 has 4 things. Starting with services, with the retail, the professional, the pedestrian. It doesn't address in LU 4.1 the ownership, housing opportunities, or the multifamily and mixed-use development to meet the economic needs. So it adds A and B.
Right.
Does it add F as well, or is that,
No, that is
okay.
I think F here is just a renumbering as they got pushed down.
So Jeff, your plan would be to take the proposed elements that we're looking at here on page 15 and mesh them into the existing 4 items in 4.1 on page 32 of the master document?
Yeah, we'd clean this up as deleting that one phrase and dropping this in as the new 4.1 essentially.
So 4.1 wind up with 7 or 8 different sub-bullets.
6.
6.
Jeff, we spent close to 4.5 years developing this town center plan. And we spent almost 22 months of that is focusing on the environmental impact statement. I'm okay with this creative language here, but where I'm a little bit concerned here is item number B, that my concern has to do with the transportation impact associated with this. Are we opening that crack there with this particular statement?
Which one?
B.
B, innovative design, multifamily and mixed-use developments to meet the economic and demographic housing needs as identified in the housing needs analysis. I mean, we already went through that analysis with our town center
Yeah.
planning process.
So we, as I offered to council a moment ago, or a few minutes ago now, that last part of that sentence would be removed as identified in the housing needs analysis, so it would just end as a shorter sentence. You're correct. The plan and the environmental work that was done for the town center does contemplate a specific number of residential units and does contemplate a specific amount of commercial and associated type development, right?
Right.
So we are still working within those bounds. We're not, this is not opening up that.
Particularly if we're not including the phrase as identified in the housing needs analysis.
This also applies to all the designated centers.
Right.
When you look at it in the land use area, we're talking about a mix of activities. Diverse ownership is not an activity, like a retail store. So it seems like A and B belong in the housing element as opposed to in the land use element to begin with. And I thought when we went through the land use, we had a pretty, a number of policies that address diverse ownership and opportunities for people in the community. We didn't have anything as specific as B, and until I understand what the housing needs analysis is, I'm not real comfortable.
Well, we've said to remove that anyway, but
But yeah, this belongs in the housing.
yeah.
I think it's focusing on the centers, town center and the commercial centers, and I certainly would be disappointed to find out that all the housing is rental housing. And so having diverse ownership and rental housing opportunities makes a lot of sense.
And that should be, but I think it goes in the housing area.
Not land use.
Or in either the town center plan or in the housing element.
Well, there's housing policies in the land use section too, right?
This is, in the last use section, it would talk about these commercial centers as opposed to citywide.
Right.
Town center and commercial center.
And do we know what is innovatively designed and what is the description of that
Yeah.
to you and to me, to Don, to Kathy? Do we all have the same understanding of what is innovatively designed?
No.
Excellent question.
7 to 12 stories.
How about 2 or 3?
I'm okay with a yurt.
Want a tree house?
Question about how the city is in the business of should provide for anything. It says the town center and designated commercial centers should provide a lively mix of activities. This is almost a command. And
It's not shall.
it says should, and
Right.
should provide.
Aspirational.
Well, it's aspirational, but it's a little stronger than that. I mean, we've backed off on a number of points of this nature elsewhere in this comprehensive plan.
And
So
actually,
I'm wondering why we're being so forceful here.
and we're also kind of getting into the weeds. I mean, we go through the town center plan does look, and I remember working on it, with a whole list of kinds of retail sorts of, just a variety of uses in the town center that's already in the plan. So this is kind of restating that.
4.1 does say should, but it focuses on activities.
Yeah.
So let's leave it alone.
I'm comfortable with
The original,
Yeah.
as opposed to this. I think we have a consensus that this is a no then. Yes.
Correct.
Anything else on this page we need to discuss? Last page. One is a continuation, and you have already said no to that one, is your recommendation?
Correct.
That's 52, and then we got 53, and then possibly 54.
So then 54, based on the conversation you had earlier this afternoon, I think yes is probably a no at this point.
Okay.
You've had dialogue today about that already,
All right.
so.
Could we discuss 52 a little bit?
So that's because we took their housing, and then we're going to take their quality of life? Is that the rationale?
We previously discussed it, so why at this hour are we discussing it again?
Because we haven't discussed it before. We haven't discussed this at all.
Previously discussed and amended by city council.
Well, I don't.
That wasn't today. Obviously, we didn't produce the document that quickly. That was at some point during the last number of months.
So let's leave it alone. Why rehash what we've already gone through?
Which one's he talking on?
Yeah, there's a lot here that is particularly item A, which is the main part that he wants to
Yeah, add back and modify what we just did. I mean,
Yeah.
let's leave it alone.
Percentages and,
And B is transition toward a visually continuous pedestrian bicycle-oriented storefront adjacent to
well, what has changed in this is A, isn't it? Okay,
Proposed for change.
proposed change.
And the word promote.
So are you suggesting that perhaps in the annual amendments to the comp plan, the town center might be a focus of next year's?
Could be a big focus any year.
I suggest you do that because it's been a while since we adopted the plan, so we got some development activity took place already. So it's probably time to take a look at it.
Reconsider
I'm not quite
something.
sure we'll be able to do that next year or the following year, but within the next biennial budget cycle, that you should take a look at it.
We'll recall that there were some proposed changes in previous years, and they said, well, we'll take that up when we do the complete comp plan rewrite. We haven't.
We're doing it. Yeah. Okay, any further questions?
So, Mr. Mayor, before we wrap this one up, Mr. Stickney, whose comments you've been going through several pages of here, he did send an email today, and I've got a hard copy of it here. Other bullets, I'll just pass it around.
Can we put that electronically on the screen also?
Want to compliment both Erica and Paul for their perseverance and really working through and digging in like the rest of us did.
And
to the comp plan.
absolutely.
Absolutely.
So these aren't goal or policy specific. These are concepts that Mr. Stickney had provided in prior written documentation that some of them actually do repeat that were in the table. For example, the regional policies, they're the fifth or sixth bullet down. You'll see that.
So there's suggestion of a commercial centers element in the comp plan by 2017. So that would be in one of those annual updates.
Yeah, and I think the land use element already speaks to doing sub-area planning efforts in the commercial centers in the future. In each of those, like the town center planning effort, for example, would be a substantial work effort requiring advanced time and financial budgeting. So we've already got that in our comp plan to do those in the future.
I know there's one here on stormwater, but we have starting in January of 2017, we have some much stricter policies to be implemented.
Yes.
For that. So what we do next year isn't going to, I mean, outside of coordinating our ability to work within those
Yeah.
new.
So staff doesn't, in being able to quickly review these pages this afternoon, staff doesn't have any specific amendments that we would offer to move forward at this point in relation to the comp plan update. I think, as just mentioned a moment ago, some of these might come into play with a future town center review of the existing plan,
Or an annual docket request.
perhaps, yeah.
I mean, and some of these I just disagree with, like amend partial gross density to full gross density in the town center. That was a very long discussed and well-discussed element. And, I mean, half of the town center is subject to critical areas and buffers, and you double the density, and that's not. Right, and we're limited, and we've worked on those numbers, so,
Yeah.
I mean,
You're not doubling the
way out of
density
this.
because there are limits on, there's limits on the traffic issue and the EIS.
Right, but this says just double the density, in effect.
No, not in effect.
It says go to full gross density.
Right. Which would allow certain projects to be denser, but would not allow us to,
Anyway, I think it's way outside the scope of the last-minute changes, and needs
Okay.
a different context.
So then, unless there's anything else that we need to cover. Well, not quite yet, but, so as previously discussed on September 1st, we do have sufficient budget left with our consultant to do a final production document. So we're going to take these two tables that you've went through this evening and also the table that you went through and completed on September 1st, and we're going to be turning those over to the consultant tomorrow morning, and they are going to begin their 2 weeks that they requested they needed to have to do a final clean draft version that will be dated approximately October 1st to bring forward to council for a special meeting on October 13th, as you previously discussed, to vote on the 2015 comp plan update.
Okay.
Great work, Council, thank you.
One more to add.
not at the last minute.
I want to, a policy that requires infiltration in the town center to the extent it's feasible.
I would support that.
That's in our development regs now anyway for.
No, we've already changed the stormwater regs. But we also changed the goal to 60%. So it doesn't compel them to do 100%, which is infiltration.
Let's not drop that thing at last minute. That is a very significant drop. It's not a bucket, it's not a drip. That's,
Feasible.
He's willing to discuss it till December.
let's just not do that right now, please.
Okay. Let's switch gears a little bit. Move on to the next item on our agenda, which is the tree retention regulations. We have
I'm going to ask.
item number 3. We have, if I may, Jeff, what's that?
Would we be able to, just so we can reload here with the right stuff, maybe break for 2 minutes?
Yes, 2 to 4 minutes.
Okay, that'd be perfect. Thank you. We got to shuffle stuff around here.
Yeah, what is this luxury?
Well, no, we got 3 chairs.
Good work, guys. Really good work.
Probably just over there near the podium.
Okay.
I gotta go get my stuff, actually.
Okay.
I'm so ready.
I don't know what we'll need, so I put on.
I was born ready.
We could potentially
you have the, I'm dry? Oh, which?
We get the goal is not to make a decision.
I'm just going to replan.
I mean, there's, yeah, this is subjective.
Jeff
Were
can
you involved in that work?
tell us how that works.
So where is this in the edge regulations? Where is this?
I don't know. This is the list of questions
Yeah.
that the council had staff address.
right.
And so the question was, why aren't non-significant trees and understory regulated by this chapter? So I guess they're
Right.
speaking to the fact that it's not small.
Because it's not a tree. You know, I mean,
Oh, because it's too small.
yes, because
It's within.
you'd be regulated.
Oh, gotcha.
You know, so it's kind of like saying, this is the threshold to
True.
which this laws apply. And you have to draw the line somewhere.
So if it's a
Scrub brush the soil.
yeah, if it's a lot or a plat that's been clear cut 10 years ago, and now you've got all these.
Do you want the Q and A up on the screen? Or just
Anything else that I can walk you through?
Q&A is, bring it up on this one.
it's not on that one.
Well, it's, yeah, on the internet it is. In the council packet. I don't care. Bring it up on
Tonight, we're going to go through the questions and answers. Tomorrow night, we're going to go through the amendments, right?
We have the list of amendments. We'll probably have more questions to respond to tomorrow night.
Yeah.
We're not gonna have a revised draft. I'm just reminding you until it comes tomorrow.
You okay here handling this?
Yeah. Do you leave it?
I'm going to just bail out of it. I'm tired. Exhausted.
That's the Q&A.
Yeah.
Do you want me to pull it? Oh, you got it? He's got it. I gotta get some more water. So I'll have it up on this one too if we need it. I forgot it was on the web.
Yes.
Just if it comes.
Otherwise,
Isn't that how it always is?
Yeah.
tomorrow night, we're going to go through the amendments.
We'll get a final copy.
Yeah, you might want to get in on that.
And I'll do the interaction.
Was my phone hooked up earlier? It was?
Just a little bit. Say something. Because that was sitting in the audience.
Comment on this before or after? Because there's just some people that just want to talk, that's all.
I probably have it in my briefcase somewhere, but I'm not going to dig it out now. I think we just go through the issues. Well, well, today we're just going through these issues, and then tomorrow, hopefully, we have a list of amendments, and then on the 6th, we approve it. Okay, let's get started here. Okay, Frank, just tell us what you want us to do.
Well, bring back the monarchy. No, just kidding.
All right. Ben, you want to get us started on this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Frank, for your hard work on the Planning Commission on this one, too. So this was not an easy topic. We've been at it for quite some time. You had asked some very good questions, and you did follow up with those questions in last week also. So tonight, we're going to provide those answers to you. I think you have it in your packet. Staff will go through them with you. Tomorrow night, we will be going through your policy amendments, basically how you want to amend the ordinance, and then we go through those tomorrow night. And then once you get your consensus on the final format and form of the ordinance,
We're already in first reading, so we can make amendments tomorrow night.
yes,
The meeting.
yes.
And after that, too, right?
Sure.
Probably as late as the 6th. We hope to pass this on the 6th.
On the 6th?
Yes,
Then finish
that's what I'm going to suggest that you do. And the reason I suggest that you do is there seems to be a perception out there you're going to come with tougher ordinance. And that seems to be affecting the market right now because we have an interim ordinance. I think that the time, perhaps the essence for us, that we need to move on this one a little bit quicker. When I say quicker, it's been a while. We've been already working on this thing too.
What does affect the market mean? Does it mean it's improving faster or slower?
There's been an uptick in permit applications.
We're hearing that the people want to get their applications in while under the interim ordinances because the new ordinance is going to be a lot more restrictive. So, and it is, in fact, is becoming
Likely, seems
restrictive
likely,
in the sense that.
Well, but now we could also bifurcate it because they're different statutes. We could do the penalty one, which would be important, and then we could do the.
That is adding more work to you on your plate. We can't get through the two-step process. Now we're adding it the third, fourth, fifth steps in this process. My suggestion is, let's just be patient. Let's see where we are tomorrow evening after your amendments, and then we'll decide where we want to go with that one. So I'm going to turn it over to our Community Development Director here, and then start the process. And I know our esteemed Planning Commissioner here also, and he's going to give us some insight as some of these questions come up.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. So what we've provided in your packet is a Q&A document, which we did not have all the answers to. We believe we have some additional answers we'll be able to provide tonight. It's actually up on the screen, the beginnings of it up on the screen right now as well. So what we can do is we can simply just walk through this document, and to the extent you need more explanation or less explanation regarding these questions.
Well, they're all nicely numbered, so let's just start with one. If there are questions about one, we'll answer those questions and maybe have some thoughts. And then we'll go on to
that'd
the
be
next
great.
one. So let's start with one. Go ahead.
So number one was defining significant tree, heritage tree, and landmark tree. Significant tree and heritage tree are already provided for in code, and landmark tree was a proposed definition addition from the Planning Commission recommendations.
Now, just to answer one of my thoughts is I could remember getting a permit to cut some trees, and there were some limitations on diameter in terms of what you needed a permit for and what you didn't need a permit for. And I recall that the key number was something around 4 inches. So if you had saplings and other smaller trees that were growing up around, say, crowding up around your cedars or your other, those could be taken out without a permit. On the other hand, above that level required a permit or, so what is that now?
That's what you have on the screen there in front of you under significant.
So anything less than 8 inches, a coniferous tree does not require a permit?
Could you explain DBH, please?
It stands for diameter or breast height. That's generally about 4 feet off the ground is where an arborist will take an official measurement of a tree. So you don't measure the diameter of the tree at the ground.
Okay.
Right. You measure it at DBH, which equates to about approximately 4 feet off the ground.
No, then again, you're free to take down the trees that are below this size without a permit at all.
Unless, of course, they're in a critical area or, a protected sensitive area
Thank you.
type of place.
Or you might need a grading permit if you're taking down and clearing the land.
I was thinking more of for an individual homeowner that might want to go out in their backyard and take their trees down.
Okay.
It's important to note, too, that a lot of homeowners associations have restrictions that are significantly more stringent than these. And that would continue to remain in force
Yes.
under the HOA rules.
Ben, you had another comment?
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I was going to mention that at the beginning of my comments. We have a few citizens patiently sign up to talk about this topic, and they've been patiently waiting here in this chamber.
Oh.
I was wondering if you would entertain the idea of perhaps having the public comments so that they don't end up waiting.
This is
till
not a
the end.
hearing because we're not in a regular meeting.
That's correct.
But we do have time for public comments. I have one person signed up. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Yeah, I
I
know.
was told about the 3 citizens here to talk about it.
No?
Well, we just have one person signed up.
Oh,
Okay. Well, why don't you go ahead and,
well, Mark, not that, I thought it was multiple citizens, so I don't want the perceptions that we're giving this privilege to the former council
I
members.
was the one that was signed up, though, right?
All right, sorry.
And then if there's others, I'm certainly,
Thank you. Thank you for signing up and talking about it.
my name is Mark Cross. I live at 247 208th Avenue Northeast, Sammamish, Washington. I appreciate what staff's put together for your consideration. I appreciate the consideration and the interest that council has in this issue and trying to find a way to preserve trees here in Sammamish, which seem to be coming down at a rapid rate. I wanted to make some kind of detailed comments and then a couple more high-level comments. One of the things that I think that's bothering people about seeing some of the initial construction here in town center is that the first thing they see is the really large detention vault. And as we know, one of the reasons that you have those really large detention vaults is because there isn't a pipe, a storm drainage system that connects the top of the plateau down to the receiving waters in Lake Sammamish. If we had that, then the individual properties could focus more on water quality treatment, infiltration, and other kinds of amenities, as well as tree retention, rather than having the great big concrete box. Redmond, the city of Redmond has spent some time and energy putting together a plan for drainage in its downtown and then allows some of the money saved on detention to actually be allocated towards projects across the city of Redmond. And it's something that I think we could look at here in Sammamish. The other thing I wanted to recommend and suggest is that you also have a landscape code here in the city of Sammamish, and that you could look to the landscape code for new subdivisions as a way to say, we value the northwest vegetation and in areas where you are subdividing property, where subdivisions have to be found to be in the public interest is the standard in state law, that you would say we want to have northwest trees and vegetation in the perimeter landscaping that's required with those plats. And so that's something you could look at. The other one is that some cities, this is from Bellevue, but other cities have other documents that are similar. They have a critical area handbook or a handbook that lists the trees and shrubs that you want to encourage. And I think that's something that you could look at, because it's a way of pointing the way both to staff, to the hearing examiner who reviews plats, is to give guidance to everybody what you're really looking for in detail. I think that that's helpful when trees are taken down or when people are looking to need to replace things. This gives them some guidance on what might be appropriate in a certain location. And finally, I'd say that as you go back into the town center plan and you look forward to 2017, so one of the comments we had tonight, and actually was in your comprehensive plan subject, you
finish your thought.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
No, finish it.
Finish your thought.
You belong to Arch. Arch works on affordable housing. Mr. Stickney spent a lot of time on this subject as well. It's possible that you could go to Arch and ask them to look at traffic counts at various kinds of affordable housing that they've developed in the region and maybe give you an outside look at what that traffic really looks like, and possibly it would show that some of the thoughts that Mr. Stickney's brought forward and others have some validity, and that maybe pedestrian and town center can have some density around real, valid, verified transportation traffic reduction from projects that are shown in other places. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Anyone else for public comment? We started at 3:30, so a lot of people weren't ready to be here at that point, so I appreciate that. So any other thoughts? Anybody else for public comment on, particularly on the tree ordinance? Okay. Like, we were on item number 1.
We haven't gotten very far.
No.
Okay. Can we go to 2?
Oh, did you want?
Comment on the trees?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you for taking me so late, and apologies to anybody who I'm delaying. As a resident of Sammamish since 1988,
We need your name and address.
Stephen Tizzer, 21318 Northeast 1st Street, Sammamish 98074.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. As a resident of Sammamish since 1988, I've witnessed the tremendous growth that's taken place in Sammamish, as we all have. And I've also watched the developers creeping acre by acre and demolishing a considerable number of trees. I live at the top of the Thompson watershed, and some of you will know that I was opposing the Barrington development because of one of the items, because of the number of trees they were removing. There was an illegal logging that took place in 2007-2008, which the City of Sammamish Council failed to address. It's on file, and anybody who cares to take a look can see how poorly administered that was. And the result of the removal of considerable number of trees was that the Western Tamarack neighborhood has experienced a considerable amount of flooding. Some of the trees were 80, 90 years old, Douglas firs, cedars, and some of those trees are known historically to be able to consume upwards towards 500 gallons, 250 gallons of water, even in a day. When you have a removal of such a number of trees, you have the obvious deluge of the flood that comes down the slopes. The Thompson watershed is an extremely critical area. I would submit that the 25% tree retention policy now is, I know it's a temporary moratorium at 35%, but the old level of 25% was considerably inadequate. Some would argue that even 35% is inadequate. But more so, the problem is this, is that even at whatever level you have, whether it's 35, 40, or even greater, after you've got the retention policy in place, then you have to have somebody overseeing the developers who love to clear-cut every acre and every inch of land in the city that they possibly can, because in that way they can maximize the number of properties, the number of lots, and obviously be more efficient and more profitable for them. But consider this, it takes 80 or 90 years for some of those trees to be replaced. I've already had a conversation with some trees, with Council Member Mr. Odell, about some trees that exist on Southeast 8th, that in a future road development are likely to be considered for removal. These trees are probably 80, 90 years old. They cannot be replaced immediately, if they can ever be replaced. And if we continue to remove every single beautiful tree in this city, then the standards of the city have somewhat been diminished. And the reasons why the citizens here come to Sammamish will have also been removed. And we become a little box dormitory city, nothing like the city that we've known for many, many years and wish to preserve. The other issue that I would like to address for council at this critical stage is this, is that we have upcoming elections, not only this year, but future elections. And those council members that choose to reduce the tree retention issues and ordinances might well want to understand that everybody that I've spoken to in this election, doesn't matter who they're supporting, every single resident that I've come across wants to retain more trees rather than even the 35% that exists now. And the citizens will be taking note, and that anybody that should choose to want to remove more trees and lessen the effect of the tree moratorium would be ill-advised in a political sense, but not only in a political sense, also in the environmental sense.
Could you sum up, please?
I think I've said enough for now, but I would like to just remind all the council members that the overwhelming number of citizens that I've spoken to wish to see more trees preserved and not less. And I would strongly recommend that the strongest tree retention policies be administered rather than a lower degree. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? We got another one? Okay. Let's get back to item number 1.
So I think we covered one.
Any questions on 1? Any further questions? Okay, let's item number 2.
Item 2, the question was, what is the cost of an arborist review? We see there we've included for a single-family lot, it can be anywhere from $500 to $750. I think the fuller answer is it's really going to depend. Are we doing a third-party peer review with an arborist on a subdivision development proposal, or are we doing it on removing trees on a single-family lot? So the cost is probably going to vary widely, just like it would for a wetland scientist third-party peer review. The scope of the proposal will dictate the cost.
Question.
Okay.
So, Jeff, I understand right now under the current ordinance, you don't need an arborist review if you want to remove a couple of trees from your lot. Is the proposed ordinance, I don't have it with me, is it requiring an arborist review for single family?
It's not, but it does establish the authority for us to require a third-party peer review of a professional arborist, just like a professional wetland scientist. The city does currently have an on-call certified arborist contract for permit review, third-party peer review if necessary. We have used it this year in a handful of cases that have come up. So the proposed, code changes will just formally establish that authority.
I see, okay.
I've got it.
Wasn't real clear on the answer to that one. Can I follow up?
Go ahead.
You said that we had the arborist on call and that they could do a peer review of another arborist. But what if I just walk in or Bob walks in and we have a plan to cut down our trees? You don't call the arborist?
We can use it for that as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
So who would pay for this?
Tom O'Dell, you're next, and then Bob Keller.
So if we were to charge this fee, or put it this way, now that we know what the cost is, if we're to make it a regular practice to engage an arborist in every instance, would this be a fee that would be then charged the property owner?
Would we pass it on? I think this is question.
Mayor, do you mind if I take a shot at that? I'll challenge the premise a little bit. I don't think the proposed ordinance in front of the council requires the arborist review on every tree removal permit. However, our typical approach with consultant reviews, on-call reviews, third-party reviews, is to pass on some of that cost to the person applying for the permit. We usually try and prorate that cost to be appropriate or consistent with staff review time on a case-by-case analysis. And we are, certainly the practice right now is to try and be judicious as to when it's appropriate to ask for that third-party review versus when it's not. I don't think your city staff really just blithely routes every tree removal permit to the on-call consultant right now.
So what triggers the on-call activation.
It's by and large contextual. Mr. Ucci, should I defer to you, sir?
Of course you can ask. I just wanted to add to question perhaps. Could we put a standard to that one? I mean, going back to that the public comment that we just received about regarding the significant trees that they're 80, 90 years old. Could we put some sort of a diameter dimension? So if you're taking it 4-inch diameter tree, it's one thing. But if you're taking it's a 70-inch perimeter, that is a completely different things. So maybe even if it's a single tree, we should require to have some sort of an arborist review to make sure that there's in fact a good reason for that tree to come down, because the consequences are so severe.
Ben, sometimes it's so obvious when your tree's like this, and it's a big tree, and it's threatening other trees, or people or power lines or whatever, you don't need
I don't need an arborist review. I mean, we're not talking about those, absolutely.
I mean,
If it's a safety hazard, its tree is already tipping over, there's no need to do that. But we get sometimes requests that I just saw today one at the lobby here, that the individual homeowner wanted to remove a single tree in the corner of his property, and the diameter was 70 inches. It's huge. I was told. So, I mean, that's a big, significant
but I mean, you
tree.
still need discretion.
Right.
If I could add to that just a little bit, I think typically what you see now in the cases that Councilmember Witten describes, where the tree would be apparently hazardous to the general lay person, myself included. So it's leaning, it's visibly dead. We don't typically ask for the arborist review. The counterexample, as the city manager has indicated, and it would be for very large trees, often very healthy, not apparently dangerous. We sometimes run into this where we'll see an arborist who's asserted that a tree is hazardous. It's not immediately apparent to the city planner as to why it's hazardous, and of course, it's conveniently right in the wrong spot for the house addition. And so then we also would often require that third-party review. And sometimes they are hazardous, and that's why we don't want the layperson making a call on that kind of thing. It's highly contextual, Councilmember Odell. It's not something I could give you a handy rule of thumb as to every situation to inform you. I could describe specific examples, of course.
You know, in the law, we have, when you challenge cases under the Constitution, some things are entitled to close scrutiny, if it's a suspected classification type thing or something. So it seems to me that the standard should be for staff to carefully scrutinize things that aren't obvious, and in that context use it. I don't know how you put that into words, but there are things where circumstances exist that, based on your experience, make you take a closer look at things.
Well, we already have limitations in the at least in the draft and in the temporary, which talks about number of trees that you can take out, apply for, even the I'm sorry, let me finish what I'm saying. Number of trees, if we're now extending that to, are we looking at significant trees? Are we looking at heritage trees? Are we looking at landmark trees? At some point, you're going to take a closer look. And what triggers that for you now? Should we add another trigger?
Yeah, what triggers it now is the quality of the information we're receiving in an application. So it's the same with wetland reports now. If staff takes a look and we've got red flags that are being raised as part of that consulting professional's report, we'll typically go out to a third-party peer review to have that looked at. The same would be in the case of an arborist. If we receive an arborist report that we believe there's red flags contained in it, possibly inaccurate, or information that's not adding up, then that's something where that's what we're doing currently. We're calling up our on-call arborist, and we're asking for a peer review of that report. Similar to the deputy mayor's question from a few minutes ago, in cases where there is no arborist report and it's a tree permit that, for whatever reason, we've got questions about that we want someone with a more skilled background to look at, then that's what we do. We pick up the phone, we say, hey, we'd like you to take a look at this application and provide your professional opinion on those trees that are contained within it. So that's what's triggering it now.
Yeah, just a second. Tom Odell, you had something?
No, sorry.
Okay. Nancy?
I think you've got to look at this in terms of the purpose of the tree removal also. The whole purpose section needs to be amended, in my opinion, to permit things like building an ADU where the tree's right and the only place you can put it. I mean, in that kind of a situation, you shouldn't need an arborist's report if it's for a particular purpose that's our code promotes, like ADUs, solar power, building a garage, building a shed. I mean, there can be some that are really important, but all of them within a typical homeowner expectations to be able to make those kinds of improvements. Then an arborist report shouldn't be necessary to take the tree down. I mean, you should need your permit, and you should do the replacement or replanting, and there might be a question of, well, exactly how big was the tree or something, but not to the actual decision to remove it.
And I don't disagree with that. The mechanism in the code, as proposed, is not necessarily submitting an arborist report, but to go through a relief from the standards that have been put forward by the Planning Commission for your consideration, is to go through a variance process. So that.
Variance process? Oh, so that didn't come out in my.
So that is in the recommendations. What was happening in the interim regulations, some of you may recall, is that there were a couple different relief mechanisms in the current interim regulations, and there were questions being called as to, people are just ignoring what the requirements of the code are and just submitting these administrative requests for relief. So the response of the Planning Commission through the public process they worked through was to say, that's something that we need to look at tightening up. And we have an existing variance process in our code that already has criteria outlined and so forth. And that's the recommendation that came forward.
But where is that in the code? Where does it specifically provide for the variance process?
Well, the variance process and criteria are already established in 21, right?
21A 110.
21A 110.
And the specific section in the ordinance before the council tonight would be section 260, 21A 37, 260, the proposed regulations before you now.
Yep.
Is that in the interim one or the one we're looking at?
That's in the proposed, the Planning Commission's recommendations.
So in other words, to build a garage, they have to go through a variance procedure if there's a tree in the way?
If the tree removal, if the count of the tree removal is going to exceed the tree removal limits.
Oh, but the purposes are limited under that section to tree thinning for landscaping or something very limited.
Right, and I think we've already had some preliminary discussion with council back in July about doing some amendments there to provide, I think the deputy mayor brought up an example of green energy, I think,
Yeah,
facilities for that. ADUs had come up about constructing an accessory dwelling unit. So I think there was a general acknowledgement between the council and the staff that we would definitely work on that to bring something back that would work.
So the variance would be if it weren't for an acceptable purpose that will be seen in a revision.
Going over the tree removal limits that the code would authorize.
Right.
Yeah, if someone wants to put in an ADU or something like that, that's one thing. I would hope we would not permit a landmark tree to be removed simply so someone could put up a shed.
A tool shed, right?
Yeah, and they should, if there's another spot, even for an ADU, they should be able to move it to preserve the heritage tree.
And that, for that exact reason, Councilmember Whitten, is why both staff and legal staff and then the Planning Commission ultimately came to somewhat the same conclusion that the variance process that's already established in our code has criteria to address those types of questions.
Okay.
But you need a basic purpose provision that's more.
Okay, let's, we know what it costs for an arborist review,
Yeah.
and we know we have an on-call arborist. Let's move to number 3.
Are we just reading these things, or are we going to go to the ones that?
Talking to them.
We're talking to them, we're asking questions, we're getting understanding.
Can we remove significant trees? Can we remove trees if, in the critical areas, if they're not significant?
Areas, I don't believe, no.
I'll remind the council, this is really a regulation, a proposed regulation that is intended to target trees outside of our critical areas and critical area buffers. And when I say critical areas and critical area buffers, let me be more precise. I'm actually speaking to wetlands, wetland buffers, streams, stream buffers, steep slopes, AKA landslide hazard areas, and their buffers where we currently require the preservation of vegetation for a variety of purposes. So here, when we're focusing on the response, we're describing what we would require for the removal of a tree outside of critical areas, right? Within critical areas, we typically would say any removal of vegetation requires some kind of clearing permit and a strong basis for that clearing, avoidance sequencing, the like.
Thank you.
I guess I'm thinking about areas where, we have a lot of second growth, even third growth forest. And there may be areas where someone could pretty much clear cut a particular area and not get to a significant tree. How are we dealing with that, or are we dealing with that?
Currently, so these regulations do address the significant tree base size and above. I don't believe we found any comparable jurisdictions regulating specifically the understory. So as we noted here in the document, if that was something the council was interested in talking about, that would require some new additional language to the Planning Commission regulations.
Well, you answered my question, because in the regulations, it spoke to stands of trees.
Mhm.
And I think what Mayor Vance was referencing is if you have a stand of trees and they're all 7 inches in diameter, we could take out quite a lot of trees that in a year or two would grow to be significant
Right,
trees.
right.
And there's no penalty whatsoever, no requirement to replant.
I wonder if we should look at, as Deputy Mayor Huckabee looks at, is those situations where you do have a stand of trees.
Perhaps non-significant stands of trees.
Or maybe there's one significant tree in the bunch, or two.
Or connected to,
Yeah.
and buffering, really important to have the issue of buffering, because when they break the wind and those trees come down like domino, and when you have a protected forest, somebody clear cuts next to a stand of trees, and all those trees come down then one at a time.
Like matchsticks.
Well, I can remember during the big blow a few years ago, pretty much every hemlock in town went down, and that was largely because they were all freestanding.
You can have my hemlocks.
Yeah, you want them? You don't want them anymore?
So I wonder if, the proposed Planning Commission recommendations do point towards taking opportunities to retain, just bear with me here for a moment, significant trees in a priority sequencing where stands and continuous canopy coverage is a priority and is incentivized in the code. So I wonder if we maybe take that one step further here and include in that already existing language the notion of preserving those important understories as well. And if maybe that's a way of working.
I would like to see that.
Okay.
My question here was related to the stands of trees, so I appreciate that you've answered that. And one of my goals is that I want a very strong ordinance. But I also am aware that next year we're going to start on the urban forestry. So I'm comfortable with simple and strong. And then next year, I think we can delve into a lot of these topics about native trees versus non-native trees and a variety, stands of trees, and what size the canopy is, that's going to give us many more answers that we aren't going to be able to answer tonight. So that's sort of my focus. But I also wanted to comment that on the understory, I recognize that you have interpreted the question as the removal of the understory, where I was also including in the replanting, when we replant trees or we replace them in other areas, that it's important to go in and redo the understory as well in those areas.
Yeah, and I think, just briefly, I think in the replanting element that's obviously just been introduced here with the interim regulations, that's really some of the most valuable help we can actually get from consulting arborist services, is helping us locate new trees in those restoration replanting efforts that will be successful into the future, and getting some best practices and advice, looking at replanting and restoration plans.
Yeah, and it's not only the trees. I brought something along that I was going to hand to you for future reference. It's part of a TED Talk, and they talk about how the process they went through in amending the soil,
Right.
protecting the trees for a fairly lengthy period of time, that we may want to assume that if we begin to do replanting, particularly on public lands, to make that major effort to ensure that those trees are going to survive for the long term.
And you had brought that up in prior sessions, and I
Yes.
think we've got that noted as something
I
we
was just
want to
going to hand
incorporate.
you this article because it
Okay,
was kind of
great.
fun to read.
Yep.
Well, notwithstanding the deputy mayor's call for simplicity, I do want to have my comments on stands of trees. I would like to see
I would prefer.
how we can deal with that now as opposed to later. Then it's Councilmember Witten.
Talking about stands, if you have one of the few parcels that, let's say it's 5 acres or 10 acres, that's heavily forested, the city has an option on the one by Pine Lake Middle School, for example. I think it's 5 acres or 10, I've forgotten, but it's all treed. Or you have a homeowner who's had their property forever and has 5 acres and 4 acres are trees. If you had a stand of trees, if you're counting everything, and it's a 35% requirement, and it's all a connected forest that's left, how are you going to, if you protect the stands, let them build anything at all on those two examples?
Like the town property.
I mean, where does your policy go from protecting trees to preventing development? There needs to be a balance. So I agree about protecting stands of trees. I think that's really important.
Well, I'm not creating
I've seen the domino effect on my own property, but how do you strike that when you address this? Look at striking the balance to permit some development. I mean, the whole thing with trees is if you reduce the density, you can keep trees on site. And that goes for any of the zoning. If you reduce the density under the existing zoning, you can keep trees on site. And you've got a policy decision. It comes up in things like the question of the stands, but even in the 35% or whatever it is, you've got to hit that balance. And I don't think the balance should always be let them get the full density. I think we've seen a case of that in recent months where a developer claimed, I can't get the density that I'm entitled to. Well, he was given extra density and he still took out the trees, saying he couldn't get his density, and it was granted on different predicated circumstances. So my question is here, this is a really important policy. We want strong, strong, strong tree retention, but how do we achieve the balance, the policy balance, to protect a reasonable amount of development before they have to drop the density down?
Can I offer a
Please.
thought? Councilmember Whitten, I have to admit, if we were looking at a new development, say in Trossachs, which I think probably most of the council recognizes was fully forested, there is no future Trossachs phase. This is purely hypothetical. But on a site like that, say Trossachs 13, that entire property was originally fully forested. The current regulations, and so by the term stand that I think we're discussing right now, arguably, we had a single stand across that entire site, probably
By
clumped.
Pine Lake Middle School.
Yeah, probably clumped to some extent. If the intent of the council is to address the item that you just raised, Councilmember Whitten, in this tree retention ordinance, i.e. that some development density would be eliminated through the retention of trees on a site, such as the hypothetical I just threw out, I don't think that's clearly articulated in your regulations right now.
But it's
And
the
it-
consequence of it, Evan. For example, the purpose one with you could only take the limited number of trees for two set purposes, which are way too narrow, everybody's agreed. I mean, that would have prevented the ADU and the garage and everything else unless apparently there was a variance granted. I mean, I don't think anybody intended that strict a consequence. But in this terms of subdividing, you still need to have a stated policy, because if you look just at the tree retention requirements and the limitations on removals, it looks like you may not be able to build.
So I guess I want to tease at this just a little bit to make sure that we're clear on the council intent.
I don't know what it is. I'm just saying it's a policy.
And pardon me for playing with it a touch. As I understand the draft regulations in front of you tonight, and for some time, you have an order of prioritization for the removal of trees. In an ideal world, we would keep the largest trees on a site. We would design the development around those trees. And to some extent, that would include the preservation of stands of smaller trees that might be clumped around the very large, significant, I'm saying significant, I mean heritage or landmark. Necessarily on a site like I described in Trossachs, that will mean you will lose some of that fully forested site. So these are a list of priorities, some of which in a practical subdivision review we'll be able to meet, and some of which you'll see some disturbance to a stand if our definition of stand is the entire site is forested and thereby a stand. My understanding of the council's intent up until now is that we would see removal of up to, I believe, 65% on R1 or R4 zoned properties of the trees. And that would necessarily, in some cases, mean the partial disruption of a stand of trees, but we would be giving careful scrutiny to try and prioritize where that disruption occurred. Landmark or heritage trees ideally would be preserved over smaller in that case. And then we would be looking at the replanting or revegetation. And if that's not the correct assessment of this regulation, or if that's not what the council is directing us to do, and if we are looking at a zoning variance for a subdivision or something of that nature, I think we want to be pretty explicit at this point so the staff and frankly the city attorney can give you some good feedback around that.
What about underdeveloped lots?
So underdeveloped lots, at least in our past conversations, have been the situation where we might have a 10-acre site. Maybe portion of that site is developed with, say, 2 acres of yard and single-family home, and the rest of it is essentially forested. In that hypothetical situation, at an R4 density, we would be typically approaching it the same way. 35% retention, you'd have a prioritization retaining the largest trees, and ideally trying to do our best in terms of design, but you would see a disruption to the stand.
So under the way this ordinance is worded, when I talked with you, that would, even though underdeveloped is an existing lot under the removal standard, if it's assuming it's in one of those zones, but when they come in for a subdivision permit, then they're subject to become new development.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That is how we were interpreting it in our conversations, yeah.
Let's try to, I think we've got a good explanation. I think you have some tasks before you to look at potential amendments. Let's move on to the next one.
Tom?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilmember Odell and then Councilmember Keller.
Yeah, going back to your question of trees that don't quite make the significant tree standard, one option we may want to look at is reducing the minimum diameter on the significant trees down. For instance, my HOA has a trigger of 4 inches on it.
Maybe that's what I know, because we're in the same HOA, and that's what I thought of.
Right, and 12, I think it's 8 inches on a deciduous tree.
So that would get around some of what you're trying to get at, Tom. The other thing to keep in mind, though, is if we have a whole bunch of, 4 to 6 inch diameter trees in a tight clump, as these things grow up, they do want to be thinned out for the health of the tree, frankly. So whatever the final shape of this ordinance takes, if it does go toward a smaller diameter, the pruning limit, or not pruning, but the removal issue needs to be addressed as well. Now, for trees less than that, that can be handled through a replanting requirement. Say you put in if they're taking X number of significant trees, they may have to plant some number of new trees to take up, to get them back up.
So I'm not sure if I would recommend tinkering with the significant tree sizes at this point. There could be some certain unintended consequences from that. For example, if you're increasing the size of the pool of the number of significant trees on a site by lowering the threshold for qualification down to the 4 or 6 or whatever it was, then you're also opening up removal of larger trees as part of for example, a 35% retention threshold. So, there's pros and cons to whatever we're going to end up with, but.
Just throwing it on the table
Yeah.
for discussion.
Okay.
By going with the first direction in terms of trying to maybe strengthen some of the understory language throughout some of the existing sections of code, I think that might be option A to take a first crack at that we can look at.
I'd appreciate
Go
that.
from there.
Councilmember Keller?
Yeah, we've talked about stands now, and so I'm kind of moving back to number 4 here.
We're not on 4 yet.
Oh, I thought we've been talking about stands, which is number 5 for quite some time. So I would like to make a comment, and actually, it's not just a comment, it's actually asking for information, and hopefully others would benefit from this. Number 4 is talking about the 35% retention, but also the credits that go along with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering, we were alluding to making things simple. I'm curious, quickly, how you would, if somebody was going to get credit for trees in a buffer, and they needed a 35% retention of the trees that are on their land, how would you approach it? What's the process for the city to go through and verify that that's what's going to happen?
Well, it's exactly the same process the city has followed for a number of years, because this was a component of the former regulations before the interim regulations were passed. So we've been doing that for how many years? 8, 9?
12, I think.
12 maybe,
2003,
leading up to last October.
So you do an on-site, somebody goes and counts the trees and
There's
gets the calculator out and...
Yeah, well, for a subdivision proposal, for example, there's an arborist report that's submitted with tree retention plans and so forth, and just like all the other types of plans that we received as part of a development proposal, those are subject to being verified and accounted for properly, so, yeah.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that we're putting numbers out there, and how do we, it seems like it becomes very complicated. I mean, the intent of the credit of the trees in the buffer, I can see where it was well thought out. There's a lot of effort put in by the Planning Commission from what I've been reading and what I'm analyzing when I look at this, but I sometimes wonder if the practicality of it is so much calculations going on in so many different areas that we're going to lose something.
Yeah, it is somewhat of a math exercise that we've been practicing for a number of years. The second paragraph of that answer, I'll just direct your attention to quickly. The former credit was actually a 50% credit in critical areas and buffers. What the Planning Commission did in the recommendations was to introduce or reintroduce this concept, but in a more limited fashion, only in critical area buffers. And I know Vice Chair Frank Blau is standing at the podium. I do recall he had a really good explanation for the council on July 20th when we had our initial presentation on this subject. And Frank, you might want to maybe just do a quick recap of the Planning Commission's
Thinking, yeah.
deliberations
Yeah.
on this.
So like you said, the original one included both the critical areas and the buffers. And our thinking on the Planning Commission was that the critical areas, two points about them. Number one is they shouldn't be allowed to be counted because you can't affect them anyways. So why should you get credit for something you can't affect anyways? But number two, from a practical perspective, when we're talking about critical areas, we're generally talking about wetlands in this case, and there aren't a lot of trees in wetlands usually. So those two things combined allowed us to fairly safely feel we could exclude the wetlands from the equation. With regards to the buffers, we were of kind of there wasn't, I will say, 100% consensus when we first started talking about this. Some of the commissioners felt that the buffers themselves should be opened up completely to the conversion equation, and others felt that they also should be completely off limits, as the current regulations say. We did hear testimony from the public on this, though, and we were given a couple of examples of where the buffers themselves needed work. The buffers themselves could have used a better buffer if they had the ability to do this work in them. They could make a more effective buffer. And I think we bought that argument, that perhaps the buffers had some room in them for negotiation. And so we kind of did a little bit of horse trading on it, I would say, with coming up with some numbers, and we're certainly willing to float that around a little bit, but we didn't want to exclude the buffers completely. We were shown examples of where you had a very small wetland on an area and a very large buffer around it, and that almost completely negated the ability to do anything if you can't do anything in that buffer area. And I think we sort of bought that argument a little bit, that the buffers should be subject to a slightly different standard than the critical areas themselves, which should remain inviolate.
Nancy, you have a question?
Yes, I do. And Jeff, I would like both of your comments. You're giving some rationale. I don't understand, and would hope staff tonight could explain the replanting requirements off-site. The opportunity to go off-site to plant is a pretty generous one, as I recall. And if I don't see if you can go off-site why you would need to be able to get credit in the critical area buffer.
Well, I can respond to the off-site replanting provision in the draft, in the recommendations of the Planning Commission. That was introduced by staff to the commission out of ongoing concern in doing bad replanting plans and
Right,
creating replanting plans that aren't going to be successful in the long term. So research by staff with other jurisdictions, we concluded a good recommendation to the Planning Commission to include in their public process would be to entertain an option for that. I do believe, I'm not sure if it was you, Councilmember Witten, or one of the other council members suggested that there should be some additional proviso put on it only when the applicant can explicitly demonstrate that keeping all the replanting on site is not feasible, something to that effect.
Right.
And I actually concur with that. I think that was a really good addition that we need to include in the set of amendments we'll bring forward here for the city council. But we've had a couple of experiences now where it was pretty clear that on-site replanting was significant portions of those plans weren't going to be successful.
Well, but they shouldn't be approved.
Well, I know, which is why we're trying to provide some flexibility in the code, though, to still be able to get the number of trees, the proper number for replanting, but provide some opportunity for that to happen.
But if you can go off-site with the replanting, then why do you need the credit for the trees in the wetland buffer?
Well, so, and again, this is something where it was taken out in the interim regulations. The Planning Commission, after a lengthy discussion, decided to reintroduce it on a limited basis. I'm not sure, our interim regulations currently do not have any of that that's included in number 4. So if the council was so inclined, that is something you can consider removing, certainly before adopting these
Well, I think that's going to be a
regulations.
decision point for tomorrow night.
Yeah, well, but that's the kind of thing where if it were linked, not just an automatic credit, but we're linked to improving the buffer, an express requirement that there's some, or extra mitigation for the wetland or something, that might make it a justification. But I don't see the credit. What was the rationale you used for it?
That it was, for what part of it?
For the credit in the buffer?
There were a couple justifications for it. One was that we were shown examples of properties where the buffer was a significant portion and the critical area itself was a very small portion, like a corner of the property or something like that. And the ability to do something positive for that buffer area existed.
How was it positive to, I mean, they have to retain the trees anyway. So what was positive about that? I mean, I can see an equity argument.
Are you talking being to build in the buffer or something like that?
No, this is with existing buffers.
They'd get credit for the trees that were in the buffer, so there'd be
Yeah.
more developable land somewhere else.
Yeah, it's a credit. It's not the
Okay.
trees in the buffer, it's a credit.
So I can see where there's an express justification, but not just as a broad policy. What was the second justification?
I think there were some examples that we were shown where it would be impossible to do that on site because of the size of the buffer, the shape of the property and things like that.
But the replanting would address that.
It could, yes.
So anyway, what I hear is a policy maybe where there's some justification for the credit, but not maybe looking at maybe not an overall broad policy. I mean, obviously, but you might consider that for tomorrow night.
Sure.
Okay. Any more questions on item number 4?
Yeah. Frank, when you say that this is a problem with doing what they want to do with their property, when this is a problem doing what they want to do with their property, these situations you were showing, were they able to do anything with it or just not able to do the type of structure they wanted to do?
Yeah, I don't recall what the outcome of that was, and how hypothetical it was versus an actual case. I think the example we were shown was just a very large buffer area over a very small critical area that dominated the property is what we were shown. So I don't know what the end result of it was at the end of the permitting process. Do you recall?
You don't know whether it was a 2,200 square foot house versus a 4,000 square foot house?
Yeah, I don't remember, no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we did talk a little about item 5 in terms of stands of trees and significant trees. I think we have an idea about that, and we'll get something on that from staff tomorrow. Let's move on to 6.
Did that.
Thank.
Have we really done that too?
Yes.
7.
7,
I think 7 we've,
Just finished.
yeah,
just did.
we've discussed that as well.
And that's going to be an important decision point as you think about that tomorrow. Number 8.
Can I? On 7, one of the areas I think we need to look at are the small sensitive lake basins. I think we need,
Like Bright Creek?
no, I mean like Pine Lake and Beaver Lake.
Oh, smaller lakes.
They've found that the trees are really critical to the health of the water, the lake water, failing to stir up the temperature in the water, all that type of thing.
Isn't
And
that covered under the tree
It's,
the shoreline?
200 feet.
well, 200 feet, but not the whole lake basin.
No.
I mean, the wind effect is what you're talking about, and you get a big wind coming down those lakes, whereas the trees around it are still very significant and could have a lot of meaning to have a more stringent tree requirement for sensitive areas like the small sensitive lake basins. I'm not suggesting for all of Lake Sammamish, and for like the R1 zone like Tom suggested, and for other areas that are sensitive and there's a reason for trees retention.
Yeah, I've heard a couple of times talk about the wind, and I know that was something somebody brought up during the hearings that we had, and we had some testimony about it. And I think we included in here and I'm just looking at one of the sections here where it talks about moderating the effects of winds and temperatures as being one of the factors that we look at. So
It is, but I'm saying increase the tree retention in Pine Lake and Beaver Lake basins.
okay,
And in R1s.
Well, we haven't got to the R1.
So we have, it may have been last week when I was not here, but Councilmember Witten did move forward an idea of increasing exactly as she's just stated. So we actually have that on this
Increasing
growing
where?
list
On
for
R1?
council to
For
consider.
R1 too, it should be.
Actually, I mentioned R1, and you mentioned lake basins and erosion hazard areas,
Slopes.
steep slopes.
So we've got lake basins. We've got different regulations in R1 zone lots, which could be the same standard, so.
Okay,
So anyway, it's on the list. We've
okay.
captured it, at
Steep
least to a
slopes,
degree,
too.
for your further dialogue and considering amendments.
Okay, and then, well, 8, it does cover erosion hazard areas.
We've also, I believe, we've also captured that
Okay.
on the growing list as well.
Well, hold on one second. I'm curious to know, so is staff supportive of that also on number 8?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
We actually had the answer to 9, which is sometime in 2016.
The question is when? what
Well, I mean, I think we,
January 1st.
Given the way we sometimes work it,
yeah. Yeah, we're going to be,
we'd be finished.
number 10, impervious surface limitations should complement tree retention. How do they work together? I think this is one of the issues that I have about R1. So we do have
And I have it for the sensitive lake basins.
different,
That's my
different
question.
impervious surface.
Do we want to expand
Standards.
that? From-
Yeah.
To also include like the P parcels? Are we looking at those?
The what?
The P parcels where King County has gone.
P suffix.
Yeah, the P suffix ones.
The overlays, you mean?
That's correct.
Okay,
Pardon me, Council. Unless there's a recent council action that I'm not aware of, I'm not aware of any P suffix parcels that the city has inside its city limits. We have the 2 overlays.
But they're now called the overlays.
Right.
Yeah, they're now the overlays.
Okay, those were actually SO suffix. Pardon me for
Right.
getting torn up on terminology.
We're at one point P suffix.
Okay, thank you
So
for
he's
clarifying.
referring to the 180, 190.
The
And-
kids grew up.
And I guess what I'm focusing on here is the impervious surface limits. When you look at how it works with this tree ordinance, if you have an undersized R4 lot in, under what's the 5,000 square feet?
9,076 square feet.
Under what?
9,076 square feet.
That's a big lot. But they can build up to 72 or 78% impervious surface?
They could install 70% impervious surface on many of the R4 zone lots if they're less than
now,
9,076.
and what is R1?
R1, the threshold is usually a half acre.
Okay, so there's a significant difference.
It's a bump from 30 to 55.
So what I want to do in connection with this is, obviously not tomorrow night or not the next night, but hopefully before the end of the year when I go off the council, look at the exception for the impervious surface limits for the undersized. 9,000 square foot lot is a big lot. And they can go up to 70-some%. And what you see when you get that is, there's an example on 32nd, Kathy, you know the name of it, where they built all these single-family homes out to within a few feet of the edge of the lot, and there's no trees on them, and they look horrible. Even if they retain 25% somewhere, you have this whole development that's not going to be beautiful and not
In the
Sammamish.
backyard.
That's where we gave them the right of way.
And
Backyard.
what I am saying is, we need to remove that impervious surface exception for small lots, at least in areas like R1 and the sensitive lake basins and elsewhere, yes.
Nancy, I think you've hit on something. Can I make a suggestion that we add that to the parking lot list.
Well,
as well.
but make it a critical one to make it work with this.
No,
ordinance.
but Fine, I agree with you, but.
Can we translate what is 20,000 and 10,000 square feet? Is 10,000 square feet like a quarter acre, or what are we talking about?
10,000 is about a quarter acre.
Yeah, okay.
Rule of thumb is, an acre is what, 42,000, 44,000 square feet?
Yeah, that's what I was
25% of it traditionally has gone to roads and other rights-of-way, utilities, and then your fourth of what's left
Okay,
is,
so this is the quarter acre that we're dealing with on this.
which is,
Okay, do you have some sense of what we're asking for, for number 10?
Well, pardon me, Mayor, I'm not quite certain if we're proposing an amendment to the tree retention ordinance related
That's
to
a, yeah,
impervious
we're talking
surface.
tree retention tonight, but there's also an idea of a parking lot issue regarding pervious surface.
Tom, I think that's between us and Ben rather than
Yeah.
these guys.
Yeah, at this point.
Yeah.
make a note of it so it doesn't totally get lost.
Okay, let's move on to number 11. Who is authorized to remove trees in the right-of-way and public easements?
Isn't that obvious? City?
No, it's actually not. And there are some of the older developments that were permitted under King County where the trees in the right-of-way were actually turned over to and are deeded to the neighboring lot owners to maintain them. So it becomes somewhat confusing if you are a homeowner there and you are obligated to maintain the trees, whether you also have the right to take them down. So that becomes, and this is particularly in neighborhoods where there isn't an HOA.
Are they private streets?
Yep.
Well, I would
So I'd
like to
like-
see,
Planet strips in the middle of the cul-de-sac.
let's see what, can we get some options here on that?
So to do that in the public right-of-way, a right-of-way permit's required by the city. So I think that the example the deputy mayor was framing here a moment ago is when there's old plats where there's a cul-de-sac with an island or some other sort of landscaped median perhaps that's in the public right-of-way, under some of these old plats, and there's provisos that require the maintenance to be done by the homeowners, that either the HOA or the homeowners that have quote-unquote frontage on that island or median type of situation. Independent of any of that, the city still would require a right-of-way permit to be able to do work within the public right-of-way.
To maintain it or to take it down?
To do any work, so to make any alterations, so cutting trees, for example, placing any sort of structure like, art or a big boulder or
What
anything
about
like that.
trimming? Trimming the trees?
Yeah, so trimming, so I was able to confirm, sorry I didn't get back to you earlier on that today, we had an early start here this afternoon, but that, my understanding is now that a city contractor did. So the city, right, the city wouldn't necessarily issue a right-of-way permit to themselves
Right.
in that
Exactly.
case, when it's being, supervised by our staff. But, so, I mean, that's the situation, is that a city still ultimately maintains control over alterations to the public right-of-way through the permit process.
What about a hazard tree,
Hazard tree would be the same thing.
even if it's imminent?
We have several pages to go, and we're at
It could be
9
an after
o'clock.
the fact, could be an after the fact authorization.
Don, why don't you,
At some point, I'd like to think about whether we want to take that
let's try to
maintenance back.
focus on this
Yep, we are.
issue.
Well, just, Jeff, a clarification. The city can remove trees along the right-of-way to do road improvements. Are there any conditions? Do they have to replace the trees elsewhere? The citizen brought up today the trees on Southeast 8th heading towards 212th. I mean, there's a beautiful stand of very old trees there, and you can just try to visualize how you're going to improve the right-of-way, widen the right-of-way on that road without taking all those down,
On Southeast 8th and what?
heading towards 212th.
Okay.
Between Big Rock and
Big Rock.
212.
Oh, Big Rock, yeah.
I would hope that we'd be able to shift the right-of-way somehow.
Uphill.
Uphill.
There are a lot of bands on those trees right now.
That's right. Item number 12, how many developable acres? Do we really, that's not a part of our, do we have you do have something on that?
Yeah, I mean, it was a question that was asked, so we've provided the numbers here for you on the next page. I think if you look in the bottom right corner, the bottom line answer is there, 1,259, and then it's broken out above into the.
Do we know how much of that is R4, R6, R1?
We do. We can certainly.
It'd be interesting to put a number onto that looks like number of units.
That's so.
I mean, this is.
Yeah, just to clarify, that's probably not a tomorrow answer.
No,
That's
I'm
something
not
where
expecting
one
it
of
to
our
be.
GIS techs can run that for us.
Well, I got a question. I have a question and a comment. Jeff, I had asked the original question. As I understand, of these 1,259, a quarter of them are developable lands, the others are redevelopable lands. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Where do you
Yeah,
get that?
well, the numbers,
Well, just from previous information that I had
Yeah.
gotten, so that while you see this, only a quarter are developable lands who would be most affected by the new regulations.
if you look directly above that number on the table, I think you've got your answer.
375? Yeah, the 375, so it's a quarter of those. So right now, the total is 1/10, but a quarter of that's 2.5% then of our city. But given that our city is 20 square miles, and you take the 1,259 equals 2 square miles, so it's 1/10, and you've got then 2.5% is the new developable areas. And this was just for information's sake, given that 50% of our city is encumbered with sensitive lands, erosions, and those from that 2.5, the percentage that this is really going to be impacting is probably 1.25%, which has the biggest impact. And so,
But you forget it also impacts,
Critical areas.
it also impacts those neighborhoods. This also impacts individuals.
that's
who
exactly where I
have
was going to,
yards.
because when we were going before, we've got to make sure that it's not just these new developable areas and the 1/10 of our
Sharp
cities that's being taxed for the rest of the trees being cut. It needs to be spread out across all of the city to make sure we're not having, to take Frank's term, the slow motion clear cuttings and the other activities that are going forward.
Sure.
The way I read this, though, you're subtracting for the critical areas.
Right.
On this. So you were saying 50%?
And buffers?
Well, it says critical areas and then right-of-way and public purpose.
Buffers are
I think
subtracted
that's
out.
already taken out.
Buffers are?
That's taken out of this.
Oh, but even then, it's 2.5% on it.
And we were very specific when we looked at the new way of sort of funneling the tree retention and the development using a zoning-based approach, that we did remove that exception for smaller short plats. And we were asked about that in public hearing, so I forget who it was, someone asked us about that, and they asked us if we could put it back in, as an exception, and we specifically said no, because that was, the intention was to use zoning as the tool for funneling this particular tree retention process, and not create an exception on small lots, because that's what we have the most of, is these small lots. And that impacts to what Deputy Mayor Huckabee was saying about neighborhoods. You do this on 2 neighborhoods and you have a big impact. I mean, you do this on two small lots in a neighborhood, you have a big impact, so.
Agreed.
If you have a small lot and a 35% retention and an impervious surface limitation of 70%,
You mean maximum?
maximum, yeah, sorry. How do you achieve your 35% if you've got that large an impervious surface limitation?
You don't develop the 70% is the short answer. You have to meet all of the requirements on a lot. So we may allow 70% impervious surface, but if you can't do that and retain the 35% tree retention you're required to meet, you can't pave the 70%. And I'll remind the council, this is similar to the situation we see in, for example, Inglewood or Tamarack, where we have these very high theoretical impervious surface limits, but then a threshold for drainage requirements that's at 500 square feet or 2,000 square feet, that really makes building impractical beyond that threshold. And I would expect the same type of outcome with this tree retention requirement.
Okay, let's move on. And some of these are nice to know, and some of them we have to know, but let's just go with how do we ensure that replacement trees will survive? Something that Deputy Mayor Huckabee has mentioned about soil emendation and other issues.
Yeah, and I think my previous comment from several minutes ago now about this is where our intensive review of the replanting plans and those measures for assuring survival will come into play, and having the assistance of a certified arborist to go through those efforts with us. You see some of what's here. Mike's just brought it up on the screen. Some of the provisions that are in the proposed Planning Commission recommendations, the financial guarantee, obviously the bonding, but looking at the installation of them, we've talked about that a few times here, just here this evening and also in previous sessions. The deputy mayor spoke to soil amendments. I think what we saw here this summer, especially the city was doing it in our landscape medians where you saw the water trucks going around and trying to help out because we weren't getting the rain to ensure good survival. And you see in some other older examples where we've had some landscape installations die off. There's a plat down there right on the parkway at the bottom of Inglewood Hill where you go along, they're going to have to be replacing a lot of their landscaping that they did and tree installation on that particular plat. So I think we've got the provisions here. I think we're really, again, as I mentioned, the value of having a certified arborist to assist us in making sure that we put the right conditions on the replanting plans will be critical.
Yeah, just from the Planning Commission's perspective, just for myself, I don't know how to plant trees. I'm not very good at planting them successfully if you look at my yard also. So I think we were looking to the arborist to create some of those standards for us around soil and some of the more complicated technical arborist issues around what makes a successful replanting. I think we are looking to that plan to address some of that in a little bit more detail, but kind of created some framework for it in here.
One of the issues that happens during, particularly if there's a lot of movement of land during construction or preparation of a lot, is that the source of the water for the remaining stand of trees is gone. Just because of the flow of water on the property. Right. Are we looking at that as well? In terms of if we our 35% are clumped over here on one end, but the major source of its water is now going to be streets and houses. How do we deal with that? Because they're all going to die if they don't have a source of water, particularly during a summer like we just had.
Well, in practical term, on a subdivision, typically we require temporary irrigation for the period of the financial guarantee. Most commonly, once the trees are established, so as we noted in the memo here, 2 years or 5 years, you tend not to see the same response to drought-type conditions once the tree is well established. You do see some die-off. I mean, again, these are living organisms.
Well, I'm not talking about new trees. I'm talking about remaining, your 35% that you've retained. You've got them at the back of the lot, but before the contours of the land provided some drainage in that direction. Now that drainage is gone because it's been leveled and now it's got streets and plumbing and houses on it.
Actually, it might be sitting on an elevated island.
Yeah.
That's definitely something that we're going to have to incorporate into future review under new code, is doing that, because we can't be creating those situations.
We can't put it in this code. This is tree retention, not building code.
I think it really, I mean, we can certainly, we can certainly provide something in here.
Put it here.
We can make sure that we aren't cutting off what was maybe not a stream, but a
Habitat.
essentially, yeah.
I think the other thing too is that we use the term the urban forestry plan, and I think that goes directly to what you're saying, is that you need a plan that says, this is, if you're going to do this here, it's going to be impacted by this over here negatively, so you can't do it. And I think that's the kind of thing that would come out in urban forestry guidelines, is to look at the landscaping relating to those areas.
I presume an arborist would be able to tell you, look, if they're going to save these 35% over in this corner of the lot, they're not going to last because they're losing a major source of their water, for example.
Yeah, I'm just looking here in the section 270 of the code, sub 6, 5 and 6, we have protection standards and preventative measures subsections. Evan's bringing them up on his own screen, but we don't have, can we flip it over to the computer? See if we can get it up on the screen here, but I think there's a subsection about ensuring proper water availability during and after construction. And I think maybe we can look at strengthening that a little bit, and I think that will actually address your concern, because it's a good concern.
Okay.
So.
All right. Don, you have something?
Just a quick question, Jeff. There's been incidents where a neighbor comes in and says, the trees have grown up on my neighbor's yard and I no longer can see the lake or the view. What can be done for those people in anticipation of this happening?
If it's a lake, nothing.
Because you can lose something that's worth $500,000 if you're on a slope with a beautiful view and the trees grow up, or they're planted in the neighbor's yard and grow up in front of you.
Right.
Like the guy down Thompson Road did?
And what do you do if there are covenants pre-existing this,
Well,
protecting view?
the covenants, let's talk about the
Yeah,
non-covenant.
so the covenants, Councilmember Whitten may be familiar with this with your legal background. There is some pretty significant case law in the state on that particular subject. I'm not an expert in that area, so I'm not going to try and break that down for you. But that's a good question. In the cases where we do get replantings that do come up over time.
Would you talk to your legal counsel about that?
Yeah.
I think that's a really important one, because there are some communities that have very strict view covenants requiring cutting down, and if the ordinance is in conflict with that, we're taking away a right that they have to maintain the view, and I think you need to ask legal about that.
Yeah,
Specific HOA.
I do have some experience working for a prior jurisdiction that was an HOA, a large HOA that had exact similar type situations as Councilmember Jim was describing. Our tree regulations weren't developed to the point to really address that, but there was some agreement between the city and the HOA, where the HOA actually completed a vegetation management plan, which then did provide for creating or maintaining some of those view corridors within the HOA boundaries itself out to the west, and we were successful in working with them over time.
Because elsewhere in our code, we talk about city view corridors. And certainly down on the trail, the county's talking about view corridors. So it's an issue that should be addressed.
Okay, let's try to move on. What number are we on now? 14?
We're on 14, and actually, as I mentioned to you back in July, we've been working with legal, kind of combing through the Planning Commission recommendations, and we've got some staff-initiated language cleanups, and this is actually one of them, where we're going to actually remove that language, so we can bring that to you when we bring all the amendments to you in October to take a look at. So, but that one will be addressed. So
We won't have it tomorrow, but.
You won't have it tomorrow, but we'll definitely get to it, though, as part of a strike-through version of this.
Okay, 15?
15, I think that's another good one where I've certainly had experiences in my career where we've had an arborist go out and take a look at, to evaluate a tree, and we've had an arborist come to a conclusion in different cases where excessive pruning was done that damages the long-term health of the tree. So it's not, I don't think there's any clear threshold, but I think it's something that's evaluated on a case-by-case basis by a professional.
Are
Okay.
we going to have an arborist come in and look at every time someone wants to top a tree or limb up a tree or desale a tree?
Can't tap. No topping.
But I once heard that when I was asking city staff, that you could do up to 30% of the tree over the life of the tree is the number that I was once given.
Yeah, and actually, so thank you for that. And actually, Evan, why don't you go ahead?
Sure. We didn't have the opportunity to prepare it for your packet material, but in our definitions elsewhere in our code, under the clearing and grading section, which is our authorization for tree removals right now, we define pruning as up to 30% of the tree canopy, tree branch structure, pardon me. Does not include topping, right? And that's given during the life of the tree, as Councilmember Valderrama mentioned. So in terms of excessive pruning, I think the threshold here would be, frankly, anything in excess of 30%. We would be consulting with the city arborist to determine whether or not that's appropriate.
Somebody also told me once, an arborist, that it's selective through the tree. One of the problems we have with all our trees is the wind taking them down. And what they said is the way to do it is you take selective branches off.
That's called
Rather
desailing.
than,
That's called wind sailing.
yeah, okay, wind sailing.
Wind sailing, I'll note, going back to Councilmember Jaron's question a few moments ago, we sometimes hear about windowing or skirting a tree to allow for protection of views. That's most commonly the type of pruning we see where we're trying to keep the very large trees, especially on the western slopes.
Okay. Let's go on to 16.
Can I would like to see for a willful violation where the damage is significant or a repeat offender.
That's 17.
Oh,
Yeah, let's go through the whole penalty thing as a block.
oh, well, that's penalty stuff. But I think in any of those situations where it's extreme and willful, or likely to be willful, where it's repeated, and they've been brought to task at least once, I'd like to see a misdemeanor penalty imposed in our bag of tools. Not necessarily require it in all cases, but certainly like to see a misdemeanor for something that's serious and significant.
I think in the context of the misdemeanor, you have a couple of code compliance questions here. I'm going to focus on the last one first, if I may. As I understand it, the Planning Commission felt, and perhaps Commissioner Blau can address this too, that the fines imposed by these regulations, the proposed regulations in
I
front
don't
of you.
think they're enough, policy-wise. I mean, that's a policy
And
question.
fair enough, they came to a slightly different conclusion, but we have draft language from the city attorney we could put together there if that's the council direction. And we have that in our back pocket. I think we've actually developed that as part of the Planning Commission.
I noticed, I
exercise.
think it's Issaquah has that in our code too.
A criminal, yeah.
Yeah, criminal, well, that's what I said, a criminal misdemeanor, that's not a felony.
If I may, what I think we heard when we were deliberating, and forgive me if I got this wrong, was that there is a threshold by which you set this amount to a X number of dollars, and the higher that number is, the more likely it is that someone's going to challenge it in court. And there's kind of like this trade-off between making it a strong penalty and making it so strong that it's worth challenging it. Yeah, and I think that when we talked about doing criminal penalties for this, that was the recommendation we were given, was that a criminal penalty makes it harder to enforce a stronger
I disagree.
civil penalty. That's it. Again, if I got it wrong, that's what I was.
We've seen a situation where we were really upset with what we thought was an deliberate taking down of trees, but we were also concerned that we might not be able to collect the full penalty because the damage wasn't that sufficient. But for a misdemeanor, you don't have those same considerations. You have burdens of proof and stuff, but it's there as a hammer for somebody whose dollar amount they're willing to risk.
Right.
But they might not be willing to risk the.
Yeah, and I would defer to legal expertise on that also. I mean, certainly we were in favor of very strong penalties, whatever those may be. I think our biggest frame for it was that we wanted the penalties to be stronger than just the value of the tree. And
We're going to come to penalties in a bit.
Okay.
They're on penalties, I think.
Not quite.
Sorry, jumping the gun.
16 says are the penalties. 17 says higher penalty for repeat offender.
Well, we have a whole list of things in a couple pages that we'll be looking at in terms of the actual penalty for most of that. I guess the question is, are they high enough? And who decides the severity of the violation? That's the question on this.
Staff.
Oh.
Well,
You get to decide what happened based on evidence.
council that in, I think it's your Part B of this regulation, there's a specific civil penalty that's attached per inch of tree removal.
We're getting to that. I'm talking about who decides.
There is no decision in that is fine assessment as best I can determine. That is the civil penalty. So if it's a,
No, I'm saying who decides, who goes out and, we just have an inspector and then.
Code enforcement.
We have a
Code
code
enforcement will look at
compliance
that and, you know, and,
so we will have a code compliance officer who would issue an infraction and
Okay.
cite the
and
fine.
they'll take their tape measure and,
They'll measure off, and I think we've actually specified what they do if the tree's cut and all we have is a stump.
right. Okay. And then there's the issue of repeat offenders. Do we have any provision for repeat offenders?
No, but that's an option the council can consider adding into the Chapter 23 amendments.
Drawing and quartering is not enough?
I did propose the stockade at one point, so, you know.
And we hear about a lot of others.
Somebody mentioned the stockade. as a
Stockade, but then
plan.
someone reminded me the stockade was made of wood, which is trees.
That's true,
too, you
that's
know.
true.
It got very messy, so.
I would appreciate, let's try to stay, I would appreciate if there's I know we have a list of penalties from some of our other area cities. Do they have anything on repeat offenders? I don't remember whether that was there or not, but
I'll have to double check, but that's, I mean, it's, what I would recommend is that we would look at it, the repeat offender penalty would probably be a set amount, right? So second time offender would be a set amount for repeat offender plus then X amount
for actual
per inch
damage.
of the actual
Yeah, or actual
violation.
damage, okay.
And can we look through the LLC for this, for the principal? Did you ask the city attorney about that? If we, you know, it's very common in the development world that every project's a different LLC by the same principal.
Oh, so you're looking at the ownership.
So if you look at the ownership in a situation where it's a repeat offender,
Right.
you should be able to capture that, I think, and break through the LLC.
Oh, yeah, we've done that. We actually had that on, I can't remember the name of the case now, but we had that on one case that actually I know we brought forward to council to have discussion in executive session about.
207, you've got a
Was
bunch
that it?
of them
Yeah.
under different names.
Okay.
Councilmember Wood, we've already done that. The answer to that's yes, so.
Good, thank you.
Then there's a question, number 18, about metering above and below 20,000.
And I have a
Square feet.
question there, too.
So this one came up, a couple of you have actually brought this up in conversation since July in conversation with me, and what we provide on the next page, when Evan's got it up on the screen here right now, or, excuse me, Mike has it up on the screen right now. These are examples from other jurisdictions. Redmond is Issaquah. And there's different ways of doing this. Frank might want to comment on the Planning Commission's thoughts on this, but the commission did land on kind of the half-acre tipping point for what was proposed to you, but there are other ways of slicing the pie on this one, so.
And again, there are many ways and many different places where you can start drawing these lines, and our philosophy behind all of it was to tie it back to the zoning regulations that are currently enforced, because that reflects intention at a city level. That was our thinking about this. And so whatever those are dictated at a higher level, assumingly more thoughtful level, at a more strategic level, would guide this process as well.
So let me ask a question here. If we can take 35% in a new development and keep 35%, is the tree replanting for the 65%?
Yes.
So, looking at I love your examples, thank you. Can we put a minimum tree replanting or retention requirement per lot? You have summarized that here very nicely, how they do it. For example, in Issaquah, it's 2 trees per 5,000 square feet of lot. And I wouldn't limit it to retention because we want the stands and things for the 35%, but it could be either retention or it could be replanting. I mean, that one development I mentioned, the new development with no trees left, is just an abomination. It's just all solid homes with.
You talking about the Highlands?
No, it's on 32nd.
Oh, in Norristown, okay.
I believe you effectively have that in the regulation already, well above what Issaquah, the example for Issaquah has.
I haven't seen it.
Well, let me describe why I think that might be the case. Currently, I'm going to use a hypothetical if I may. We have a 7-lot subdivision. You have roughly 70 trees that are coming out of the area that will become those 7 lots. The council's draft in front of you tonight has a order of preference of replanting on site, presumably within those 7 lots.
Well,
You have, if it's not technically feasible, we have some authority to take some off-site replanting. That actually is a real project in Sammamish where you see a forested site losing about 70 lots. You know, the replanting there it may not be actually the full 10 trees per lot, but it's going to be fairly close to 10 trees per lot in that
but
case.
even if they haven't taken out trees, let's just say they're blessed and had a farming acre that's bald of trees. There should still be a minimum tree replanting per lot, I think. I mean,
Well, there are
To ma-
street
to make
tree,
it forested.
there are street tree requirements.
I know there are street trees, but you should see this development. It's just an abomination, really. It just is. If they multiplied it out across the city, there'd be developments like this one with no trees on it.
Look
They-
like Brooklyn.
So what I would like to see is a minimum tree retention per lot. That way, we know that they'll be there.
And pardon me, Councilmember Whitten, you said retention. Do you also include replanting in that?
Yes, I thought I made that. I'm saying even if there were no trees on it, I think there should be a minimum number of trees per lot. And I like Issaquah's where it's so many per 5,000.
I think that's a good idea. We have some pasture lands. If they're not going to be pasture lands, if they are going to be houses, I think even if there are no trees there now or very few, it'd be worthwhile having a tree requirement for them.
It could be a minimal one, like 2 per 5,000 is, I mean.
Whatever, yeah.
So
Okay.
is, Councilmember Whitten, what's up on the screen right now then, is that, I mean, do you only want to do this for single-family lots, or did you want to extend it to those other types of land uses as well?
Absolutely, but you have to recognize that with multifamily, you want more impervious surface because you want it to go up and out. So I think it should be more in a single family than actually in a multifamily for the same area.
Which is just the reverse of Issaquah,
Yeah,
though.
right, that would be the reverse, but
I agree with that.
but I think you need parking for multifamily and you need,
In commercial.
maybe, what's the impervious on multifamily, 75, 80%?
Usually 80, 85.
So, I mean, how many, yeah.
Right.
And so some, yes. I'd rather see a play area, frankly.
If we use the table in front of the council on the screen now, I'll note there's a footnote number 2 on that table, which says, or their equivalent size in caliper inches at DBH. So recall, a significant tree is, as defined right now, 8 inches at DBH. A caliper for a 6-foot conifer, we might have a developer plant. Those 2 trees on the single-family lot will likely turn into 8 trees on the single-family lot under this Issaquah approach, using our current definition of significant trees. So I want to tease this out just so we come back with the right amendment. Were you thinking 2 trees kind of planting at our replanting rate without getting into this caliper DBH thing?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Yes. I mean,
Pardon me for-
when I was in Laurelhurst, when I first came here, we had a house on a 5,000 square foot lot, and we had 18 trees. And one of them was an absolutely gorgeous 50 or 60-year-old dogwood. I mean, it was huge. And one of them was a tulip tree. And but I couldn't believe the number of trees when I actually went around and counted them. So I don't think they have to be the significant trees. I think landscaping trees would be
I don't think tulip trees are native.
beautiful.
No, they're eastern.
Okay, let's, if we're through all of these tables, let's try 19,
So, well,
or are we through it?
well, not really, because the core of this question began with, Mike, can you scroll back to Redmond's table? So the core of this question started with, is just having a 20,000 square foot threshold appropriate for Sammamish or not? And I know Councilmember Odell and I had at least one conversation back in August where I think you were looking for a finer breakdown of lot size, something similar to Redmond. So I think that's why Mike included this here for the council's viewing.
I'd support a finer breakdown.
I think we need a finer breakdown. The simple $20,000, 20,000 square feet is not enough. I would be a little concerned about the numbers of trees that could be removed I'm seeing here, but I like the finer breakdown aspect.
And I think, too, if you have a lot that's 5 acres, it doesn't make sense to have the same requirement as at 20,000 square
No,
feet.
it does not.
Right.
So,
Okay.
And one thing to think about here is, do we want to define a upper threshold, for instance, up to, on 10 to 20,000 square feet, up to 4 significant trees may be removed per year. Well, it doesn't take very long before you've taken 16 trees off that lot.
And we included that in the planning commission recommendations.
Maximum 5 years.
Yeah, we had an annual meter, but then I think a 5-year cumulative meter
Right.
as well.
So what I'm saying is maybe we also need to have a percentage as well. For instance, if you could take 2 trees off and you only have 2 trees.
well, but if you need to build a garage.
No.
So, well,
If you have 2 trees.
Yeah.
And you can take up to 2 trees a year on a hypothetical situation, you just denuded the lot. So maybe there needs to be a threshold of no more than, say, 25%.
Right, and then, Mike, you want to scroll down to the alternative approach? So I think we've included that here in our kind of menu of
Yep.
options for response. This was something at least a few of you have brought up with staff, rather than having that real number move towards a percentage, so that you've got your 15,000 square foot lot, right? But one lot only has 3 significant trees on it, the other lot has 30 significant trees on it, but yet they're still held to the same real number of removal, whether it's annually or every 5 years.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
So this would provide an alternative that council can consider.
One thing that this doesn't address is the slow motion clear cutting, where someone takes down his less than 5 trees, he takes down 2 trees this year, and next year he
But Ramiro, if we combine this approach with the 5-year hiatus or some version of that,
That's correct.
then that would definitely put a kink in the slow motion removal process.
I'd rather see 10 years.
I would too, frankly, but.
Well, those numbers in that table are rather strange because it means if you have 10 trees on your lot, you could take down 1.5 per year, whereas if you have 4, you can take down 2 per year. So I'm not sure.
You got to run into that no matter what you do, Don.
I'm not sure, well,
Well, you could do
yeah, but this is the wrong way.
You can do the lawyer's thing where it's A or B, whichever is less.
Okay.
Mike developed all these numbers, so I don't want to. But no, I think the point here, though, conceptually, what staff is hearing is you want a finer breakdown of lot size, right?
Yes.
You want to take a look at the but you want to keep the tolling of maybe an annual and then pick your
Cumulative.
number, 5, 10, whatever you'd like it to be, right?
10.
And then you also then want to look at incorporating a percentage rather than a real number.
Well, I'd say in the alternative, whichever is greater or whichever is lesser. Because in some cases, a percentage might be whatever, but in other cases, you couldn't take down anything.
You might have 2 caps. One would be a hard number cap, and then the other cap would be up to blank percent.
Okay.
If you hit either one, you're out of business.
Right.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
So not to, I know we're getting late in the
know.
evening here, but that, I'm not sure if that quite pencils out, though, to solve the problem that was initially raised, which is the property owner, same size lots, the one property owner has 30 trees, the only other has 3 trees. They're still both going to hit. I mean, you're going to solve the problem of the lesser number to not be able to remove those trees. But the lot with the larger number, I think then you're still sticking them with essentially what we have now in the planning commission recommendations. And if that's your intent, that's fine, I'm just pointing that
my
out.
intent.
Okay.
Well, what about the percentage table? Are we going to consider the percentages?
I think what I just heard is that it's going to be a real number or a percentage, whatever you hit first.
The percentage is important where you have a lot of trees.
Well, if it's whatever you hit
Or is
first,
it
then you're
fewer
going to have
trees?
to change the percentages in that table.
Why don't we work up an example? Because it's hard to talk about, the math without having something to look at, and I think
Okay.
I'm trying to offer one thing, but I think it's not quite meshing up. So let us work something up and we can have further discussion about that. And I think we can work up an example for tomorrow for you.
Let us now go to 19, misdemeanor penalty.
Where are we?
We just discussed it.
We did discuss that a little bit. We'll see on a table next, in the next page, that at least one of our cities does have such a thing.
What about 20?
Let's look at 20. Do we need to base replacement trees on the underlying soil type, i.e. sandy, et cetera?
I think your tree list would recommend that, wouldn't it, for replanting? I mean, well, you'll be considering things
Yeah.
like soil types. You'll have a list of approved trees, and you'll say these are appropriate in these places.
Yeah, and that's something, you're absolutely correct.
And that would actually, the trees removed would reflect what the soil conditions were too. So if you're taking out alders, that's one soil condition. If you're taking out hemlock, that's another.
Or Douglas fir, where the soil's infected.
Okay, 21.
Why don't we look at 21? Why did the Planning Commission propose a monetary penalty of $1,500 per inch of diameter for trees illegally removed or damaged? Let's look at the table next. One of the things, we can read all that stuff, but one of the things that I was looking down this list, and even some of the ones who don't have a, per inch, a lot of these do run to $20,000 to $30,000 to $40,000 penalties.
Per tree.
Because if you're looking at the value, 3 times the value of the tree, some of these trees are worth $10,000. And so that's a significant amount of money for a number of what these cities, so I know we were concerned about the size, and then Frank mentioned the size of the penalty, but maybe they're not enforcing these rules, but I see some pretty hefty penalties in many of these cities.
There was one judge in Kenmore that got hit for $250,000, I believe.
Yeah, well, theirs is probably the
Cut down the trees in the park. He's a
the
federal
toughest one.
judge.
Yeah, they were the high end on what we looked at, actually. And I believe the question was why, and it really was just looking at the spread and looking at something that was significantly more than the value of the tree as lumber, for example, something that could be worked into the cost of your project, and coming up with something that was a penalty, and it was a significant penalty, and we were just kind of said, well, this is here, this is there. We knew you guys would probably want to look at it yourselves too and come up with your own number, but we landed on a number that we felt we could agree on as a commission. But certainly open for
Did the
discussion.
city attorney weigh in on this at all?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the per inch approach was supported by legal in the context of, because originally the commission was having discussion about a large flat amount for a tree, for example. And the scaled approach was supported by legal as it, the larger the penalty for the larger the tree, it's proportionate. So from that perspective, yes, legal did weigh in and say that would be preferred as opposed to just a singular flat fee per tree.
How about the amount, Jeff?
Don, you had a question?
Yeah, I just want to say that I support the value. I support not considering the value of the tree because that's pretty difficult to determine.
Right.
But you might make some exceptions on the diameter for cottonwood trees.
You have something against cottonwood trees.
Real big, real
Scrub
quick.
trees.
Councilmember Odell, I think, had a part B to his question, which, if I
Yeah,
heard it correctly, it was what about the value?
The part
of the
I
tree?
asked was, how about the value per inch from the attorney?
Yeah, we didn't, we shared the comparative analysis here with the legal.
And they were, okay, silent on the amount, okay.
The methodology of having that proportionate approach was the main thing.
Okay, good, thank you, Jeff.
Okay, so we have a proposal at 1,500 per inch. What was the rest of the proposal? I've forgotten. That was pretty much it, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that was it. I mean,
We're starting at significant trees and,
right.
Is that an up to? So does staff have discretion? So if somebody came in and cut down 10 trees, and if it's knowingly done versus not knowingly?
Right, so there was, and I believe Councilmember Witten, you had raised this in July, actually, is it just is there discretion in, a neighbor goes on to his or her neighbor's property and cuts a tree down at 5 a.m. in the morning?
In a weekend.
Is there a bit, are we sending the bill to the property owner of who had just been violated by having been trespassed and had a tree removed? So the code does, the Title 23 does provide for discretion by the city if there's extenuating circumstances. So it's not a penalty that, if we were to make findings, if there's evidence that specifically speaks to extenuating circumstances, we have the ability to not impose the civil penalty.
But I wonder if you want a little bit broader discretion, if you've got somebody who's just not the brightest light, who takes down a tree and really isn't a repeat offender, isn't a developer, and isn't doing it nefariously or anything, just doesn't understand that he did wrong. And we had a case like that down by Evans Creek Preserve, where somebody took trees down, a lady
Right.
took trees down, and we settled it a few years ago. And I've forgotten there were very extenuating circumstances, but she basically didn't realize what she was doing.
Wouldn't that be covered under discretion?
Well, but,
It would, and I kind of view that more as, not necessarily as a code construction issue, but as direction from the council to the city manager and to staff on how to implement it. So you've got the discretion language built into the code that, has, I believe, been pre-existing in the Title 23. So we've got that. And, you know, council has that ability to provide that direction to the city manager and to staff on how to implement that, so.
I'd like to come to, back to a couple of things. First of all, on the issue of the repeat offender, my thinking is the first time there's a repeat offense, you have just for talking purposes, the regular penalty per inch plus $10,000.
For the first penalty?
For the first repeat offense. For every time they continue to repeat, it goes up as a multiple of the number of repeat offenses.
And is each tree a repeat
No.
offense, or is each incident?
Each incident.
Okay.
Plus the inches,
Plus the inches. The second thing I think we need to think about too, and we touched on it briefly, is I don't see any penalty for illegal trimming, where someone wants to improve their view and goes onto somebody else's property and doesn't cut down the trees, but takes off half the branches.
Yeah, my neighbor did that to me.
Yeah. So Evan's got it up on the screen here, and it actually is cutting or damage.
Is what?
To a tree. Let's see if we can flip it over here. So see where is it, Evan, number 7?
Number 7.
If you look at the red ink there on your screen, number 7.
for damage to or removal.
On my property. It's not cutting down a branch that's
Okay.
Okay.
So that's the actual proposed language from the planning commission to you.
Okay.
What's in red
The
there.
neighbor, if he did it, any person responsible, right?
Well, then that goes to the other thing. We're pretty much looking at, we're looking at the homeowner or the landowner is paying these fines. What about the
arborist?
well, I hate to call them arborists, but the tree cutting,
removal people?
the loggers who come in and participate in an illegal activity and probably drive a truck away with valuable lumber and leave the homeowner with paying $40,000 per tree or something.
Yeah, I'm just trying to recall now, because that language, that any person responsible, we did have a specific conversation with legal about that, but now I'm not. Let us check with legal on that, and let's come back to that one tomorrow night.
And that's where the misdemeanor should cover all the people involved.
Actually, the way to handle that may be to have both parties equally responsible, so that you can pay $1,500 an inch as a property owner, you pay $1,500 an inch as a tree removal firm. So effectively, the penalty is double.
I think someone else, we heard some other public comment on this, and there was a suggestion to have something in the licensing process for the arborists in the city. And again, this is going to, I don't know anything about the enforcement.
You're assuming they
someone
bother
did
to get a
suggest that.
license.
You're assuming that they've got a license, that they even have a business license.
Right.
So some of these folks are just out there
Right.
ready to cut down a tree wherever you want it cut down.
Yeah, it's kind of what I thought too.
On the evening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're gonna, this 7, we're gonna run that through. Evan's got his lawyer hat on right now and is
Okay. I'm
trying to
glad to hear
advise
that.
me here, but I think we'll talk with Kim or Mike tomorrow and come back to you with that to clarify that.
Okay, 22 was one we did discuss a little bit before. Should replanting within buffers be given additional credit?
No.
This was a master builder association. You go to the top of the next page and you can see what they offered during public comment. And I believe they provided written public comment to this effect as well.
Especially for off-site.
Yeah.
You had mentioned earlier, Kevin mentioned that they were supportive of the erosion hazard. Are there some credits that you've taken into account or would recommend to us? Let me put that on again. You had recommended earlier in the erosion hazard that we could give some incentives. So, or would staff recommend some credits, or how they would handle those incentives in the erosion hazard area?
And steep slopes.
That's correct.
Yeah, let me flip back to that one quickly here.
That'd be good to have your recommendation.
Yeah, if I could suggest, Councilmember Valderrama, I think we're going to want to craft a recommendation for you I think we agree with the concept. I don't think we've fleshed out the details in a way that we could articulate tonight.
Okay.
My problem with this proposal is the critical areas and the buffer zones typically will already be heavily treed. And planting trees that love sunlight underneath other trees isn't always successful.
Bob, you had a comment?
Yeah,
Why don't you speak into your microphone?
I wanted to make the comment that it says, should replanting within critical area buffers be given additional credit? So it's replanting.
It's incentivizing.
Okay, and incentivize the replanting. And one point I would make, and I'm not sure about the credit, but on a positive note, if they're replanting in a buffer area as opposed to somewhere else on the property, the buffer area is never going to be built in. And so if they were building somewhere on the lot, it could be in the future that they want to build that shed or they want to build something, and so they want to take that tree out again. Whereas if they're planting in the buffer area, the likelihood that that tree is going to come out again is limited.
Bob, were you listening to what I just said?
No, probably not.
Okay, what my
Well, you said if it was in shade. if it was
my
in a shady
comment
area.
was that replanting within the buffer area is probably not going to work if it's a sun-loving tree. And most of the trees we're concerned with are. And the other thing too is these areas are probably going to have natural reproduction of trees anyway.
Well, we do have some damaged buffers. I suppose that could be taken into consideration.
Yeah, where they're improving the.
Exactly. But kind of going to the concept of incentivizing them, just not to leave it as it is.
Really, in 24, let me skip over because it's really related, because now we're talking about should trees be planted within or as part of a stormwater facility receive credit. When you were saying stormwater here, are you talking about private on their facilities, on the lot, or public, a receiving area for replanting?
Remember, the stormwater becomes public for residential development.
Eventually, yeah.
So, okay. So again, this is the same thing, that if they are replanting in that area, that's a good thing. That's
It
actually
could be.
something the city would want to have.
It could be,
depends.
see if
Well,
they're,
well, I mean, if it's viable, if it's a viable area.
well, right now, what are the, just to remind me, what if they're 35%, they're leaving? Of the 65%, how many do they have to replant?
65%.
Okay, and so is it 1-to-1, is it 2-to-1?
1-to-1.
1-to-1. And you've got a lot where it's R4 and there's just no place for them to put 65% of the trees, say it was a heavily wooded area?
I have a suggestion.
Could we find other places to put those trees?
If you have the ordinance that tells you the priorities of where they get replanted, that's where you could include critical areas and buffers.
But that would be at the discretion of the community development, because we know where they're needed more than.
Than the NBA does.
But the statute itself could put those in the list of things, and where they'd improve the buffer or provide a better chance of the trees surviving and being healthy, or make a better stand.
Now, they want to get credit for those street trees, but rather than giving them that, maybe they could plant some of those trees
Right.
in a good place in the city, maybe in.
So rather than trying to incentivize this, and I know this isn't what NBA probably wants to hear, but back to Councilmember Odell's point that you may not always have ripe conditions for doing replanting.
On site.
In critical areas, especially the critical area itself.
Right.
Yeah. you
And
don't
maybe
want that.
secondarily, the critical area buffer.
Right.
I mean, why don't we just prioritize that in these regulations to
Yeah.
direct the replanting there first when feasible?
Well, but in
But in a
terms of the
way-
priorities.
But in a way, if it's viable, it's really an incentive for them to put it there anyway. Number one, it would make it so maybe they have more developable land.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And for that very reason alone, not
Yeah.
just the
So you don't
improvement,
need to
but,
incentivize it separately.
right, we don't need to incentivize it there.
But we should have a priority list, though.
Yes.
I have another question.
I've got my
Oh, sorry.
button. Thank you. What I was thinking about this is the point about stormwater facilities. And one of our citizens, I won't mention his name, pointed out that if we had the water in pipes going down in the lake, we wouldn't need these stormwater facilities. Well, we don't have that. So we have these stormwater facilities. They have to be clear cut and molded. So we have no trees on them. Earlier this evening, we want to beautify them. So it would seem to me that on your priority list, that should be pretty high up, planting the trees in the stormwater facilities.
Is there a long-term damage to the stormwater facility?
The roots?
For some kinds of trees?
Yeah.
That is one of the challenges with planting in the storm facility itself. The perimeter, the council may recall, we require landscaping of already. I mean, if the goal in a subdivision is to essentially over time replace the canopy cover lost with the development, to me, that's where some policy consideration for perhaps increased street tree planting densities, perhaps increased densities around the stormwater facility would get to that canopy cover replacement, critical areas that have been impacted at some point in the past. These are
Well, I
all-
think on-site should be the priority, number one. But if it's impossible, if there's just not a feasible, you can't plant 65% of the trees, then I think there ought to be another level of priority going down.
The question I have is replanting off-site, okay? I think instead of incentivizing that, you first replant on-site to the extent practicable or whatever. And then if you have to go off-site, because you can't do it on-site, you can get your density or whatever, then you make the parking strips and other things part of the areas where they can replant, maybe. Or would they already have a replanting requirement?
So
They have landscaping requirements,
Right.
too.
They have landscaping requirements now. Presumably, you would want to require increased landscaping
Yeah,
above
but-
and beyond what's required on-site. And perhaps, just to be clear on terminology, on-site, in what I'm trying to refer to is within the bounds of a proposed subdivision,
Right.
which would include future road right-of-way. And then, as I understand the council direction, we would then look off-site, outside the bounds of the project for effectively good places to plant
So I don't
trees.
see any reason to incentivize that, except you've made some comments the other day about it, and I wish you would repeat those to the rest of the council about planning, giving the incentives, the master builder's proposals.
Well, it's along the lines of what I tried to articulate a few moments ago, and I'm losing my eloquence as the night goes on. But I suspect you will find when we observe this ordinance in motion that there's not enough space within the bounds of a plat to replant all of the trees on the individual lots. And if the goal is canopy cover in the area where the canopy cover was lost, so then I think things like allowing some flexibility for street tree coverage to be increased, perhaps the stormwater pond, perhaps the recreational space to be further enhanced with plantings, and allowing that to be the credit for some of these replacement trees might be wise. I suspect on the larger projects, you're still going to also see some proposal for off-site replanting. And, part of my thinking around our conversation the other day, when we looked at a project over in the Ebright Creek corridor, we had an assumed number of trees per acre. It's a fairly controversial project, the council may know. And it was around 121 trees per acre in that subdivision. It's a forested area. In an R4 development, as we've already discussed tonight, that raw acre of land, you'd see 121 trees come out, you might see 4 lots go in. I don't know how that math works and actually you see that many trees replanted on site.
Plus a
even
street.
with all the options we've talked about right now. So we have to look at off-site replacement. I suspect, unless we get into something where we're saying, really, this is a bar on subdivision altogether.
So so I guess what we're asking for is look at the site first and then go off-site for whatever's left over.
And then we don't need incentives.
Should we include some options for allowing street trees to count?
Yes.
Likely not
absolutely.
native in that situation,
they're
remind the
increased.
council.
Exactly. If there are new trees that are being put in, it increase.
Well, are these trees that are actually going to be incremental to what might have been there to begin with, or are we just allowing them to?
I think they're
count
asking that
trees
all
they
the street
plant
trees.
anyway?
They're asking that all the street trees be given credit.
And I don't see why not.
Yeah, why not if you're putting those trees in?
It's only the increased ones, because they're landscaping requirements.
I
They
think,
basically
They
just
already
give
have
them
a
a free
landscaping
pass for the
requirement.
amount of trees they'd ordinarily plant anyway.
Yeah, they want to include their landscaping requirement in their tree.
Oh.
Yes, I don't see why not.
Why would you do that?
The neighborhood you were talking about didn't put any landscaping trees in, or what? You said it's barren.
I said the lots were barren. There was a few
But now they
scrub
have
trees by the
landscaping trees
street.
in.
Yeah, like one every other house or something.
But I mean, we're already replacing trees by multiple trees, aren't we? You know, and depending on the size of the
Depends on where
diameter
you're
of the
doing
tree.
it. Depends on where you're doing it.
It makes sense to me to include the street trees.
It's
not
the same
just
thing as the stormwater, and it's more predictable if you require everybody to do the same thing, as long as there's the incremental new trees that you're putting in.
Right, and incremental, not the ones you have to do under the landscaping plan.
Why not?
Why do it?
If it's incremental, I'll go for it. If it's not incremental, I'm not in
I
favor
would
of it.
agree.
I would
yeah.
agree, you're
But if you're-
outnumbered.
If you're doing one tree added, and
Add four.
I guess what. if you're gonna
Okay, I need a motion to extend another half an hour. I think we
So
can get done
moved.
with this. Do you have a
Second.
second? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we got a half an hour.
How did I vote on that,
I'm waiting to
on that
hear.
last one?
I
I
didn't
don't
hear.
know, but there were four of us. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I haven't voted yet. I'm trying to decide, what is staff's recommendation on this?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So this request from the NBA was brought forward, I believe, after the planning commission recommendations.
Yes, it
So
was.
the planning commission did not contemplate this question.
Exactly, there was little deliberation on this issue, but when I was talking to planning commission members and Evan was there, they seemed to agree that street trees, if there are new trees being put in,
Incremental.
well, no, they were talking on new trees, should be counted. So
You
I'm
mean
curious.
incremental?
No, I'm talking about what we were talking about new trees, so I'm asking what staff's recommendation is.
I don't see a problem with it. It's, count them as a replacement, as Evan is, I think, very appropriately noted here a few minutes ago. It becomes part of the canopy coverage, just like the stormwater facilities, just like the potential rec areas.
Yeah.
You know, you're keeping it as part of the original site that becomes the development.
So new trees.
Well, we have to have some standards, because I have seen situations where the trees planted in the street side are never going to survive, or scraggly looking little things, and
Yeah.
But it could be with the arborist plan.
We're currently actually at Planning Commission, as part of the Public Works recommendations that we're looking at. There is a significant section of that of recommended trees, how to plant them, and we're getting a real education in what makes a good street tree planting. And I think you'll see that come out in those regulations, and I would probably defer to those.
And you would think the property owners would want those to survive after they move in.
Well, my question
no, you
is,
get what they want.
if, for this purpose of this ordinance now, if we don't give a credit unless they're incremental, when you come back with the urban forest plan ordinance, that's, I think, when you can take a close integrated look at all of this stuff, because you'll be looking at, focusing on the really critical factor, which is canopy.
Well, I disagree. I think we should look at it now.
Yeah, we got it
Question
now.
for staff, are we, we're doing a lot of sending the trees from away from where they should have been to someplace else because they can't go where they should be. Has anyone taken a look at the amount of land that's available for that?
For receiving sites?
Yes.
No. So the way the proposed language is set up from the Planning Commission is essentially to address that will be each proposed site that comes forward will need to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis for now.
So if we hit that situation, I don't know if we will, but assume for the moment we did hit the situation where we couldn't find an acceptable receiving site. Do we just say, go ahead anyway and build, or do we shut it off?
No, it would then, that would become a problem as not being able to meet the code. So that may impact ultimately what is the final product of development in that particular case. And let me just, I wanted to add just a moment ago as part of my original answer, my hope is as part of the urban forestry management planning effort that we're going to undertake is that we will at least have the beginnings of an inventory of appropriate receiving sites as part of that effort. That's one thing I'm hoping to achieve out of scoping that project.
Now, most of those might be public, but could we also look at homeowners who have land?
I don't think it is necessarily limited to public. It could be private-owned land
That's what I'm
currently where it's an appropriate site, so it can go on the appropriate site receiving list. But then it would be up to someone who's proposing to plant off-site then to negotiate a conservation easement or some other, tool or mechanism to secure the ability to plant on those private lands.
What about public property? What about our parks?
Public lands are potential
Yeah.
receiving
Well, we
sites.
said public lands. I'm just extending it into the potential of private lands.
Yeah.
Assuming we have a willing landowner who
I agree 100%.
has an old pasture that's not being used anymore and would like it to be wooded.
Seems like Evans Creek Preserve would be a good receiving site.
Could be.
Could be.
It's not in the city, but it's,
Park, city park.
right.
But
Park.
Good point.
maybe we want to keep the meadows too.
Okay, let's move beyond 23. I think we've beaten that up pretty good.
On 23 and 24?
24,
I said
Oh, it says
23
in the
no is what I have.
storm water.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I know you're trying to get through this. So to the comment about Evans Creek Preserve, so right now, the language in the code for off-site is limited to within the city limits of
That's what I was
Sammamish.
just suggesting.
Maybe that's an amendment to say within the city limits of Sammamish or land owned by the city.
Or land owned by the city would be fine.
Or if not owned, leased, I don't know.
Owned is
Owned or secured by the city in some fashion.
something, yeah.
Okay.
So
Something,
I would go back to, I'm thinking of one for
Operating.
one credit. Maybe it shouldn't be one for one, if it is their landscaping requirement already.
I don't think they should, also, there's a differentiation between how many trees they have to replant. I mean, you want them to replant on site, and if you consider the street thing to give credit for it, somebody who has a few trees, only a few replantings to consider, could get away with almost nothing if by just putting the trees into the
Yeah.
right away.
And they already have a landscaping requirement as it is.
well, this is
But I
part of the
mean-
landscaping requirement,
Yeah.
replacing the trees.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see an example, or maybe, I don't know if you have to make something pretty, but if you could just go through a couple of examples of what you were saying.
No, that would be
really they wouldn't be able
advantageous.
to even do
They
it.
think
You know what I mean? So maybe the treescaping or the streetscaping is really the only solution.
I see coming out of this is a greater emphasis on clustering of houses.
But we have looked at locations getting to 24, and certainly stormwater facilities could be included either on-site or off-site.
I agree with that,
If practicable.
if the dike doesn't break.
That's right.
Section 20, or question 25,
it's all has to be new if the trees.
and other vegetation. Vegetation is not regularly as part of the tree ordinance. Can you go into that issue?
Which one are we on?
25?
Thank you.
I'm not quite sure I understand that one. Okay, that's critical areas.
seems like it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, people have to be clear that any plant in the critical area is off limits for them.
Right.
26. Okay, this goes into size, tree size considerations.
A 2 for 1.
I think, though, I'd like to see there be a requirement for some of these if they can accommodate the development. And maybe get the double credit, but, you know, it just would hurt me to see a 32-inch tree or 30-inch tree cut down unnecessarily, if they could save it.
It would hurt more than you if that tree were isolated after the forest around it went down in the next windstorm.
Well, it's pretty
came
clear
along.
that some big trees have gone down, and you typically the ones right in the middle of the development, obviously.
Or isolated.
Or, you know, whatever. I guess the question is, are we okay with this math? Or is there, what is the recommendation from the Planning Commission on?
So it's actually a little more complex than just a 3 to 1 or 2 to 1 or whatever the ratios are. In the section 270, subsection 1, can someone bring that up, Evan? We're going to switch the screen here. Oh, there it is. Okay, so if you look at this section of code on your screen right now, you have to take it in context with, is this it?
Yeah, that's it. It's the types you're talking about there, right?
Yeah, so you look at the order of priority there, and it's A through G is in descending order of priority, right? Significant trees, part of a continuous canopy adjacent to a critical area or buffer. That's where we're going to look first for retention. Significant trees, and then you go to B, significant trees, part of a continuous canopy adjacent to a public park or other protected open space. Significant trees, part of any other on-site or off-site continuous canopy. Significant trees providing perimeter connectivity, off-site screening and/or relief from identified environmental impacts. Significant trees able to be incorporated into required landscaping, and then you get into the isolation, an isolated cluster of significant trees and then individual significant trees. I think the point here is that the Planning Commission went through, and Frank might want to speak to this, some pretty careful deliberations on really trying to prioritize building the continuous canopy and retaining the continuous canopy, and this order of priority is where we're going to look first on reviewing development applications.
And I would say that the first thing you have to look at is that prioritization. If you agree with the prioritization, and I'm not saying you have to, because there certainly was some subjective deliberation about it between the Planning Commission members, but we did come up with this as a priority list. It's hierarchical. That is then applied to the incentives in groups, basically the higher priority ones versus the lower priority ones. If there are things we think are lower or higher priorities, I still think it makes sense to apply the incentives to them in that way. But we didn't want to get into is if it's A, then this, if it's B, then this. So you really tried to group them together into two classifications, that is higher and lower priority type things. We didn't want to make an infinite level of prioritizations, because I think that would lend itself, I think the argument was actually to litigation, frankly. You know, people saying that, well, why is it in that category versus the, versus the one above it? And if you group them together, it creates a little more solid appearance, a little less subjectivity to the process, a little bit easier for staff, to be fair, to group them together also. So it's kind of like again, if you agree with the prioritization, follow that over into the incentives and how they get applied to it.
So then let's scroll down quickly to the incentives down to 4. So this is where the core question came up then. How does this work? So again, when you go to 4A, you have to kind of read it in context. The permanent preservation of a landmark tree in conjunction with 271, which are those priorities, receives credit as follows. 200% credit for the retention of a landmark tree when it's in conjunction with the first 3 priorities that we just ran through on the list above. 150% credit when it's in conjunction D and E. And then, Evan, go back up to the list for a second. F and G is when you started to get into the isolation in the individual. There is no incentive at that point to retain singular components of that. So again, the commission really tried to tie it to the continuity in building that canopy.
Well, we don't want the situation we've seen before. I think I remember the last time the property on Northeast 8th Street and 244th, where they left some trees along the side of the road. And then, of course, they were deemed a danger, a hazard, and so had to be taken down, which is just a waste of everybody's time. And I think I still see some of those along Inglewood, frankly, from one of the recent development there.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I think this is very logical and creative, and I support it.
Just that like.
Well, I'm not
You can
disagreeing
count
with
my
you,
vote
but.
on that one.
Okay, tomorrow, do we have, are we done with that one, you think? We just went through it.
No
We're going to
footnotes
see
on there?
something.
I'm not leaving super clear on street trees, but we'll,
Right.
Evan's going to work something up apparently, so. So, what,
Look at the face.
so we have, do you have
Volunteer.
copies of this? Who's got copies of this? So for your reading assignment before tomorrow, we're going to hand you an 11 by 17 document, which has, through this afternoon or earlier today, 21 suggested amendments to the actual code.
And we have some more that we've developed tonight.
Right, and so we're going to do our best tomorrow to add to this.
Okay.
But this is what we've got so far, so we wanted to leave it with you for tonight, so we're not going through these cold tomorrow night, but I think a number of them we've touched on here this evening as well. So
Okay.
Mike's going to pass them around.
Can you email it also, because Kathy's
it?
not here?
That's it? Thanks, Bob. Pardon me?
Can it be emailed also, because Kathy's not here?
Yes, we will. We'll make sure we get it emailed out as well.
Make it readable when it's.
Well, put a hard copy in the mailbox, too.
Oh, yeah, this is readable.
When she's coming in tomorrow, if she is, but.
Oh, the new one.
Okay, thank you. We don't need to make we're adjourned. We don't have to-